The federal government has suspended the proposed review of registration fees for the 2027 West African Senior School Certificate Examination and the National Examinations Council Senior School Certificate Examination, pending wider consultations with stakeholders. In a Monday statement issued by the Federal Ministry of Education, the ministry said the letter conveying the proposed fee adjustment dated June 18, 2026 had been withdrawn to allow for a comprehensive review before any final decision is taken. Now we go to the next conversation that's been making the rounds. Appeal Court bars INEC from recognizing MARC-led ADC state congresses. In April this year, a statement from Senator David Mark's legal team emerged following INEC's affidavit and court submissions confirming it observed the African Democratic Congress National Executive Committee meeting that produced David Mark as national chairman and Rauf Aregbesola as national secretary. According to David Mark's lawyers and the ADC leadership, INEC presented a report confirming it legally attended and monitored the ADC NEC meeting held on July 29, 2025.
The matter came up for hearing today, and to the glory of God, we have conducted the hearing and adjourned for judgment. The date and time of the judgment will be communicated to us by the court. That was the directive of my lord. The plaintiff adopted his amended originating summons, and respectively, all the defendants adopted their counter affidavits as well as preliminary objections. It is only INEC, the fifth defendant, that did not file a preliminary objection, but they did file a counter affidavit, which is supportive of the case of the first defendant, third defendant, and fourth defendant, respectively. INEC's position agrees with us that the party did hold a NEC meeting on the 29th of July 2025, during which distinguished Senator David Mark and His Excellency Ogbeni Rauf Aregbesola were elected as the national chairman and national secretary of African Democratic Congress ADC, respectively. INEC also confirmed in their report as Exhibit INEC number 1 that they attended the NEC meeting and that the NEC meeting produced distinguished Senator David Mark and Rauf Aregbesola as national chairman and national secretary. They also confirmed the fact that the document, they have produced a report, which report they are attached. So INEC is on the same page with us as far as this matter is concerned. The plaintiff's case is speculative, is premised on gossip, the case is premised on an activity that never existed. Their argument is that Senator David Mark and Rauf Aregbesola emerged as the national chairman and secretary of the party on the 22nd day of July 2025. And we are saying no. You don't have any document to.
Now that's David's Mark lawyer. His name is Rewan Okpanachi. Now, despite these developments, the leadership crisis has faced further legal challenges, including the subsequent July 13, 2026 Court of Appeal ruling directing all parties to maintain the status quo regarding the party's congresses. The Court of Appeal Abuja Division on Monday affirmed the judgment of a federal high court sitting in Abuja, which restrained the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, from recognizing or participating in any state congresses organized by committees appointed by David Mark-led caretaker leadership of the African Democratic Congress, ADC. A 3-member panel of justices of the appellate court, in a split decision of 2-1, upheld the restraining order issued against the David Mark-led caretaker committee of the ADC by the trial court judge, Justice Joyce Abdul Malik. In her judgment delivered on April 29, 2026, it further upheld the order of the trial judge, which restrained the Mark-led executives from interfering with the tenure and functions of the party's elected state executives. The appellate court, in the majority judgment delivered by Justice Okona Bank, held that the responsibility for conducting state congresses of political parties rests with elected state executive committees, not with the national leadership. He said the suspension of the state chairman and the appointment of the caretaker committee by the ADC for the conduct of the National Convention was unlawful, unconstitutional, null and void. The court held that the party violated its own constitution by appointing a caretaker committee while the tenure, the party's state chairman, subsisted, adding that the court would cease to entertain such cases if political parties continued to violate their own constitutions and that of the federal government of Nigeria. Consequently, the court dismissed the appeal filed by the ADC and awarded 10 million naira in costs against the party. Shortly after the judgment, the ADC, which was represented by its National Welfare Secretary, Mr. Nkem Ukandu, said the party would take the case before the Supreme Court. So let's start with you, Dr. Mark Ginger. This is a major case that's happening, not just on the daily nationals. We're also looking at the party itself. What would this have for the party? Because if we are to look at it, it's becoming really dicey.
Well, just yesterday we were talking about the Nigerian democracy, and I did say that gradually we are witnessing a civil rule that is not democratic in nature. And maybe some other kind of democracy is emerging in Nigeria, where the courts are becoming more and more intrusive in our political systems. And also the problem that the opposition parties have to face before any elections. So what is happening in ADC is really regrettable, and it's sad that this is happening. Imagine facing this kind of situation just a short period before the election. It's unfortunate. INEC window for submission of candidates is closing, and the ADC is still in court battling over legitimacy of their executive, which may actually affect the whole process of their primaries. And the NDC is not safe yet. I mean, there is a matter still in the appeal court that will still decide their fate, and we don't know what the courts will say at that point. So it does not help matters that Nigerian judiciary has, in many occasions contradicted themselves. The courts are not actually giving us rulings that will put to rest certain political situations and solve problems in such a way that there won't be future recurrences. And the legislatures are also reactionary. They have not been able to propose laws that will solve our perennial political chaotic situation. I mean, it ridicules our country in the international scene when each electoral season we are bedeviled with this kind of thing. I mean, in America, for instance, where we borrowed or we're trying to mimic their party democracy, I've never heard that during an election, the issue is the legitimacy of a political party or their congresses and all that. The debates, the conversation is robust, talking about national issues, matters of national and international importance, talking about capacity of candidates to deliver governance. But here in Nigeria, we are always running around in circles, trying to discredit one candidate or the other, trying to throw one political party under the bus or the other. We want to win through the shortcuts. We want to win through other means best through the votes. It's a matter of concern for myself as a Nigerian.
Yeah, I know that many Nigerians will be asking the question, what now is the fate of Atiku Abubakar and, of course, his vice presidential candidate, and also other primaries that have been carried out so far? I don't know how that is going to look like. But Maduka,
well, if you are asking, why are you asking only about Abubakar? You see the house collapsing and you are worried whether the roof will go with it. Once they cut off the head, both the ear and everything that contained in the head will go with it. This is a systematic plan.
Systematic plan.
And I'm telling you, it's calculated. We have sat on the desk on Signature TV analyzing what's happening in Nigerian newspaper headlines every day. And there was a point we were shouting Nigeria is gradually going into one-party politics. It wasn't like they constructed it and put it through. When it became obvious, now you are seeing it and feeling it. How many months to the general election? And this is what's happened. One of the biggest party, of course, if you get to a point you will start wondering who is working for who. Because the political personalities in Nigeria are so untrustworthy, you can't even believe what is going on. So you can't even say what is in their mind. Because Shakespeare said you cannot predict what is in the mind of any human being, especially in Nigerian politicians. So in this case, you see, there may be a contrived arrangement to make sure that what some people have planned will happen in Nigeria works out. They do not care how it's going to affect me and you, or how it's going to affect our democracy. This so-called Nigerian democracy does not exist. You can see it does not. And when the winner takes it all situation, where the Attorney General of the Federation is appointed by the sitting government, the chairman of INEC is appointed by the sitting government, every appointment of judges, and the people said the judiciary has been some kind of be brought into this mess, and the me and you that they are expecting to, who is coming to tell you to go and update your voters register? Who? Because they believe that before you know it, if we have 240 million Nigerians, and out of them, about maybe 30 million are eligible to vote, at the end of it all, less than 2 million people will vote and be counted as people voted to elect somebody who is going to be president of Nigeria, and they will tell you go to court. And the court has taken over, like Ginger said. We have now a selectorate, and no more electorate. That's why every day the ordinary people who's supposed to have control of the power, of who rules them, we have lost it. So it's going to take us whatever it takes to take that power back, because everything we see has removed that power from ordinary man. That's why we have a lot of rascality, abuse, and pride. Many of the people we find in government now are showing us to our face they don't require us to get to where they are. If they do, they won't be doing what they are doing with all what you call my old mother said is with alacrity. They don't care about anything. And it's worrisome because, you know why it's worrisome? If it blows up, nobody knows how. Because if the enemies of this country get hold of any of these things, they can use it to. We have had a lot of more problems to deal with. We cannot manage any other one bigger than this, because you cannot be told that there's somebody who's going to set you on fire and you go and use PMS. That's if you can afford. The kerosene is so expensive. I don't know what you're going to use to bath, because it is clear case of what you call national suicide, corporate suicide, and nobody will come later to say I'm not part of it. We are all moving together and we are watching it and we are talking like this. When the thing happens, it will affect everyone. Yeah, remember we talked about this one of the time where we said, are we really going to blame the courts now? Because it looks like these parties just bring the case before the courts, and when the court gives their judgment, it looks like it's the court's issue. Because what I'm saying is, case to you, am I also telling you how to? According to the court, the statement from the court here, it says that the party violated their own constitution by appointing a new committee when they had a subsisting one. So this also can be looked into.
You are trying to treat that matter in isolation. We are talking about the presence of the court in the Nigerian electoral system, not just this case in isolation. There is a collaborative, destructive approach to our democracy by the executive and the court, and the legislature is sitting back and watching it happen. We are saying here that the courts are gradually becoming a major decider of who occupies elective political positions in Nigeria. Who brings it to them? It's not about that. See, there's a role for the court. And when two people are fighting, the court is supposed to be the umpire. So bringing it to the court is not a problem. You can't, excuse me. If these things were resolved, if the courts have given like decisive rulings that are not opaque, people will not be coming back with the same matter. I've seen election petitions that the judgments are just unimaginable. The Nigerian courts has remained inconsistent. You will see that a similar matter will come to the court tomorrow and they will come up with a different decision. You understand? So the court, it's not every matter that's brought to the court that the court has to make a pronouncement, especially a pronouncement that will damage our political jurisprudence. We are concerned that democracy should be about elections. That's not what we're saying today. That is our concern. The court should not, I mean, one or two cases or just a fraction of cases, that's fine. But where you say that more than 40 or 50% of the political offices were decided in the courts, that's a problem. That's a problem. It's no longer democracy.
So are you now suggesting
John Paya
that
giving the power to do this? Nigerian government will budget the last election 309 billion to do bubu yaya that you go back to court. So why are you wasting such things? Why not go to let everybody go to court? Let's go to
do the election for us.
So we are wasting time.
A lot of resources and time. I mean.
That's our worry.
What's the point?
One court in Lokoja will give judgment. You go to the one in Kutuwanji, you change it. The same level of court. It's not that if appeal court, you go to appeal court when ordinary court has said to give you before you go to Supreme. It's a high court here. High court here. Different judgment. On Nigeria, the same matter. One Nigeria, one matter. What kind of confusion are we going into? And we gradually going into it and we think it's okay because some of them can afford to say good morning Nigeria, good evening America in 1 minute. But I'm sorry because I know when there was one time here you were talking, I told you what Azikiwe said when it was their time. My father said Azikiwe said, whether he said or not, I don't know. That this wahala we are causing, let's be careful because nobody know who will die when trouble comes. And as far as they're concerned, some of them think they are shielded off from trouble. People who take this kind of decisions. And I'm trying to tell you that some of them have slept and woke up dead. Nobody know what killed them. I'm not wishing anybody dead. But we should always know that there is a limit to anything we can do. There is always tomorrow. Once we begin to do chop and die politics, kick and die, all this kind of thing, that is what makes everybody. So we get back to the root, what they call the state of nature, survival of the fittest. And that's what it's calling out to. So why do we have democracy? Why are we talking about the deceiving ourselves? Why do we not go into the old manner of everybody going to the bush, tribal war? If I see you, I shoot you, all those kind of things.
Okay, so we'll be jumping off for a short break. Yesterday, Nigeria remembered the anniversary of the death of the former president of Nigeria, Muhammadu Buhari, and he was celebrated where we had different people from all walks of life came to share their thoughts. And the president also made a statement. After this short break, we'll come back. We'll get to hear what the president said and also learn one or two about what happened yesterday and also looked into his administration when he was alive and the impact that we felt being, his citizen during his tenure. Stay with us. Welcome back. Nigeria observed the one-year remembrance of the late former President Muhammadu Buhari on Monday, 13 July 2026. The solemn event marking exactly 1 year since his passing on July 13, 2025, the month of July, at the age of 82, took place at the Nigerian Army International Conference Center in Asokoro, Abuja. Tributes poured in from current leaders, attendees, and observers, reflecting on his decades of public service, focusing on landmark achievements from his civilian administration from 2015 to 2023. The president, represented by his deputy, Vice President Kashim Shettima, described the late president as a patriot whose service, character, and devotion to the country left an enduring imprint on the nation's conscience. Let's take a watch.
And this is the president's speech. What survives us after the last prayer has been said and the earth has closed over a man is not simply the memory of what he did. It is the weight of that memory, the pressure it exerts on the conscience of those who remain. We are gathered here today, 1 year after the passing of former President Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR, because the life he lived is not a life this nation is capable of forgetting. He has entered the consciousness of Nigeria, and it is in the nature of such men that their memory outlives the living. So we assemble, not out of obligation, but out of the necessity of reflection, to consider again what President Buhari meant to us as a friend, as a leader, as a father, as a husband, and as a citizen of this great country. President Buhari and I were co-travelers on the long road of politics and national development. We walked together through seasons of difficulty and seasons of hope. We shared a deep and abiding passion for a renewed, progressive, and prosperous Nigeria, a nation held together by brotherhood, settled in peace, and generous enough in its abundance that no citizen is left outside the cycle of his promise. He gave everything he had to this country, and he gave it without reservation. He served with courage. He served with conviction, and with a patriotism that never asked what the nation could return to him. From his years as a military leader to his transformation into a democrat and a determined defender of constitutional order, he embodied the very spirit of change and of nation building. Few men are permitted 2 lives in the service of one country. He was given that rare permission, and he used it well. I want to say something about him that we do not say often enough. Power ordinarily exhausts the affection of the governed. That is a common pet of office, and every one of us who has carried it understands the cost. Yet, when he laid down the burden of leadership, and through all the years of his retirement, and in his final months when illness had taken the strength from his body, the trust of ordinary Nigerians did not depart from him. It followed him into private life. It sat with him in Daura. It waited outside his door. Such constancy, surviving the whole weight of public office and the long quiet that comes after it, is the sturdiest inheritance any leader can leave a nation. It is not given, it is earned. And it is earned only through a lifetime of agreement between what a man says and what a man is. Today, we gather to celebrate his memory and to honor a man of rare character. A leader who taught by the example of his own living and who departed leaving behind an inheritance that continues to instruct us. we honor him in death, as we honored him in life, and we do so without embellishment, because his life required none. He had no appetite for flattery when he was among us, and he will have none for it now. To the immediate family, to our dear Mrs. Aisha Buhari, and to the younger Buharis, I know that you have passed through a season of profound grief. Please be assured that the nation and this administration stand beside you, now and in all the years to come. We will continue to hold you up in our prayers, trusting that Almighty Allah will comfort you, sustain you, and shield you from all harm. Our duty as his friends, as his mentees, and as his associates is to carry forward the inheritance he left us. Honesty, simplicity, and self-discipline. I have no doubt that this remembrance had been thrown open to all who wish. Had it been thrown open to all who wish to attend, this venue will have overflowed, and the street beyond it will have overflowed as well. Such was the love and the regard Nigerians held for President Buhari, and such is the love they hold for him still. I thank every one of you present here for your continued devotion to his memory and to his legacy. Fellow compatriots, while we honor what President Buhari represented, we must pray for the repose of his soul and share in the family's grief. We must continue to strive in our own conduct to approach the standard he kept. That is the only tribute worthy of him, and it is the one he will have asked for. May God continue to grant President Muhammadu Buhari's soul eternal rest, Al-Jannatul Firdaus. Thank you all, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
That was the speech from the president, represented by the vice president, regarding the remembrance of the former president, his death 1 year anniversary, celebrating and remembering his good works. I believe Nigerians would miss him. At some point, he was a father, a leader, and was loved by many. And may his soul continue to rest in peace. Amen. All right. So, one of the things I would say I remember, from his administration was his fight against corruption. He was adamant about that. Even if people still argue that, in as much as he fought against corruption, his tenure was one of the most corrupted. People experienced the most corruption in his tenure. In as much as he was fighting against it. And that just shows how much of a corrupt people we could have as a nation. But he tried as much as he could. And another thing that struck bad for me was the money issue, the inflation, the period that there was cash scarcity, the controversy. He is either he was backing the CBN governor at the time, or he was not backing him. That period, we heard stories of how people ran out of cash. People went to the bank to ask for money, and someone was trekking because there was no cash. He died on the way. A couple of things happened. These were some of the things that people could remember during his administration. But then, let me leave you to have your thoughts.
Yes, thought indeed. Like you said, let the angels of heaven continue to sing our former leader, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, retired General Muhammad Buhari. During his time, he's told us that, like you started, about corruption being high during his I don't think you're right. But he said that his tagline, he always said that corruption, you fight corruption, corruption will fight back. So actually, he may have wanted to fight corruption, and corruption fought him back during his reign. Because the buck stops on the desk of every president, whether he succeeded or not is now left for history. There's a particular hymn, because I'm a Christian, and I will use what I know to refer to situations. There's a particular hymn in Anglican Church. That hymn said, "By their works, they shall be remembered. Only be remembered by the works they have done." Said, it will pass away, we fade away like stars of the morning. That loses its luster when the sun comes out. He said, just like that the people will go, but they can be remembered by their works. Muhammad Buhari, that time, when any people will use his name for so many things, even threat and tell you Buhari. It's now history. Buhari is being remembered 1 year after by the works he has done, and that's what we are doing here. The ones who has done well should serve as inspiration to the people in power now. And where he has made mistakes as a human being who is mortal, should serve as also as an inspiration where to pick from and change. And we remember that the president, the incumbent president, said he is continuing from where Buhari stopped. And the question is, during the reign of Buhari, we were crying that the fuel, price of dollar exchange, naira exchange to foreign currencies, so many things. But give it to him. This is a man in some other platform I've described that when he saw the hugeness of certain decisions he should take, he managed it. So instead of, like the Igbo say, going to remove the one in your stomach and you go there and use your leg to pick some and come back, he remained the status quo ante and managed the situation because Buhari was very close to the Talakawas, the masses. He couldn't take the decision of removing subsidy. We don't want subsidy, here we are. So when you look at Buhari, when Nigeria thought he was worse, we could look back in nostalgia and say, hey, how we wish it is Buhari time. Because you cannot compare a bag of rice of 7,000 naira with a bag of rice of 75,000 naira. You cannot compare 165 naira fuel with 1,500 naira fuel. So if you are remembering, and they only send the Shetima to go and make speech there, this government should go there to look at, study what Buhari did. Because my father told me that when an elephant is still in the ground, that the tortoise will think that they watered the ground. He wouldn't know his power of elephant that make him to kill easily. That is the Igbo translation of that proverb. So when Buhari was there, tilling the ground, some people thought he could do better. And when you get there, it's certain people, by your work, people will remember you. The present government will be remembered by theirs, just like we are remembering Buhari. And everybody who holds power, you know, is transient. Nobody knew that the big Buhari that's bigger than life. You remember, some of you were not born when Buhari's journey into power of Asarok started, and how he has been a strong man when he wants to take decisions. You will tell him, he said, I know. He's not moved by sentiment. He will still, but he cares about people. Now that we are, that the Igbo say, when a woman marries two husbands, he will not choose. Bet me. I'm a broadcaster, I'm not supposed to hold opinion. But I am sitting here to tell you, I would have preferred. At that time, it was like we are, but if they bring Buhari back, I will choose him over anything before I see a new thing. Because it's only what you experience you can choose from. You can't choose from what you do not know.
Okay. All right. So, your thoughts?
Well, I vehemently disagree with my senior colleague on his adulation of President Buhari. Nobody should wish for a Buhari, not even against a Tinubu. Buhari has the special opportunity of ruining Nigerian economy twice in his lifetime as president. He did it in 1984. He came back in 2015 and repeated it, this time around in a more gigantic dimensions. Buhari met a growing economy and they destroyed it. Buhari introduced millions of Nigerians into multi-dimensional poverty. Buhari lost touch completely with the population. By the way, he said that Buhari is in contact with the Talakawas. I think that was only to the extent of elections. Because when he was military president, we know about the repressions that happened under his regime. He used the war against indiscipline and the military to suppress civilians, jailed journalists, jailed politicians without trials. And when he wanted to come back as president, he began to cry to the masses. And when he got that opportunity, what did he do? He created more extreme poverty, more than any president in our history, not even a Tinubu. How does he love the masses if he's going to throw them into poverty? Buhari misplaced his priorities as president, constructed railways to another country when Nigeria needs a lot more of infrastructure. His singular achievement would be building a helipad for his personal use. Under Buhari, there were so many high-profile corruptions that he denied. When a governor was caught on camera hiding dollars under his cap, Buhari said it was AI. Under Buhari, remember the Minister of Aviation that built heaven on earth as his personal infrastructure. The Nigerian Air saga was launched and so many other scandals. Under Buhari, Sadiya Omar Farouk was the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs and she was accused of embezzling over 37 billion naira. Under Buhari, Abubakar Malami, as the Attorney General, he is currently facing 16 counts of money laundering of 8.7 billion. Under the same Buhari, had the Godwill CBN Governor Godwill MFL, who is currently facing charges under EFCC for countless embezzlement. Ahmed Idris, the Accountant General's was said to have embezzled 80 billion naira. Babakar Lawal, SGF, he's been accused of diverting 20 billion, and so on and so forth. There were forgeries. Buhari was simply not in charge of his government. Nigerian inflation multiplied by intense under Buhari. Buhari borrowed money against the future. He traded off future oil to borrow money, and there was no infrastructure to show for it. At least Tinubu is making some efforts, and I feel very awkward having to even defend Tinubu because Buhari was mentioned. Today, you see ENUGU Port Harcourt Expressway under serious construction. You see ENUGU and Expressway under serious construction, and efforts in various sectors of the economy. What infrastructure did Buhari touch in Nigeria? The poverty was worse, education was worse, and even security. As a former military general, even his home state became ravaged by insecurity under his watch. He did not make any attempt to bring back the Fulani headsmen that shared tribal connections with him. He didn't do anything to that effect. Buhari appointed, for the first time, a Chief Justice of the Federation that was not a secular lawyer. He made an Islamic scholar the Chief Justice of the Federation. The tribalism under Buhari, it was under Buhari that people threw away federal character. There was no effort to balance the government appointment. Buhari opened the floodgate for his kith and kin to benefit directly from the government. Buhari introduced prebendalism and nepotism in dimensions that have never been seen in this country. Buhari's presidency was a wasted 8 years. Nigeria should never experience another Buhari. Maybe because our culture will not speak ill of the dead. But nobody should even wish them. You see, I remember Nigeria has no president than Buhari.
Okay, so while he just looked at Buhari's administration from the worst and the failures, let's also look at it from the achievements and some of the successes he encountered during his administration. Buhari had infrastructure developments. He completed massive long-stalled projects, including Second Niger Bridge. And we're looking at the Lagos-Ibadan and Abuja-Kaduna railway lines and the rehabilitation of major federal highways. He also had agricultural revolution, launched the Anchor Burras program, which significantly boosted local rice production and pushed Nigeria toward agricultural self-sufficiency. Of course, that period, many people complimented him. They commended him for the boost in agriculture. He also looked at the anti-corruption tools and asset recovery and forced the Treasury Single Account TSA to centralize government revenue and successfully recovered billions of dollars in looted state funds. Still under Buhari's regime, Petroleum Industry Act, that's the PIA, signed the landmark PIA into law in 2021, overhauling the legal and regulatory framework of Nigeria's oil and gas sector after decades of legislative delays. Still under Buhari, he upgraded the Nigerian Armed Forces by acquiring Super Tucano aircraft and other platforms severely degrading and the operational capacity of Boko Haram insurgents in the northeast. All right, these were other under Buhari and some of the successes that Nigerians achieved. But looking at the bad part of it, just as you mentioned, another angle was that exploding national debt. That was a concern and part of it. But no government is perfect. There is always...
We're not looking at the perfectness. I'm just saying, if you have to choose, the incumbent government has borrowed money that Nigeria has not borrowed in 65 years of independence. So, if you look at a governor that sits, you have so many things, like we said, nobody is here to make, 1 year is not enough in my church to make somebody a saint. He has to look at through your records of what you did over time and see the potency of when I mention your name, can somebody's sickness be healed? You know, and they will make you a saint. So we are just starting. This is just 1 year. So barely like a human being, whether his remnant has decayed under the earth, we're just starting to remember him. When it gets to the time to make him either a saint or a devil, we will get there. We are not looking at few things we can pick out of his reign and say, if I have to choose, I didn't say for us to choose.
That's your opinion.
That is exactly what I'm saying. Because the man there, listen, somebody know that Buhari was a minister of oil even when he was civilian. He was into oil. Several angles of being in oil. Then before he became a president and became substantial also, minister of oil and gas. He had the opportunity of when people were saying subsidy, subsidy, subsidy. You know, because he has been going to Geneva, the OPEC Council, and knowing when you remove subsidy, what will happen. So he managed that. I'm not saying he's a perfect human being, but I'm saying he get to a point where certain decision I will take that will throw everybody off. I will restrain myself on doing that.
Mr. Chris, let's talk numbers here. I mean, we are broadcasters. Buhari did not remove subsidy.
Yes.
Because he didn't know how to go about it. I'm not comparing Buhari and Tinubu here. Let's talk about...
But if we have to do, let's do that.
Buhari came into a government that promised change. Nigeria was experiencing less than 30% poverty when he took over. And at the end of his regime, Buhari has 3.1% of Nigerians in multi-dimensional poverty.
So where are we now?
Excuse me, that is 133 million people. It has never been so. This government, you are forcing me into a debate on Tinubu and Buhari.
No, I'm not. No, don't. I'm just saying
let's focus on. You do know how the point newspaper described Buhari? The point newspaper described Buhari as being in perpetual denial. That was perpetual denial. Buhari's government did not even understand the enormity of the problems. Buhari had no hang on the situation. Do you know how much inflation? Is it so far away that we can't remember? Under Buhari, 133 million Nigerians out of 200 million became extremely poor, even by Nigerian indices.
We have to benchmark whatever we're saying.
Are we benchmarking it from where he took over, from a government that he vehemently campaigned against? He promised change. And it was Buhari that said, is $1 or $1 to 150 naira okay for you? No. What happened? Dollar plunged to over 400 naira under Buhari. Under Buhari, the out-of-school children skyrocketed. Under Buhari, Nigeria began to have severe budget deficits. I'm talking about currently this government does not even have the resources to meet up with our budget demands because the Buhari administration traded future oil. He borrowed against the future, not the present. See, there was no regime for 8 years. There's nothing to compare Buhari with. See, in the time we idolized Buhari, the military man, because who we desire for a strong man has gone.
Yeah.
The way you look at the numbers, there is nothing. See, The most regrettable thing that has happened in our history, especially under the return to democracy, is a Buhari. Let's not go there. I mean, he's dead. Let's give him his flowers. He was a nice guy to his family and to his close friends, but he was a tragedy being the president of Nigeria.
Well, if you say tragedy,
Wow.
we have just
I
one
think
year
everybody.
we have to pick from different sides, and when you balance it up, you find out that Nigeria is really a complex nation, and once our leaders understand how complex Nigeria is, they will know the enormous job facing them. Too. It's not enough to go to the street and say we occupy Nigeria, and you move the people in office and then go there. But we expect that you must have a blueprint of what to do. And what I'm saying is like, I'm not comparing. I'm just saying from where we are, the benchmark of where we are today, what are we feeling like? What is happening? If we say how many people were in poverty before, how many are in poverty now? What is the inflation rate before? What is it now? What are the prices? And everybody will always blame another man. Because why we want change and the renewed hope is that you are coming to renew hope that has been dashed by someone. And when we don't see that hope renewed, we still mention looking back across our shoulder. Then something is wrong. But that's it. So may God bless the soul of Buhari, whether he has done well or not. We are not the God that will judge him. But we believe one thing that everything we're saying here believes that God Almighty still sits on his throne to judge everybody. But we as human beings have to look at it and say, have you done well? Have you done badly? That's it. Thank you.
All right, so that's just about it on this very part of the program this morning. It's been an amazing and exciting time. We'll be, of course, we have more exciting content coming your way, but this is where we have to go on a short break to come back, to wrap it up for the morning.
Yeah, signature TV morning.
Yes,
continue.
it is very important for leaders to know that whatever we do, our life is, people can see what we do, even when we are out of seat, and maybe when we pass on, the legacies we leave behind will speak for us. We'll be right back just after this break. Stay with us.
We are local.
International communities observing why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
All right, thank you for staying with us. It's been a popular conversation so far in Nigeria, the fake agency and what have you going on in the presidency. But we had a conversation on that some time ago, and we'd like you to take a look at that. Stay with us.
Now, Muke, he is a politician and is also a journalist, here to share his thoughts on this particular controversy. You're welcome to Signature Morning. Thank you for joining us. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. First off, how do you see this this controversy concerning the PFIPC the presidency, Gbajabiamila Adeyemi. What, in your view, how do you see this issue?
I think it's a great mess. What is happening shouldn't happen at all. But in Nigeria, the assault takes eminence, you know. It's embarrassing that a country's chief of staff can be dragged into such a controversy by an Adeyemi that not many people knew before now. And but what's instructive is the outcome of what's playing out is leading to an investigation. And rationally, I believe we all should wait and see what the outcome would be. But in the meantime, it's absolutely embarrassing that we are talking in terms of a faceless group taking over the responsibility of the NIPC, finding space, if it is true, in our budget, finding space in our establishment in the Secretariat. And all of this took place under the watch of people who, how do we explain it? If they were operating out of this Federal Secretariat, I would give them an office space. How? If the activities fake, as we have been told, how did they get budgetary, if it is true, budgetary provisions? And why? Well, under whose guidance, support, they are able to speak to diplomats on behalf of Nigeria? So these are questions, but hopefully the upcoming investigation will unravel them.
Now, there are calls for the resignation of Femi Gbajabiamila. Do you support this demand for his resignation?
It's not a question of whether I support the demand for his resignation. When a public officer, a principal officer in the mood of the chief of staff is embroiled in some controversy, the kind that we have now in this country, common sense will dictate that he takes the option of resigning so that his presence will not interfere with investigations. So I think it's both moral and institutional. At a time like this, it shouldn't be a stumbling block in ongoing investigations. So yes, those calling for his resignation have a point, but I think that he has a moral burden to execute at this time on behalf of himself and the country. He should be the one taking that frontline position to stay aside until the investigations are completed. But also don't forget that he was the one who apparently blew the whistle when he wrote to the security agencies asking them to look deeply at activities of the Adeyemi group.
Right. And as events are unfolding, we see that he's also suing Adeyemi, for defamation of about 10 billion naira. And recently, we've also seen the arrest of Adeyemi's father and family friends. So I would also like to hear your thoughts about these unfolding events and if you think they are founded.
Well, it's well within his right to seek legal redress if he thinks there's been slander, he has been defamed. So he has a right to seek justice. But the arrest of Adeyemi's parents doesn't sit well. They don't have any. There's no direct link, or whatever between them and the supposed activities of their son. To that extent, and I think that many who have spoken on this matter have been very expressive. They said it's not right to take in the parents of Adeyemi. Adeyemi should be responsible for what he has brought upon himself. So this is not a time to visit the sin of the son on the father. I don't think it is right. It isn't right at all. Except there is evidence that they were collaborators. In trying to, as it has become now, defraud the nation. So I think that perhaps what could have started as a PPP arrangement got messed up along the line, the Nigerian way. Because even when you have a public-private partnership, you don't, you probably not be able to create a desk for such people. There are already established institutional desks, when it comes to investments and the flow of it into Nigeria. So I think that, like I said, we have something that looks small, blowing to the open. And when it does, I hope we'll be able to recover from it. Because it's some of the things that we're hearing at this point, it needs verification. It needs some disseated investigation. So did that. One wonders how it could have happened without some strong voices within the system backing them. They don't get there by accident. So now you can see that the presidency is reacting already in terms of how MDAs should package their budgets and all into one big saying, to avoid the kind of, leakages that are either taking place in the system or circumstances like this that are cropping up.
But do you think that Gbajabiamila should be the only focus? Because so far in all of this, the major names we are hearing, Gbajabiamila, Adeyemi, the presidency. But one would wonder, would you say that the attention is so much focused on Gbajabiamila? What about other people involved? Why do you think that the heat is not on them as such as people like the Accountant General and all of that?
It is probably early in the day now. If you followed my slant, you understand the point I'm trying to make, that there could be stronger voices in the background. And of course, those who are probably enemies of this administration certainly will latch on to Femi. If they get Femi down, they've gotten the system. So it's not surprising that Femi is an object of attack at this time. Now, but the issue is that, like I said, if it is true that they had a foothold in the service, a desk, an office in the system, who gave those offices and why? So we also say it was Femi who arranged it, So there's so much. I want to say this to the Nigerian people. I think we have this penchant for trying people in the media. Let's slow down. Let's wait for investigations to take place. And then, hopefully, we'll get to the bottom of it all. We hope there's not something that will be swept under the carpet. No, it shouldn't be. Now, but should we media try people when all of the investigations are not being concluded? My answer will be no. I don't think it is right. When you tarnish the image of someone, and at the end of the day, it becomes clean. How do you explain that? So, it may even explain why some of the time, in some of the cases that EFCC has investigated have collapsed. Because we run first to trial in the media, and at the end of the day, the substance is lost. So, even from me, as not just as a politician, but as also a journalist, I'd like to see a proper investigation commenced, so that we can hear from, of course, if there are officers that are involved in this, we can hear from their mouths, and tell ourselves this is the truth and this is not.
So that brings me to ask you, looking at the government's response to this issue, do you think that the federal government has responded appropriately? I mean, just this morning on the headlines, we saw that the federal government is calling for a probe by ICPC. Now, what do you think about, the government's response method so far?
I think it is the right thing to do to call for an investigation. Because as it stands now, the conspiracy theory appears to be gaining serious grounds within the public space. And give it or not, so we head towards an election. It is capable of destroying everything that the Tinubu administration has tried to do. It's just capable of blowing it away. And so it isn't out of place, even if we weren't going to an election. It isn't out of place for the government to say, look, wait a minute, gentlemen, let's investigate what's going on. It's right so to do. And if they didn't do that, I would have been more surprised. Now, an investigation has been ordered, no matter how belated. So let's see it. Somebody blew the whistle. The whistleblower is in the eye of the storm, accused even of receiving bribes or asking for bribes. And now the system that he works for is saying, okay, hold on, gentlemen, let's look closely at the facts. And I think that anyone who knows anything about what has happened, what is transpired over this month, to be able to come forward when the investigative panel is set up, to volunteer information, and so that we can get to the root of this matter. For so long, we have allowed some circumstances like this to be swept under the carpet, and I don't think it is right. Not right for the image of the country, not right for the image of government, and not even right for the image of the people.
Now, but for someone that is part of a controversy and also the investigation would involve him, the presidency just recently made him the head of the policing bill, the national policing bill. Do you think that is a right move, or that is a wise decision, making Gbajabiamila a part of the working group on the national policing bill?
Well, these decisions were taken before the controversy grew. I'm very certain, taken before the controversy grew into the open. Now, it depends. You see, the issue is how much facts are in the public place, how much facts are not in terms of intelligence to the system. Now, if Gbajabiamila is part of the policing project that's ongoing, it's because his confidence based on him by the one who appointed him. And then the implication is also that he's out there as a representative, not of his own person, but of a system that must get information on what's going on. So I don't see any conflict there. It's just that those decisions, like I said, if the issue is the issue of resignation, I am just thinking that if it were me, I'll ask myself, to what extent have I been exposed to this matter? And even if I haven't committed any crime, shouldn't I step aside and allow investigation go on and be completed so that nobody says that I'm interfering? That's why I said it's both an institutional issue and a moral question. For the institution, should be able to say to his appointee, please step aside. For the appointee who carries a moral potential, should be able to say, maybe I found myself in the middle of something that I didn't anticipate. Let me step aside until these investigations are carried on. So this is what maybe politics hasn't come to that level yet. Maybe it's something African about it, something Nigerian about it. Because in other climes, we had a prime minister step down recently. Is it that everything that they said about him was right? And when the issue is the issue of confidence, public confidence, when it begins to erode, then those who are in the public eye must dance differently.
Now, what message does this controversy send to the international community? Because this is a very public issue at this point, particularly, you know, with this this idea of Nigeria, and with this now, what do you think that this would do for our international image?
Well, I think we are Nigerians, and if you look at it very clearly, this tendency to cheat, to be greedy, do all kinds of things, is a with due respect, it's a Nigerian tendency, and that's why it persists. Every administration comes, pledges a fight corruption, and at the end of the day, corruption fights back. They'll put the President Buhari. So this is the kind of country that we come from, and the kind of mindset that governs the intent of those who gravitate or so such. Because there is this African saying that when you are pointing at somebody one finger, there are many fingers are pointing at you. You know, so even if we have to look at it from the concept of the mass, you remove the people who are coming into power are come from a mass of Nigerians. And then if you remove them, there are others coming behind them. They are Nigerians. It's almost the same tendencies, you know. So this is the thing. Nobody knows who will come and do it right. So it's difficult here, you know, to sound without trying to say that it's like, even when we talk in terms of the media, we say the media is a mirror of society. So those who are representing us, even in power, are mirrors of our society.
And even the Senate has come out to say that they won't dabble into this controversy. Are they justified in distancing themselves at this point?
This is the same thing. The Senate is not a court. I think the wise thing to do in the face of a promise of an investigation is allow the investigation to take place. The Senate exists to serve the rest of us. Like I said, they are not a court. And whatever they do now may model up ongoing efforts. So I think there's wisdom in the saying at this point in time, prepare to wait for the investigation to take place. Because I think that's what they're doing. By no means are they afraid of speaking their minds on matters like this, but it makes sense to get all the sides of the story, just like we do in the media. So several sides to a story, and until you have all of those sides, you cannot have a complete tale. So this is the point. If we were to use that as a framework for this conversation, it means that we need to wait for additional information to be put out there, because to act on the basis of some supposition, some speculation, it wouldn't be right. It wouldn't be right. And as journalists, we are investigators too, and we know that we must get to the bottom of the report, even before we write a line or two. So this is, I think when you put that together, what the hesitancy of the Senate as may be, I would think that they are hesitating on the side of caution, to allow for investigations to take place, because when you express opinions on the floor of the Senate, and those opinions carry weight, they can undermine an investigation that is going on. I think it makes sense for the Senate to recuse itself at this time.
Now, looking at this broadly, what, in your opinion, would you say are the wider institutional failures that allowed this situation to develop?
And it shows how both as an institution, we haven't always been very keen in our observation, very keen in how we watch what's going in and what's coming out. And that is why these guys, whoever they are, got embedded into the system. And since we live in a country where people are more interested in the money in your pocket and not how you got it, anybody could do anything to earn some money, you know. And of course, if that is correct, then maybe Adeyemina, who's being verified, I think it's even important that we hear from him. Let him tell us why and how he got where he got. And then this is why, you know, it's difficult for me, to proceed without additional information, so that all of us don't keep making the same mistakes. I believe that, of course, it exposes how our backline is open. You know, if you have a website and you don't have that backline washed, hackers will get in. You know, so this is the thing. I think that at this point in time, it's obvious that what has happened, embarrassing as it is, has shown that we haven't kept a keen eye on what's happening within our public service, you know, and particularly when it comes to funds. You can now understand why it's difficult, no matter what you do, you know, to stop those leakages that are usually embarrassing and costly, you know, to not just to our national institutions, but also our national image.
Now, as 2027 draws near, seeing this level of scandal, what issues do you think could possibly arise from this that could affect the 2027 elections or even the outcome?
Now, what will happen is that it becomes a major talking point. And I think our politics should be based on issues. We should be debating issues. We should be discussing more deeply instead of attacking persons. And so this is the point. I think that Providence has given us something to chew on, something to discuss as we go forward towards 2027. And so, we can honestly, I'm one of those who support issue-based politics. So let the Nigerian people know what they are voting for. Are you voting for reform? Are you voting for a rollback of reform? If there are trade issues, are you pro-life or, you know, you support abortion? It's time we played up issues because that's the only way we can have ideological positions taken by the political parties. You know, so many people have this, you don't even know what you are voting for. Voting day, somebody brings some little brown pennies and you collect it. And then the next thing you are shouting that you have a bad government. Then why do you take the money? You know, so all of this, the point I'm making is that we need to look at ourselves as Nigerians and we should be able to reorganize ourselves. Sometimes you say that leaders should lead, but followers should set the stage too. A leader dances in accordance with what he perceives is the orientation of the followership. You know, so while leaders should structure our direction, followers should be able to, you know, straighten their necks, make sure that they don't step out of line. You know, so I think going forward, yes, it's something that, of course, will be discussed, will form part of the campaigns. The opposition has something to debate with. And it's up to them now what they do with it. And then the system which is fighting back, trying to straighten things, also has something to present. So how they handle this issue will to a large extent justify the confidence that the people have, not just in their quest to return to power, but what they're doing thus far.
And going forward, what would you recommend, or what would you say needs to change in our system to prevent controversies like this from happening?
I think that one, we must give the media kudos. The media has always been up front there on the front line, exposing scams like this, challenging the nation's conscience through its numerous presentations. So we must give that to the media. It's been doing a clinical job over the years. Now, so what should we do as a country? Yes, we should become much more watchful. You know, you see something, you say something. So, and then one other thing to say here is that those who have come before us, sought our mandate to represent us, must be above board. And it's ridiculous, you know, difficult to even believe that under the watch of an administration, some people who do not belong to the system were able to infiltrate the system to an extent that even if it is true, there were budgetary allocations. So a non-government actor, you know, in the government budget is strange. It's strange, honestly. But it only means that people out there too who are holding power, because it's not easy. Should sit up, you know, be much more watchful, because many people, like the Bible says, not all who says Lord, Lord will get into the kingdom. So there are many people who are saying we are supporting you, but they're supporting their intent, their personal intent, and they should be able to separate the wheat from the chaff. I think I should stop there.
Thank you so much, Chief Obonamwuke, for joining us on the program this morning. It's an absolute pleasure.
We are local.
International communities observing where the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended say aye.
We have taken the bill by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
It's been an amazing morning, I must say. The conversations, the interviews, and of course, you know, what's trended on the national daily. It's been an amazing time doing this with you. And thanks for staying with us on this very part of the world, and of course the channel as well. I will be calling it short with my colleagues, where they'll be sharing their parting shot with us in just a few seconds before we wrap it all up.
Thank you for having been with us this morning. Like we always say, Signature TV is going somewhere, and we're glad that you have joined us. Please visit our online platforms and handles, and comment and share. What we have done very well, share with the world. What we do well, share with us so that we can improve. God bless you as you join with the rest of the program this morning on Signature TV. Don't go away.
Hello viewers, it has been a wonderful time again today on Signature TV. Of course, it's a long journey. We're on it together. Please stay tuned.
All right, and at this point we'll be joining our Abuja studios for more exciting content coming your way. My name is Christopher Lely. Good morning.
Friday morning here in the Federal Capital Territory. Not to worry, we are going to brighten your day. But let me start this way. What does it take really to run a nation? How complicated is it to run a nation? Can it not be simplified, since basic needs of any peoples are known? In a country that has its systems, what does it take to operate those systems? You earned 20 naira. You needed to spend 30 naira. You had to borrow 10 naira. Maybe my questions are simplistic, but let me tell you, in the course of this conversation, you'll get to know why I ask these questions. Bajabia Miller, 800 billion naira APC money. Are they the signs of the times? That's the issue we're discussing this morning. And my guest is Newton. Let me put on my glasses because these eyes are aging. Newton Oshemaye. Newton Oshemaye is of Action Aid Nigeria. Newton, you're welcome.
A pleasure. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Newton, I'm going to tell you something. Nigerians never prompted APC governors who, few months back, told this country that they contributed 800 billion naira for the presidential campaign of their principal, Ahmed Tinubu. It was not information that was put in the public space by the opposition. It was not information that was put in the public space by nosy journalists. It was not public information, it was not information put in the public space by security investigation. It was APC governors on their own who told Nigerians that they contributed 800 billion naira into an account being administered by the Imo State Governor, Hope Uzodinma. So there's no blackmail, there's no opposition meddlesomeness in the information that the governor themselves put in the public space. So this morning, we've kept calm over it, and Nigerians seem to be riding over, continuing. But this morning, we said, let us look at it, Newton. The rest of the story is this: that the 800 billion was deducted from allocations, federal allocations to the contributing states by special arrangement between the governors and officials of the Ministry of Finance. Newton, what I'm trying to paint, which I'm trying to paint for us, for us to begin this conversation, is a process. FAC, Federal Accounts Allocation Committee, determines what goes to each state. That's a process for making those monies available to the states. That process was abridged, undermined, or corrupted. Instead of the money going to the state governments, part of the money, according to the APC governors, not me, not you, not the opposition, not security, was taken and put elsewhere. Newton, what does that tell about the process, his strength or his weakness? its accountability, and its capacity to serve the public.
Well, thank you very much. I have been an anti-corruption crusader for over a decade now in Nigeria, and some of the things that we see right now, they are really not new to us. Just that they are playing out openly and playing out in a way that it is even the perpetrators of this crime, if you like. They are the ones who are also coming out now to tell the world what they are doing. What it means is that there is a complete breakdown in terms of how systems are working, especially our public financial management system is terrible in Nigeria. Governors no longer take directive. Governors are no longer guided by the public management, finance management documents, first and foremost the budget of the country. They have a way of manipulating the budget. So they decide over public resources as if it's their own personal resources. Again, like I said, it's a clear case of a breach of system, of laws and regulations in the country. And in a sane society, some people should be in jail by now. For even confessing that, they should be in jail and the investigation should have commenced. But again, both the person that should be investigated and those who investigate these people, they are all in the same establishment, which is the establishment that we struggle from our end today to overthrow. Let me quickly say this. When you begin to see this kind of things playing out, it means there is a bigger problem. And the problem is that democracy is gradually dying. There is a concept by political scientists called hybrid regime. A hybrid regime is where democracy is presented to the world as if it's functioning properly. You have independent electoral commission
by name.
You have the legislature by name. You have the judiciary by name. You have the executive by name. You have all the checks and balances that is presented to the world as it is happening. But in the real sense, the executive has hijacked the legislature, has hijacked the judiciary, and has hijacked the system completely. And everything that happens within that government is skewed towards favoring the ruling party. That is where we are right now in Nigeria. So more of this will happen. It's been happening. It's just that this one is coming out clearly to us. It's been happening because the waste and the mismanagement of governance, we have questioned it over time. That what is happening, Tinubu government has said that we've made more revenues, we've made more money, and we've given more money to these governors. And reports are showing that the rate of poverty is climbing. In fact, the IMF and the World Bank just released a report this year that by the end of 2026, they are projecting that our poverty level will be around 140 million in a population of 250 or 240 thereabout. What it means is that about 60 to 70% of people will be living in poverty. So this is a reflection that the resources that should go for road, the resources that should go for schools, the resources that should go for hospitals, the resources that should go for basic things that the poor could access to make life better for them, they are diverted into all kinds of things. Before I allow you, now 800 billion, maybe it's for election, maybe. And INEC law, the Electoral Act says that the limit for presidential election, the limit for presidential is 5 billion. That's the limit. That's the cap. So when government begin to contribute 800 billion for that same purpose, the question is, who now use the Electoral Act to bite? Is the Electoral Act just a paper that when people breach the Electoral Act, nobody bites? So these are the cases that we are seeing, and the terrible situation that this government and even some successive government have actually plunged Nigeria into. What it means is that rate of out of school children will go up. The rate of maternity health, death, and what have you will go up. Bad roads will go up. Rate of crime will go up. Kidnapping will go up, because these are all fallout of a broken system.
Newton, you know, I do not want to tread the path of some of my younger colleagues who call Nigeria a huge joke. That's an insult, which I don't subscribe to. Let us query the institutions and the system. It is illegal, it is wrong, it is unlawful within the public service rules and regulations to undermine the financial process. That financial process has been undermined by the open admission of those who undermined it.
Absolutely.
What institution should be reacting? The National Assembly.
Who has the oversight function?
Have they raised a whip? Or there was an expression I used in off-camera conversation. Have we developed an impervious political leadership that public sentiment, public opinion doesn't bother them, even when that public opinion is born out of facts? Should National Assembly not have reacted to this? Is it all a matter of partisan politics?
You know, the thing is this. You are only accountable and responsible to the people that you think actually voted you into power. But if your processes, the judiciary can no longer carry out their functions, and the executive is becoming reckless by the day, and nobody questioned them, the big stick, which is the check and balances that should be able to correct all these abnormalities, is broken completely. The legislature cannot call. You saw what happened recently, that a committee summoned the NNPC managing director, and he refused. He declined. He declined.
In a democracy.
In a democracy, he declined.
And nothing happened.
Nothing happened, and he went further to say that instead of him responding to them, he was already calling names in the National Assembly of people who are benefiting from a restructure. So that's,
in other words, we are co-thieves.
Exactly. That unholy matrimony, if you like, that unholy matrimony between the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary is what is playing out. In fact, that weakens the system, because now the institution that should have played that oversight function to say, wait a minute, do you have the responsibility or do you have the powers to disburse money?
If you cannot pay the governors, you query the financial system at the center.
So when such things happen, they can't do anything, because they are neck deep in the whole arrangement. It's an establishment. I don't want to use the word gang. It's an establishment of people who are in the same corrupt system. So I can tell you the only way out of this is that Nigerians must get the necessary political education, like we are having this conversation now. The necessary political education that will drive Nigerians into actions. Because Nigerians have taken this as a norm.
That's where I was headed to.
Nigerians have taken this as a norm. And why they're taking it as a norm is because the sufficient political education to drive their political consciousness, to drive them into action, is really not happening. Like I said, that is one way Action Aid is playing its own role, to make sure that people are sensitized of what is going on right now, so that they can take actions against their governor. Now, in around 2007 to 2010, thereabouts, civil society cried out that there is huge opacity in terms of how monies are disbursed from FAC. So mandated the Federal Ministry of Finance that regularly, on every month basis, you must publish whatever allocation that you are giving to each state. It must be disaggregated per state and per local government. so that people will know exactly what comes into the coffers of the state and the local government. It started. And people were using that to do advocacy and monitor how monies were spent. And of course, if you can't even monitor, you will know how much your governor has received. Governors became very, very careful. After some time, that process died. So what they do now, they don't disaggregate anymore. They just lump it up, and all the states goes so billion, and the federal government goes so billion. We are back to that state of opacity, where the process of disbursing public resources to these governors are no longer made public. And what I think we also call that information imbalance. Information imbalance or information asymmetry is also deliberate by this establishment. It's deliberate because the more information you get, the more power you get to actually make a case or even take actions. But if you are starved of information, you cannot do anything. The reason why we are having this conversation this morning is because we have information around this.
That's true.
If we don't have information around this, we won't even have this conversation in the first place. So it's a deliberate attempt of the government to starve the people of the necessary information that would drive them to actions because of the atrocities, because of the criminality, and because of the kind of things that they do, the kind of arrangement they do. How can you? I need to mention it because it's already in the public space. The Senate president, you will have your children in NNPC. Your name was mentioned. So when the matter was coming out, the man who was driving the matter, that man became your enemy automatically because you were protecting your personal interest. Now the thing is, if we must go forward, public interest must again override private interest.
How do we get about it? Because Newton, why I'm trying to push us to interrogate this matter is because some young boys, young men out watching us this morning will say, look at them now. They are so fussy about the matter now because they never get their turn. A national attitude is recruiting tomorrow's leaders into a culture of this is how to do it.
Yeah.
And those agitating against it, come on, these people are making nasty noise. In other words, we are progressively normalizing.
It's normalized. I'm sorry, it's normalized already. It's normalized. It's corruption. Corruption is like a norm right now in Nigeria, but they don't want to call it corruption. They just see it as, go and take a piece of cake. I give you a very good instance. I was in my state. I'm from Edo State. I was having conversation with some of my colleagues from Canada who came together. We were pushing for a particular candidate, and I said, I have a concern that this person might not be able to represent the interest of the people if he gets into power. You know what he told me? They said, that story or that narrative that I'm pushing now is of the old. It's of the old. That the present narrative is that what you get, what I get, is the narrative because they've seen it play out. They've seen it play out. Because when we've made all kinds of laws in Nigeria, there is this law that I think was going to change things, which is called the Unexplained Words Act.
Yes.
That all of a sudden you are seeing in a very flamboyant lifestyle. The EFCC or the ICC will have the right
presumptuously arrest you. You have to now explain why.
Explain seize all the assets in the first place. You go to court. The onus is reversed. It's on you to come and explain
how you made all this money.
I thought that was going to settle the problem if effectively applied. Unfortunately, that has not happened. That is why the likes of the FCT minister who come on national air to say, I have a Rolls Royce. Go back to history. You have never worked anywhere. You have never owned a company. You've never been a merchant of any business. And you've been in public office for a while. And you are coming to flounce to the same public that, look, I have a Rolls Royce. Because that law wouldn't work. Because the same people who makes this law, they also breach the law. So like, if you ask me, the only way out of this is that, I don't want to use a very hard word, is that people must be sensitive enough to be able to take action. And we've not gotten the critical mass of Nigerians who will hit the street of Nigeria to say, no, enough is enough. This cannot continue. Of course, the establishment has also been able to weaponize poverty against the people, because they know somebody who has not seen 10,000 naira for the last 5 months, if you give the person 20,000 naira, the person will begin to shift ground. So we must have that agreement as a people, not as. So it's going to be the people against this establishment until we come to that point.
Let us look at the people. You just said weaponizing poverty. Recruitment process, political recruitment process going on now. People who are going to be in the House of Representatives, senators, prospective governors, and all that. Let's query the process. Remember this conversation because of all this humongous amount of money,
yes,
which we did not ask APC governors to tell us about. They on their own told us. So we are using what they told us to have this conversation.
Yes.
The basis for recruiting people into political positions, as you are talking now, is how much do you have? How much do you bring into the coffers of the party?
Absolutely.
How much do you offer the party chairman? How much? How much? Nobody's considering trustworthiness. Nobody's considering competence, technical or managerial. All that is being considered is how can he fund this movement, this party, this campaign.
Absolutely.
Even when you are a known fraudster. But if you come out, the truth of the matter is that Bello Tuji, the Boko Haram leader, the bandit leader in Zamfara state, if he elects now to say, okay, I have stopped banditry, and he comes out with this lorry load of money, he can get a ticket.
I'm sure that's very correct.
What are we going to do to begin to give some measure of moral, ethical, decent value to those who are managing the processes for this recruitment into leadership? What can we do? Oh, are we done? Are we done? Are we dead and done?
No, not really. I think it might take some time, but then, like I said before, we need to build that momentum. And not just build it, we need to build it with the understanding of what we want to get out of it. Okay. It's unfortunate that we are here. Right now, if you look at the national, the name, there's a name that is trending right now, Bajabia Miller issue is trending right now. The same Bajabia Miller, don't forget, there was a case, allegation against him in the US. Okay? About all kinds of things that he did with his law firm. The Senate President has truckload of
cases before the
EFCC. He's the Senate President. There are some other names there in the even the governor of former governor of Abia State and others. These guys, they have cases with the EFCC.
With the law.
They've not been cleared. But they had the money. And the money paved the way for them into making laws that should have been keeping them down. So that's the problem. Until the people come to that consciousness that their destiny is stolen.
Isn't there anything that the judiciary can do for us?
Wow. That's
isn't there anything
this might be another conversation for another debate. I'm going to give you a quick story about the judiciary. Now, until the judiciary becomes independent,
which it is not,
there's nothing Nigerian judiciary can do. It's going to be selective. Maybe you take time to go and read literature about hybrid regime. You will see how this establishment captures the judiciary. They decide the kind of law. They decide the interpretation of the law. You just see all those names, all those justice and whatever. You see all of them sitting down there. But the real people who decide the interpretation and the outcome of justice, they are behind. So that is why you have election in Nigeria. Somebody is quick to tell you, go to court, vote to court. Somebody who rigged an election, openly rigged an election, or who came out fourth in the race, will quickly tell you, go to court. Because he has confidence in the court, he has been able to buy the court.
He has bought his confidence. Okay, so it's a conversation for another day. Well, we'll take a short break now, very short break. And we go to something that is trending currently. Has Gbajabiamila really a case to explain to Nigerians? Again, we look at it from a failing system, not from an individual perspective. Please stay with us. Well, can see I'm putting on my glasses so that I can see clearly. So I want to read out something to you. Now, on January 24th, 2017, one gentleman, Prince Adeyemi Matthew, was reported in the media to have been elected as President General of the World Youth Organization. They were reported to have assumed duty on the UN in the UN headquarters in Geneva, or at the UN headquarters in Geneva in Switzerland on Monday, January 22, 2027. And he was to serve in that position for 5 years, which means his tenure would end in 2022. That Adeyemi Prince was reported to have been a former aide to former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon. The police was subsequently to investigate that report and invest that gentleman. And there was no evidence that he did occupy the position he had later occupied, nor won the election into the office he purported to have won election into. That is the report. This same gentleman again, this same Prince Adeyemi Matthew, has surfaced again. He is reported to be claiming falsely, not my own words, that he was appointed the Director General of the Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council. Quite a mouthful. Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council. And also another agency, Presidential Economic Advisory Council. And he parades letters of appointment to that effect. Ordinarily, these appointments would have meant nothing. After all, the presidency creates agencies and appoints people into those positions. But there's a problem here. The gentleman says the chief of staff to the president was asking him to let go quite substantial percentage of budgetary allocation to those two agencies, and that he had made an offer earlier of 400 million naira to secure those positions was occupying. The bribe is his business, not our business. But that allocation to those agencies were to be shared between him and Gbajabiamila is our interest here. Newton, I told you before we came on air Like one of my senior colleagues said, why are you bringing these two things together? And I said, I'm trying to create a character profile. The first one, the same institutional failure, the same process.
Yeah.
Taking money and sharing out the money. And the same thing seems to want to play out here. But please let me also admit openly that the Right Honorable Batabia Miller has washed his hands of this nonsense. And that was why I brought up this story. That if we were to gauge the person talking based on what was reported as police investigation of him, and the outcome established that it was not true, then his words may be doubtful. But he has said, one, but the Biamina says to me that those agencies don't exist and therefore I could not have been given an appointment letter. But those agencies are in the 2026 budget. Allocations have been made to them. Those agencies have office in the Federal Secretariat and staff seconded from the office of the head of service. Those agencies, he has DSS details protecting him, police details protecting him.
Yep.
In other words, these are items for government legitimacy. Can I borrow the word of the lingo of some of my friends from Jamaica? Newton was wine.
A lot is going. You see, let me start from what you said that, the bribery case is his business. No, bribery case is a serious case in every single country, especially when it has to do with a public office holder. And again, whether Bajabi Amila is washing his hands off from this matter, it's not easily said that, I don't know anything about it. It's not easily said. First and foremost, I think the responsible thing to do is to resign from his office or step aside. Maybe not resign, step aside from his office until this case is properly trashed out, whether he's involved or not. And a competent court should be able to decide that. Not even the presidency can say that, because the allegation has to do with crime. And crime is a serious offense in every country. Bribery is a crime. EFCC Act, ICPC Act, even police section of the Police Act actually treat crime as a serious, a crime against the state in the first place. I don't even want to say a crime against the people, a crime against the state. If you have used your public office in the first place to do deals, that's a crime against the state. It's bribery.
Let us look at it. I want to please offer us more dimensions to this. One is the chief of staff said that there are no agencies like that.
I'm coming.
So the crime of creating an agency, who created it?
The agency. That's not
who inserted it into
by our law. Agencies of state or institutions of state can only be created two ways. One, by the National Assembly, that's by the acts that pronounces so this entity is hereby established by the National Assembly. That's one. Then the second one is by executive order. The president can decide to create an office to make his work run. So, are you saying that the existence of this agency does not have recognition with the legislative process? Or it does also not have recognition with the presidency? Now, if that is correct, how will Parliament recognize an agency that does not have recognition in its process?
Is it a creation by it?
Exactly.
No law.
Exactly. Creating it. And
giving it money.
You give it money. Growing up, I used to hear of ghost workers. What we are beginning to see now is not just ghost workers, but we are beginning to see ghost institutions. Ghost institutions. So if we probe deeper, it means, listen, let me also share this. The way criminals think, the way perpetrators of all these people who breach the system, who bypass, circumvent the processes, the way they think. For everything that they are doing, they are building on something. It must have been done before successfully. A criminal can only come to your house, break into your house, take things away, and find out that that same route it took to get to your house is still open. They will come the second time. So there's a gap in the system. That's what it means. There's a gap in the system. And the oversight function of our legislature is not effectively carried out. Because these are things that whether the opposition party or members in the House should have also flagged this. Even if the APC members are going to say, okay, this is our own team, let's do it. Nobody flagged it. It means completely the oversight function is faulty. And to take public resources is mismanagement. And mismanagement is a serious issue. It's a serious issue. Mismanagement is enough for the Senate president and the authorities or group of persons who approve that particular budget.
The Senate Committee on Appropriation.
Yes, to completely leave the office. Things just go seamlessly. I think this cries because the sharing formula had problems.
Just like the first one. I said I was trying to establish the character profile. The first one,
the sharing formula.
Now,
exactly, the sharing formula had problems. Some years ago when House of Rep members were there fighting and they are doing it, I keep telling some of my colleagues, I said, this fighting, forget it. There is a problem with the sharing formula. If the sharing formula was good, from the confession of the man, you can see that the whole issue boils down to sharing formula. Oh, I mean this. No, this is not what we bargain. I can't give you this. You can't have. That is the argument, and that is why this is not in proportion. But let me also tell you, in a sane society, Adeyemi should not be running. There should be a law first and foremost to protect him, because one, is a whistleblower. Two, is a weakness.
Yeah, let me give out public information.
Yes.
As at this morning, a publication by Premium Times indicates that Adeyemi has gone on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And he said that his life was being threatened and there are moves to silence him. Again, if I go back to the first story, which I began this conversation with, I do not believe everything I hear. But I need to put it into public space so that those needing information to make up their minds would also know what to do. That was the latest report as at this morning.
Yeah, I've also read that report. That's what I'm saying. I'm even writing on that report that the likes of Adeyemi should not be hiding. It should be protected because there's a law called witness protection. That was the reason why that law was, I don't know whether it was passed into law eventually. That was why we're pushing for it. That if you have a witness, a permanent witness to a criminal case of this magnitude, first and foremost, the law should protect him. So if Adeyemi continues to run, who is going to give the evidence that this thing really happened? That's one. Then two, he's a whistleblower. He has blown the whistle. So the state agency should be able to protect him so that we don't lose the evidence. Because in the court of law, if you don't have the evidence, you don't have a case. So if Adeyemi continues to roll, what are we taking to the court to decide whether Biamila was involved in all this or not? So that's the reality. Now, this also takes me to another point, that it is possible that most of the agencies and most of the items that are lined up in our budget every year, they are not real. It's a wake-up call for Nigerians. It's a wake-up call for Nigerians to go back and pick up the 2026. I don't want to even go back to 2025. Pick up the 2026 budget and scrutinize it properly and ask for where are these agencies How were they created? Who are the people funding these agencies? We need to know. So that agencies, again, don't become channels of taking much needed resources for development into personal pockets.
Okay, my producer is giving me signal, but I wouldn't cave in very quickly. Just one last issue.
Yeah.
With this conversation this morning is essentially the failure of the system.
Completely.
Can you look at the consequence? What is this consequence of this kind of development for our national development?
The people. The consequences of the people. The people will go down more. They will suffer more. You're going to have, like I mentioned before, you're going to have more out of school children. You're going to have increase in crime. You're going to have more poor people. From our perspective, that is the dangerous thing for us. That more innocent people will suffer this. They won't be able to access hospitals. They won't be able to access good roads. They won't be able to access potable water. They won't be able to access school. And unfortunately, the women, children, and people in the village will disproportionately pay for this.
Well, almost 58 minutes I've been conversing with Newton Oshemaye of Action Aid Nigeria. The issues are quite serious, I must tell you. Even though they seem to fall into one thing, the failure of our systems, but that failure is also very big query on the character and of those who recruit into leadership. Well, let me conclude this conversation this morning by acknowledging the statement by one of my colleagues, Bayo Ononoga, in the presidency, who says we should not come to conclusions, we should not make a lot of statements about this matter because it could be sub judice because the case is in court. Well, let me remind Bayo that our teacher, late Dr. Olu Onagorowa, said to us that any court that is influenced by media opinion, any judge that is influenced by media opinion is not worthy of the bench on which he sits. Because it means that judge cannot stand the fireworks of legal arguments. Because arguments come from both ends, it means that such a judge will be a reed in the wind. Wherever the argument comes, he bends that way. He's not guided by law. We will not leave this matter alone. It's a matter of public interest. We will not come to conclusions. We just bring down the facts. This morning, let us, on your behalf, thank Newton Oshemaye. Newton,
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
I hope that you find us worthy of returning.
Absolutely. Anytime. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And that's our edition for this Friday morning. I hope that you've enjoyed it. Let's meet again next week. Good morning. Newton.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Hello, this is the conference, and my name is Mwabu Zenjok. You are welcome. We make it business-like today because we are talking real national business. Let me first meet my friends who are my guests today. Dr. Obinna Nwachukwu, he is the Managing Director, Editor-in-Chief of Montage Africa Media Limited. Dr. Nwachukwu, you are welcome.
Thank you, Chief, for being here once more.
Great. I have for the first time in this program, or on this program, Tochukwu Okorie. He is the Executive Secretary of, let me be clear about it, Provocate Transparency and Accountability Initiative. Okorie, let me give you a handshake. You are welcome.
Nice to be here.
By the way, where have you been really?
I've been around.
Do you want me to say something?
That's it.
I will say you are welcome to the program.
Thank you.
And on my left is my very big friend. I always call him the Just Man, Alpha Jagdeen. Alpha Jagdeen goes by that beautiful name, a media consultant. Jagdeen.
Truly an honor to be here.
No, Jagdeen, please. I want you to consult for me. What does it look like consulting media matters for me?
Is to make everything better, to come from a position of expertise, to give credence to ethics, and to give credence to professionalism. So I can assure you that we are made to understand the biggest room in the world is the room for improvement. So there is always something that can be improved upon, and that can only come by if we give credence to best global practices.
Best global practices, that's what he brings into the media consultancy business. Maybe if you want to look better than you look now, please talk to Alpha. But for this morning, we're not looking at looks. We're looking at critical national issues. When the Tinubu administration came to power, on the first day, the president announced two fundamental policy initiatives. One, subsidy on petroleum products, gone. Two, merging of the forex, no multiple windows. Those two policies have been driving every other action taken by this government. There are those who've been screaming, the policies are hurting, the policies are killing the economy, the poor is getting poorer and the population of the poor is increasing. All manner of screams. But this morning we are going to look at something positive, apparently, that has fallen out from those policies. Financial windfall for the subnationals. The states are getting humongous sums of money and smiling home. The local governments have been allocated sums of money they never dreamt would come their way. What are they doing with that windfall? Indeed, is there financial windfall? I will begin with Dr. Obinna Nwachukwu. Dr. Obinna, you've been around government, you've been around private sector. You are in the media, critiquing, examining. I saw your paper carry one front page story 2 weeks ago or thereabout. The MDAs are cash strapped. Is there a financial windfall for the subnationals?
Thank you, Chief. Once more, I'm happy being here. It's always a pleasure. In the first place, I have to say that there is no financial windfall, as far as I'm concerned. If you check what we have now, in terms of exchange rates, and in terms of inflationary pressures, compared to what we had some 5-6 years ago, or even beyond, you will realize that there's no financial windfall. Because the cost of goods have gone up. There's even what we call an economic stagflation, where you have the same package but quantity less. Sometimes, in some cases, even the quality has gone down. So, I don't think there's a financial windfall. In numbers, we could say there's a financial windfall. But in terms of purchasing power, I don't think there's anything.
Let's look at the numbers first. If my producer can please help me, just help me with the figures. You put on the screen the figures, because statistics don't tell lies. Even though there is a course in communication which is called lying with statistics. But statistics don't tell lies. If the figures in 2023 allocation to the states, for instance, were 200 billion, and now they are getting 500 billion. Okorie, what is a windfall if that number has been so tripled? You are heading home with far more cash. There's no increase in number of your employees. I know, don't you have so much left to play with?
There is a whole lot of sense in what Dr. Nwachukwu said. At the beginning of May 2023, the exchange rate was about 700 to
the dollar.
A dollar, 700 naira to a dollar. By the turn of the year, December 2023, the dollar had hit about 1,600 to 1,800. That's more than double. Now, inflation rose from a single or around maybe not single digit, we had gone past single digit. Buhari had brought us to about 18 to 20%. But by December, the same year, we were hitting over 40% rate of inflation. And that has been sustained up till now. The net effect of that is that the quantity of asphalt that you would get as at May 2023, early May, before May 29, the quantity of asphalt you will get with 1,000 naira, okay, and what you will get with 100 naira today is probably just comparable. In other words, you will spend more than twice what you would have spent in May 2023 to a kilometer of road. So, in effect, what has changed is just the volume of naira in the pocket or in the hands of the state government and the local governments. Substantially, not much has changed in the real sense of it. To balance that, you can also say that whereas this volume of money is in the hands of the subnational governments, the civil servants in those governments would have gone home better if they had more, a higher volume of those papers in their own hands to at least deal with inflationary tendencies which don't select whether you are in government or out of government, or whether you're a civil servant or you're a businessman. So the transition from what it used to be to where it is does not reflect at the civil service level, because the jump from 35,000 to 70,000 minimum wage does not address the more than triple increase in inflation.
We'll come to that. Jack Jane, our two colleagues seem not to agree that there's windfall for the subnationals.
I'm in tandem with what they just said. Their position is apt. There can't be a better time to discuss this topic because it's the reality we are faced with today. When the current administration came on board, there is something that the President and Commander-in-Chief has always tried pushing forward. And what is that? He has been talking to the governors to please use the resources at their disposal to better the lives of the people. In fact, some analysts would say that it's in an attempt to further divulge power to the subnationals, as it were, that he has decided
to push more money to them.
But as it were, it puts to test this dictum which says, to whom much is given, much is required. Because the truth of the matter is that there's very little that these governors can do with what is presently being sent.
In other words, that volume does not translate into...
It's just quantum. Chief, this beautiful hat you're wearing is 45,000 to 55,000 naira in the market today. But 3 years ago, if you had 15 to 18 to 20,000 naira, you buy it. I can tell you, anyway, let me just keep that. And hence, the bottom line is we are far from target. In fact, we have missed the way. I am a very strong advocate of, if we want Nigeria to be the Synosia of the world, if we want life to be better for the Nigerian citizenry, can we sit down to a town hall? Can we call our experts? Can we call every stakeholder towards seeing how we can buttress the value of our currency?
Let us look at it. Jack Dingwait. Is it really true that there's no windfall? And let me tell you why I ask you this question again. If these two policies were enunciated in United Kingdom, in US, in Japan, will they be discussing the value of their currency against the dollar?
Chief, let me, before I comment, there's something I want to say. For Nigeria to move forward, for the subnationals to move forward, we must change the idea, the entitlement mentality which we have. It trickles down even to our homes. And that's why members of the National Assembly, that's why those in the executive positions, in quote, are stealing these days, because people back home are expecting something from you. And that's that entitlement mentality. They believe that we voted for you, you must do our road, pay our children's school fees, feed us 3 times a day. Anytime we come to your house, you bring drinks and all that. So, because of that, people are trying to pile money. But we cannot move forward if we don't do 2 things. One, each subnational, in this case states and local governments, must look inwards by developing their internally generated revenue. There is no studies have shown that there is no local government, no community in Nigeria that is not endowed with one natural resource.
But that is also increasing the volume of money available to them.
We're not talking about let me land. Because if I believe that Mohammed and Joko will always do everything for me, I will remain idle. And what will I do? I will get myself involved in spending the money without recourse, without thinking. But if I am generating that money, I will use it prudently. So the states have to look inwards and develop the IGL. 2, you cannot talk of windfall when there is no industrialization. Okay, you say there is a windfall, but Nigeria is still the poverty capital of the world. So how do you balance that? If there is a windfall, if people are eating very well, if the economy is robust, why are we still the poverty capital of the world?
That is the question to ask subnationals.
Yes, because there is no industrialization. Jobs are not being created.
Is it going to be created by the federal government? The subnationals own the land, the subnationals own the population, the nationals have the university located there.
The money going down to the subnationals are not for job creation. Principally, it is maybe to pay salaries. How many industries are working today? The current administration, either federal or state, how many industries have they started or have they enabled? Which environment is being enabled? It is the duty of government to create the enable environment. We're having problem with power. People are almost go to one estate, apart one estate. I think it's along Asoko area. I think it's owned by Air Force. Every building there has a borehole. Everybody drink their water. And you know the effect. So, there is no industrialization. So when you talk about America, Europe and all that, they will not talk about it because there is industries, there are job opportunities, there are what we call fallback measures. There is nothing like that.
Okay, you know I read that.
Some years ago,
yes.
some years ago, I'm sure, depending on the kind of car you use, with 8,000 to 12,000 you fill a tank. Sure. Today, there are some cars you fill with 100,000 naira. So let's say you give me 2 million today, or let's say my salary, maybe my salary is 200,000 and I was jubilating. Do you know that today anybody that has a car cannot survive on 200,000 naira salary, because the minimum you can spend on fueling your car, maybe if all these small cars, is 40,000 a week. 40,000 times 4, that's 120,000. So if you're on
160,
so fine, maybe 2 years ago my salary was on 60,000. You increase it to 200,000. Is that not what you're talking about windfall? But as at that 2 years ago, 60,000, maybe 1/4 would have taken care of my fueling for 1 month. Now you increase it from 60,000 to 200,000, and you're telling me that you're giving me a windfall. When out of 150 of that amount, I will use to fuel my car. I've not paid school fees. Every school has increased their school fees by 3-4 times, like my brother Tochukwu said. Everything you need, even transportation from here now to Umuahia, is 45,000-50,000. Something that used to be 15,000. So if you are going to your village in a public transport, you keep 100,000 for transport alone. So if you increase my salary from 60 to 200,000, and you say give me a windfall,
okay,
there's no commensurate distance.
Thank you. Okay, you know, I'm insisting. My line of thought was, if these two policies were instituted in UK, in US, in Japan, in Germany, will those economies and their media eggheads sitting down now be talking about the value of the dollar? Because they expected, with the more volume of naira of their currency available to the subnationals, to use existing expertise and competence to drive national development.
Well, let me first disagree with Dr. Bin at some of the issues he raised. There are basic problems that are what I call policy problems. All right, and we're talking about subnationals. Before you go to talk about whether that has translated to a jump in a micro at the micro level, whether people have food to eat, or movement, transportation, and all of that are eased, and all of that. The question is, what can the subnationals do with what they have? Now, again, Chief, you do not compare apples and oranges. These are two different economies. Nigerian economy and the UK economy are two different things. Now, over the years, UK currency has remained stable, relatively stable against competing currencies. That hasn't been the case with our local currency here. Secondly, anywhere in the world where there is a situation of more money chasing fewer goods, you also have inflation. So when this volume of money is pushed into the system, the country or the economy is awash with money, you would expect a spiral inflation. Any economy will respond to it somewhere in a similar direction. But what will the difference be? The difference will be in what the government does, the policymakers, what do they do in response to those pressures? And if you asked me, or like you just did, I would expect that before even making such moves, making such announcements like subsidy gone and all of that, there would have been this economic eggheads and all of that think tank that would have sat down to anticipate the response they would get, the economy, how the economy was going to respond to those policies, and would have planned a strategy to also absorb those shocks. Because definitely there will be, anywhere in the world, there will be a shock in the economy. But what the difference will be, are there plans in place? Are there structures in place to respond to those shocks? And in our case, the answer is no. In UK, I would expect, going by antecedent, that they would have structured out all of this, anticipated all of this, and planned to absorb whatever comes out of it, the fallout of all of those things. We are here today grappling with the fallout of that first day announcement by the president, which we would have anticipated if there had been a plan, if there had been structures put in place and all of those things. Now that is absent. Now, so down to the subnationals, is there really a windfall? The argument is still the same, and I will be talking in terms of the what the money could do for the local government chairman and for the state governor. If I were, and I respect that Imo State Governor has
increased minimum wage to over 100,000 naira,
to increase minimum wage. That is actually more like it for me, because before you talk about, Dr. Nwachukwu was just talking about fueling, and it's a fact of life. It's a reality that I fueled my car full tank in May 2023
with about 8,000,
about 8, 10, 15,000, depending on what size of car you're driving.
Now you are fueling with 40, 50,
more than
60,000
triple of that amount will not do the same thing for you. So it makes sense for me that rather than looking at what you're giving to the civil servants as a favor you're doing to them, look at it as, look, this is the reality
to the economic situation.
To the economic situation, which is the truth. So, and we will now zero in on, we are here, this is where we are, this is the reality of our situation. What can the subnationals do? And one of them is what we are discussing. How do they jumpstart the economy? How do they make this money work? And the question will also be, those who were there before them, who didn't experience this so-called windfall, did they manage the resources
they had then?
They had
and what has changed?
That's the question.
There is something Okori has said now. Okay. The money available to them, what did they do with it?
Well, to answer your question, but can I just a kind of step back?
Yes.
You brought a laydown of developed economies. Don't forget that our economy is largely import substituted. There's hardly anything we produce here. That is what has dollarized our economy. That is why even the woman selling IOU in the market will tell you, Oga,
gentlemen, I want to put a scenario. Please, I want to put a scenario. I don't want to forget. Just 1 second. So much money available to the subnationals, even at the center. Yeah. So much to do within the economy. Roads to build, rail to build, schools to build, hospitals to build, electricity to work on, dams to be built, security equipment to be bought. All these things I have mentioned within the Nigerian economy are money exports. Nigeria exports money to get them. You can hear a governor comes here and says, I built some of the finest roads in my state. I used Boeings. I used Julius Berger. He mentioned 3, 4, 5 foreign construction firms. That is that money, that volume of money being exported. Yeah. Now we talk about our electricity sector. We go to Germany, we go to France, now we go to China, we sign MOUs to import competence and equipment to build. Yet we have quantum of money that we could have used to pay Dr. Binna, who's an expert, to pay Okorie, who's an expert, to pay Jardine, who knows, thoroughly competent in his field. But our establishment, we choose to export that money. Does it depend on the value of the naira? Or does it depend on a mindset and attitude? Yes,
can I attempt to answer that question? Chief, you're the oldest man on set. Dr. Obinna is here. Way back in the 70s, I knew of roads that were constructed in my state, Plateau, by the then Ministry of Works, or whatever it is called. Those roads are still in existence.
Gentlemen, Jack Dean has drawn up the issue.
These were local engineers. These were bona fide Plateau indigenes, and probably if there was need, technology came from somewhere. You see, we live in a country where we are celebrating building bridges, when in other places AI has taken over, when in other places they've been to the moon several years back. Technologically, we probably are nowhere. If you see what is happening in the world today, the truth of the matter remains that we have not even started. Probably the person that will even emancipate us has not yet been born.
But this country has been there since then.
Hold on. Here we are talking to the international community. I hate to say these things on national television. I wish this was just a local, conversation. But the bottom line is, I will also tell you, a particular administration in Jos awarded a contract to where my former secondary school used to be. Chief, That road was washed off after 2 rainy seasons.
Good.
By a local contractor.
By a local contractor.
By a local contractor.
Okore, he's given two contrasting examples. How the roads built many years back by Nigerian engineers still standing. Roads built now by Nigerian engineers washed off. Then governments were dependent and had confidence in that Nigerian engineer. Somehow that confidence and trust seems to have vanished. And so we import. You know, I'm raising this matter because this quantum of money available to the subnationals is exported in order to bring in competence. Whereas the policymaker anticipates big volume of money to be used to service local expertise, keep the money inside, raise the local, domesticate the competence, and the policy would have worked.
And reflect the economy.
Chief, the situation is not as
simple as I'm painting it.
You're painting it. There are deep policy issues that account for these things, and I don't believe that it's a matter of competence. This same local contractors and local engineers that that did the roads that got washed off after first rains, I can put it to you, the same people can build roads that can last 50 years.
So who done it?
Now, so it's
who done it?
let me explain. You see, it's a question of the egg and the chicken. The trouble we have is we have our politics upside down. We have a situation where the politicians live in opulence at the expense of everyone else. And therefore, everybody is under pressure, chasing the politician, trying to, because your children go to the same school as those of the politicians, and so on. You buy from the same market. So when these inflationary pressures come, they don't select the
politician's wife from my own wife,
from your wife. So that is the problem. So the local engineer is doing everything to save as much money from the contract sum to be able to pay millions of naira in school fees and buy fuel in his car and so on,
and service his status
and service his status and all of that. So the problem is really not about the know-how. It's not about the skill. It's not about it is about the rush for money, the rush to meet up, like we say now. And if you're not meeting up, nobody is there to excuse your failure. There's nobody going to excuse your failure. So you're going to do now. So here's the problem. I was discussing offset with my brother here, and I said our problem in this country is one, and that problem is our politics. We have a National Assembly, and we have 36 state assemblies that are peopled by our brothers, our relations, who from day one are already planning the next election. And so their preoccupation is to get enough money to buy votes or impress people around. Now, there is little thinking about how to improve the local economy, about how to reduce the pressures on families. For example, there is increased tendency towards parents sending their children to private schools because the public schools are collapsing. There are no teachers, there are no classrooms, there are no study materials. And they're also looking at a school that posted last JAM and last WAEC and NECO, they posted 70% of their students scoring high grades. Okay, so you as a parent, you want your child to come out tops. And genuinely or otherwise, you think that this school is doing well.
And so you pay more.
You look for the money. You do everything
the pressure is
to
on
get
you.
the money. So the pressure is on you. So these are some of the problems. It's more of our politics than our competence.
Let us look at the politics. There was a video I wanted my colleagues, my producer, to play, but on second thought I said, leave it. A senator of the Federal Republic, respected senator, Dr. Ojuzo Kalu, hosted the publisher of Ovation newspaper in his house. What's his name?
Dele
Momodu. And he was referring to pre-1998. He said he knows governors, he knows politicians who have become billionaires, who were nobodies before they entered into politics. Let me quote him. They stole public fund to become politics, and he warned that if you dared him, he would name names. I didn't want to provoke social media backlash. I didn't want to play it back. But the central bank governor 8 weeks ago raised the alarm that there was so much liquidity in the banks. And one expert came to my program and said, why is the central bank governor raising any alarm? Why do you see the mouth of a bird and ask, how does this flying thing, from where does this flying thing eat, when you see the mouth? But the moment there's a FAC allocation, the banks face liquidity problems.
Absolutely.
Because the governors pack the money and buy up all the dollars in the system and keep. And where does that money end? In the banks. Now, I've told this lengthy story to ask you, where does corruption come in the application of this volume of money now coming to the subnationals? Does it have an effect?
Chief, thank you. When my brother Tuchku was speaking, I was saying, when it gets to my turn, I was summarizing what he was saying, that the bend is corruption. Like Alpha said, somebody was given a contract, in less than 2 years, they then washed it off. That is corruption. Because these days, competence is sacrificed on the altar of who you know. And mind you, some contracts are being given and are being subletted. You don't give contract now based on who you know. I mean, based on competencies, who you know. If they say there are three companies are required, one person will ask to bring
three quotations.
And it is
they might as well give me a contract to build an airport.
I will now get that contract and sell to you. You may not, maybe you are even into agricultural. Check some of the road projects. You see, check the names of the contractors. Most of them are not civil engineers. You see a company, some Integrated Farms Limited, handling a road project. So you see where the problem is. Then there are also people who have been paid from our taxes to supervise the construction of those roads. They are not doing it. Let me give you an instance. I was in the East last week. Somebody called me from in the North and said that he was given a contract to supply relief materials, I think rice and groundnut oil to Owerri. And that since he knew I'm from Imo State, if I could help him to get somebody in Owerri who can handle that. And I called somebody. But surprisingly, yes, on Sunday I got back to him and said, sorry, that the person in charge of stores in that office in Owerri, a federal government agency in charge of humanitarian and relief, insisted that he must be the one to do it. And people advised him that he should allow the man to do it, or else whatever he brings, it will not be certified. So he now asked the man in charge of stores in that Owerri to handle the contract. No, nominate. He now handle the contract and paid him. So that is Nigeria. I'm giving you an instance. And what am I talking about is NEMA office in Owerri. I'm a journalist, I don't fear. So that is one example of what goes on. The government agency, FEMA, there was a time a friend of mine got a job to do FEMA Road.
Yes.
Between AYA and that place is always bad. You notice every year.
It breaks down.
He got that contract, and people in FEMA insisted if they are not the one that will do it, they will not satisfy it. The guy had to sell that contract to them. They did the contract and paid him a percentage. And every year, if you notice, that area is being repaired. You ask yourself, why is there no permanent solution to it? These are little instances. So it's a problem. Then the other one you raised about, there was something else you said. So the whole thing boils down to corruption and lack of competence.
You know what?
I remember one former deputy senate president, T.K. Kwemado. He said there was something he mentioned. He said feeding bottle democracy, and that's what we do. When that money comes from federal allocation committee, it goes to the states. I happen to have worked in a bank before, and that's what we call round tripping. What is that round tripping? The governors get this money. They have their really change operators. They give them the money. They give them dollars. Now that dollars, before you know it, they will say the governor is traveled abroad. They take that money outside this country. Then they watch the market. Anytime the exchange rate increases, they bring it back, and that's more money in their pocket. And that is why you don't see tangible projects going on. They collect that money. Maybe you call the local government chairman. How much is their worker salaries? Maybe 5-10 million. Okay, give them 5 million or 10 million. Give them a little money for yourself, and that's it. And that's why most of these governors don't want the independence of the local government, financial autonomy to take place. This is 1 year after Supreme Court gave that judgment. Which of the states today is practicing that financial independence for local governments? Remove the local government from the governors. Many people don't want to be governors because that's where they get the money. And most of the governors that you see that are facing EFCC charges or being investigated, most of them are tied to local government funds. Most of them are tied to local government funds because if you have this money you are talking about, you should be able to do tangible things. There should be things people should see. It's not just increasing minimum wage, but there should be projects. There are rules, trunk A, trunk B, and I think even C. Which local government today is embarking on any meaningful project? Maybe other Lagos State and a few others. There are under residual list things local government is supposed to do. Under concurrent list, there are things states are supposed to do. And then exclusive, there are things federal government are supposed to do. They are not doing it. And like you also pointed out, some 2 weeks ago, I did that story. Most of the ministries, department agencies today of federal government, they don't have money. They don't have money. They are using that money to travel. Every day, either this one travel, the president travel, the VP travels, or minister, but they are not funding them. Ask any contractor, any federal government contractor today, whether he has been paid and when last was he paid. There was even a particular one, somebody did their contract. Then the MD of the agency. Now when you go to, I'm not afraid to say it, go to the office of the Accountant General of the Federation. There's what they call desk officers. There are directors, they call them desk officers. Each federal minister has a desk officer. That desk officer, you know, before they used to do the envelope, this thing.
Yes.
Now they're not doing
the system.
Now what they now do is agencies don't pay contractors again. It is
Ministry of Finance.
Or Ministry of Finance, Office of Accountant General that pays. So when they do, they push it to the GPMIS platform, but they're not paid. For them, for any contractor to get his money, the desk officers there, I'm actually investigating that story, the desk officers there, palm must be greased. Let's say for example, maybe Federal Ministry of Power, this month there is maybe 10 billion released. And this is a desk officer that is charged of maybe 11 or 12 parastatals under Federal Ministry of Power. He now decides what to pay and what not to pay. So it is the issue of who gets to the stream early that drinks the good water. So whoever he favors, he pays. Then next month you also fill the system. You also submit your requests. So it is not the best, and that's why MDAs are crying. What federal government is doing these days is just to pay workers' salaries, because they know once they pay them, no demonstration, no strike. But other things are not being done. I'm a consultant to about some agencies, and I can tell you when last I was paid. And some of these DGs, I'm very close to them, and I feel their pain.
Okay. In this, Dr. Binana, because you are involved,
yes,
isn't it? Yeah. I'm not going to take it from your point of involvement. No, Jagdin, just a minute. You know that the core issue now is corruption. That corruption is theft.
Stealing
is what is holding the volume of money given to the sub-nationals to achieve what it ought to achieve. A very serious challenge. But please, it will be good for you, Jagdin, examine what is suffering within these sub-nationals, as long as this challenge of corruption and not applying the resources subsists. What is suffering? Who is suffering? What gets undone?
The people are suffering. The people are suffering. The people are suffering. Governance is not really suffering. Those in government are not suffering. You see, the bottom line is that if you get given a contract to work on a road and that road goes washed off within 2 years, go and check out of the total contract.
How much it was paid?
How much went to the governor? How much went to the commissioner of works? How much went to the director of works? How much went to the House of Assembly
chairman committee on
works? And what have you? Go and check, and how much eventually ended up getting to do that job. As long as the me, myself, and I thing continues in this country, I can assure you that this country will remain where it is. In fact, the truth is that things will get worse. Sir, when you go to the subnationals, because that is our thrust of discussion today, go and look at the level of poverty back in our villages. I don't think anybody can deny the fact that the level of suffering back at home is such that a lot of us can't fathom. Sir, I was discussing with my brother here. Hardly does a day go by that 4 or 5 people don't call you. And sometimes these calls are very genuine. Imagine a coursemate of mine calling me and asking me for 2,000 naira so that he can buy gari for the children to eat that afternoon. And this is true. This is a guy I know very well. He will not lie because of 2,000 naira. And sometimes we even told you, I even have the 2,000 naira. That is how pathetic our situation is in this country.
Okay.
Before you come in, I want to make an observation. Have you noticed that after election, let me use the federal level, after an election and somebody wins the presidency, who are those that are drafted to be ministers and SAs? Those who contested elections in their states and failed.
That's right.
I don't know whether it's a to you. Now you now realize that our appointments as ministers, as board chairmen and all that are not being done on competence but on compensation grounds. You are not being given that position to recoup what you lost in the election. So if you were in my shoes and I contested for governorship and lost, maybe spent 1 billion or 2 billion, and now make me minister. You are making me minister because you are sympathizing for me and want me to recoup. So when that windfall come, what will come first? I'll go to Bureau de change that money, and first of all recoup what I lost. Then take the one I will use for the next election. And then take the one I will give Alpha and Tochuku. And the one I will give you for supporting me. So who suffers? I don't know whether it's all those who are ministers today, none of them
succeeded in his own election.
Succeeded, and none of them contested and won. So they are not being appointed on competence.
They are appointed to compensate.
Some people that are even aided and abetted Abacha regime. Some people that even got the billions belonging to Abacha today serving as ministers.
Okay, I'm insisting on putting on this table what is suffering in the subnationals as a result of the situation that ought not to suffer if this windfall, even the both of you said to me, because of the value of the naira, it's not really a windfall, but there's substantial amount of money available to them. Call it paper. but there's substantial quantum of paper available to them. If these pieces of paper were effectively used, which this conversation says has not been the case, what is suffering?
You know, there is a whole lot that we have raised there, so much to unpack, in this conversation, so that you don't even know where to start or where to end. Now, at some point I raised the issue. Before this windfall, the predecessors, those who were in office before this,
what did they do? What they got?
How did they run?
They will tell you the money was small, just a little.
It is same of same. So when you ask who is suffering or what's suffering, it is the same of the same, like they say. So the bottom line for me is politics has destroyed us, our type of politics, that is so insensitive to the plight of the ordinary man. So when you talk about corruption, it's an endemic story. It's been there. We've come a long way. This movement, of course, you recall in Obasanjo's days, it was a regime of Ghana must go. Yeah. You will recall.
In the first coup speech, the very first coup speech in this country, the 10%ers.
So the 10%ers were always there. Now, if you want to go that route, today it is worse. My argument is that there is a pressure, there is something enabling this corruption, and that is the obscene lifestyle of politicians, who, like all these other people have said, they take their own share of the money first, recoup what they lost and all of that. Now, so people are not appointed, like Dr. Wanchuku said, on the basis of capacity and competence, but compensation as to what was your role to my emergence. Yeah. What role did you play in my emergence as whatever I am, governor, and all of those things. So if you didn't play any role, don't expect to be appointed, even if you were the most brilliant person in that place. So the people are suffering. The next category of things that is suffering are also the people. The number 3, the people. So the grass suffers where, well, like they say, 2 elephants, but I don't see 2 elephants.
Only one elephant,
so there's only one elephant here, and that's
eating up everything.
Eating up everything. So we should come to that point where we begin to look at how to restructure. And if I had any disappointment at all concerning this federal government, it is that over so many years, the President Commander-in-Chief always advocated restructuring.
I hold you there. I do not know how much time I have. My producer should tell me, but I think at this point we are beginning to look at solutions. What ought to be done to reverse the situation? No matter the argument on whether there is windfall or no windfall, we agree that more money is coming. How better can it be utilized? What steps ought to be taken to correct the situation? But I take a very short break, and I'll be back. Please stay with us. Let me welcome you back. It's just few minutes more remaining, and these few minutes we devote to solutions. Dr. Binna, it is, sometimes they say talk is cheap. And the governor will tell you, come and sit here and see how difficult it can be. What can the subnationals do to redeem the situation?
What I would say they will do, like I said earlier, the windfall should be used for the benefit of the people. embark on industrialization. Establish industries. I remember in those days, Sambakwe in Imo State. He did it. Even when we didn't have this kind of workforce. He had the Imo Airport, he had the PAM, he had the Potri, many of them, and he created job. You see, when you do that, you create job, and you give people permanent source of income, and then it has a multiplier effect.
Thank you. Industrialization.
And in doing that, prioritize the needs of your state and local governments. And like I said earlier, every community has a resource, natural resource. Prioritize them, tap into those things, and there will be sustainable economy.
Thank you very much. Dr. Kore, I happen to know your state full well. Today, salt is an industrial chemical lying fallow on the ground. The world is looking for it.
Okay.
Agriculture, a very strong dimension. What should be the priority?
Okay, let me take the opportunity to congratulate my governor, Francis Ogwonianwefu. Recently, he set up what some people call economic team, but he called them industrialization committee. All right, and in one of my in the message I sent to one of the
those appointees
persons nominated into that committee, I told him, your first assignment is to look into setting up a salt refining company.
Congratulate me now.
You know, that's why, I mean, if he's listening, he will know that I said, those of them in that platform will also know that I wrote it there, you know, to him on WhatsApp, and they said, your first assignment would be to look into the possibility of setting up salt refining company, you know, because in my place where I come from, we have a salt lake, as you probably know. And then the second thing I said is that salt lake in my place is a mysterious kind of lake. It neither ebbs nor overflows its banks. No matter how much rain comes, it doesn't overflow its banks. And no matter how dry the dry season, it doesn't ebb. So it's just there. So it's also a tourism facility in a way. So why don't you think about developing that site, okay? Clearing up that site, you know, develop some kind of resort or something around there that people will come and see this lake here. The way it is, that's the way it always will be and has been, you know, around the season and from generation to generation. So just to zero in on what he said earlier, and yes, I agree with Dr. Obinna again that governors, and let me say this with every sense of responsibility, and I don't mean to criticize anybody, if this country is going to move forward, 70% of the job lies with the subnationals, not necessarily the president. Even with and do. And yes, you know, you said that some of them will say, come and sit here and see
how difficult it can be.
Who forced you to go and sit there in the first place? You offered yourself for election. Thankfully, it's not a position of appointment that you say somebody just looked at you and appointed you. No, you said you want to do the job. And if you had elected to do the job, it would mean that you already knew what to do, what you were coming to face, and how you were going to resolve it. So nobody should come and say, talk is cheap. You are talking because you are not here. No, who carried you there in the first instance? So to zero in on the solution, I agree 100% that we can do so much at the micro level, set up cottage industries here and there and all of that, and do something. Thankfully, one of the things that would help is the devolution of power. I mean, electric power generation and all of those things. States now can do their independent power projects. And most of these states, there is no place nowhere in the northeast, for example, you talk about the wind, and talk about sunlight and everything. You can do alternative power sources and all of that. At the south, you have running waters all over the place. You could build dams and all of those things. You could do independent power to power cottage industries.
Okay, just so that we don't overrun.
Well, basically, for me, as a parting shot, what we need to do to look at these issues is, as a country, we need to come together and see how we can improve upon the value of our currencies.
Value of currency, and also the value that we use to drive our society. An interesting conversation, almost 59 minutes running, overshooting in fact. All I can say is that subnationals, you have a job cut out for you. Now more currency, more money is coming in, no matter what anybody says. Please do what you ought to do. That's the consensus this morning. Let me thank my colleagues for coming. They'll come again and again. I'll keep confronting issues that confront the nation. For this edition, thank you for investing your time with us. Good morning.
Plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on E-Vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when you go see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change the narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We look at cohesion in its own entirety. Managing family cohesion is not easy. Is it clear? And the cohesion has to do, family cohesion has to do the psychological, emotional, and the social bond that bind people, members, family together in order to promote unity, peace, as you said. And they also made them have that sense of belonging. That is it. So in managing family cohesion, there is a need for us to have the capacity for communication. You have to define boundaries in order to retain respect for one another. So many things could trigger off a lot of frustrations, especially where the father has lost his unique role in the family, orchestrated by poor economic situation. So how would you, a hungry man is what? An angry man. And how do you expect him or deserve respect from him again? We have not been able to really, we have now unbundled, have not disintegrated that cohesive force that brings linkages, fondness, and the love for one another. So what you have to do is, as much as possible, try to tell them that united we shall all continue to stand as a family. That is where you begin to really elicit respect, create a sense of responsibility, create a feeling of partnership. So all of us are working towards a common agenda in a family, which is the peace. You need the engagement. You need the engagement, cohesive engagement of every family. If there are gaps, shortage in supply of foodstuff or whatever, our utilities, for instance now, you should be able to tell them to really begin to explore the innate creative potentials in them, to be able to also make contributions as members of the family. For instance now, is it pumpkin or ugu? It's no longer sold for 100 naira. It's not 3 or 100, just a little bunch like that. So as a family, and trying to bring them together, all you need to do is to encourage the children to go and embark on this backyard gardening, farming. Is it clear? So that all of us have a reason to feel a sense of contribution towards achieving a beautiful delicacy of soup in the family. And you as a man should also try to prioritize their own needs. Try to see the family as their first priority, first responsibility. But if you don't do that and subject them to the state of abandonment, the tendency is that that respect will not be there. And they will all begin to incline in respecting their mother or their other sister, because you have woefully failed in your primary duty of care.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT.
Down the numbers and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
news on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, Peter Obi hails suspension of exam fee hike, calls it victory for Nigerians. Makinde receives Oyo abductees, promises to take charge of their rehabilitation. Final evacuation flight for 315 Nigerians from South Africa to arrive Wednesday. And President Trump says U.S. will be paid for guarding Strait of Hormuz. Details in a moment.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on e-vibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on e-vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The federal government has suspended its proposed increase in registration fees for the 2027 West African Senior School Certificate Examination and the National Examinations Council Senior School Certificate, following public concerns over the move. In a statement issued by the Federal Ministry of Education, the government announced the withdrawal of a June 18, 2026 letter that had communicated the proposed adjustment in examination fees. Statement signed by the Ministry's Director of Press and Public Relations, Falashade Boriowo, said that the decision was taken to allow for broader consultations and a fresh review of the proposal before any final determination is made. Proposal would have raised the registration fee for both WAEC and NECO examinations from 27,500 to 50,000 naira beginning in 2027, representing an 82% increase. The ministry explained that a review was prompted by the rising cost of conducting public examinations across the country. Fees have remained largely unchanged for years, despite significant increases in operational expenses. It stressed that no adjustments to examination fees will take effect until discussions with stakeholders are concluded, noting that the consultations will involve examination bodies, state ministries of education, school proprietors and administrators, parents, associations, organized labor, education stakeholders, and other relevant partners. The presidential candidate of the Nigerian Democratic Congress, Peter Obi, has applauded the Federal School Certificate Examination and the National Examinations Council Senior School Certificate Examination, describing the move as a triumph for ordinary Nigerians. Reacting to the development in a statement posted on his X handle, Obi said the reversal was a welcome relief for many families facing economic difficulties across the country. Suspension, he said, reflects the power of public engagement and demonstrates that government policies can be reconsidered when citizens raise legitimate concerns. They have stated that a proposed increase should not have been contemplated in the first place, given the prevailing economic realities, insisting that access to education should be broadened rather than limited, especially at a time when many households are struggling to meet basic needs. The former Anambra governor stressed that education should be treated as a social investment rather than a revenue-generating venture, and one that imposing additional financial obligations on students and their families could discourage enrollment and undermine efforts to tackle Nigeria's out-of-school children crisis. The former governor also used the opportunity to urge authorities to review other policies that have increased the burden on citizens, since leadership involves not only making decisions, but also being willing to reverse them when they prove harmful. Presidential candidate of the Nigerian Democratic Congress, Peter Obi, has condemned the latest killings in Benue and Plateau State, describing the attacks as painful, disturbing, and unacceptable. In a statement posted on his X account, Obi lamented the killing of at least 16 people in Otoponobi community, Benue State, and the murder of 9 members of a family, including a 2-month-old baby, in Riyom local government area of Plateau State over the weekend. Expressing concern over the persistent violence, Obi said the killings reflected a worsening security crisis that had left many communities living in fear. Obi stressed that protecting life and property remained the foremost responsibility of government, noting that the number of persons killed is not mere statistics, but fathers, mothers, children, breadwinners, and future leaders whose dreams have been violently cut short. He called for a shift from routine condemnations to decisive action, urging authorities to strengthen intelligence gathering, improve rapid response capabilities, and ensure perpetrators face justice. Obi also extended his condolences to the bereaved families and the governments of Benue and Plateau State, while wishing those injured a speedy recovery. Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde has received the rescued teachers and pupils abducted from Ahoro Eshiele and Yawota schools in Orire local government area of the state. Nigerian Army formally handed them over to the Oyo State government on Monday after the rescue from captivity at a ceremony held at the Executive Chamber of the Governor's Office in Ibadan. Speaking during the ceremony, Makinde described the rescue as an extraordinary feat made possible through the collaboration of the federal government, the Nigerian Army, and other security agencies, while assuring the victims that the state government would stand by them throughout their recovery. The governor expressed gratitude to President Bola Tinubu for his support throughout the rescue operation, as well as the leadership of the nation's security agencies. He noted that although similar incidents had occurred in different parts of the country, the response to the Rire abduction was unprecedented, even as he acknowledged the psychological trauma they endured during the 56-day captivity. A general officer commanding 2 Division Nigerian Army, Major General Chinedun Debife, said a successful rescue was the outcome of painstaking intelligence-led operations and close collaboration among security agencies. The GOC revealed that preliminary findings indicated the existence of local collaborators who allegedly aided the terrorists, including some members of local vigilante groups and hunters who worked with the kidnappers. In an emotional address, the school principal, speaking publicly for the first time since regaining freedom, recounted the horrifying ordeals suffered by the victims during the captivity, describing the experience as torturous and horrendous. Fresh concerns over insecurity in Oyo State have emerged following the abduction of a 60-year-old headmaster, Owade Matthew Kolawole, of the Mardik Basic School, Ogodo, Ibojaye, in Itesi-Waju local government area. The incident comes just days after the successful rescue of teachers and pupils who were abducted from schools in neighboring Orire local government area, raising renewed fears among education stakeholders over the safety of teachers in the state. Kolawole was reportedly kidnapped on Saturday between 5 p.m. and 6 p.m. while returning from his farm at Buduare in Iteshiwaju Council area of the state. According to his son, Owadi Abiola, suspected gunmen intercepted his father and whisked him away for an unknown destination, and later contacted the family using the victim's mobile phone and demanded a ransom of 30 million naira. Chairman of the Nigeria Union of Teachers in Itesiwaju local government, Fabi Falashade Olia, raised alarm over the abduction, describing it as a disturbing development for teachers and residents in the area. Confirming the incident on Monday, Oyo State Police Public Relations Officer Olayinka Ayanlade said security operatives were working to apprehend the kidnappers and secure the safe release of the abducted headmaster. Patient safety experts have urged the Senate to sustain legislative work on a proposed National Health Facility Regulatory Agency establishment bill, warning that abandoning the legislation would undermine efforts to improve healthcare standards and protect patients across Nigeria. The bill was made during a public hearing organized by the Senate Committee on Tertiary Health Institutions and Services, following the successful passage of a bill for second reading in the upper chamber. The proposed legislation, supported by the senator representing proposed legislation sponsored by the senator representing Bauchi North Senatorial District, Samala Dahu Kala, seeks to establish a National Health Facility Regulatory Agency to regulate hospitals, laboratories, medical equipment, and healthcare facilities, particularly within the private sector, to ensure compliance with minimum standards of quality, safety, and service delivery.
You can open a hospital, and that is not what it is all over the world. Today, Nigerian doctors, but the hospital itself, we do not have a standard regulator that regulates what the hospital is supposed to be in this country. So that is why we have a lot of quackery. Any house can become a hospital. Anybody can open a hospital, and that is not what it is all over the world. Today, Nigerian doctors are excellent everywhere in the world. If you go to the US, the UK, Europe, everywhere, they are working and excelling. But why is it that they cannot work in Nigeria? Why is it that the Nigerian patient is not very sure of our doctors? It is not the doctors. It is the hospital. It is the...
Mixed reactions from stakeholders, with several regulatory agencies and professional associations expressing reservations about some of its provisions.
The session has carefully reviewed the proposed National Health Facilities Regulation Agency bill, which is currently before the National Assembly. While acknowledging the intent of the bill, which is to improve standards in health facility regulation, the Nigerian Medical Association is of the view that the bill in its present form raises serious constitutional, legal, administrative, and economic concerns that may ultimately undermine the Nigerian health system. Constitutional basis. The proposed National Health Facilities Regulatory Agency Bill raises fundamental constitutional concerns under the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended.
One of the most regulated industry across the globe is the health sector, particularly hospital. And in Nigeria, we have a preponderance of frameworks that regulate health services. Therefore, this particular SB 861 is a threat to the current health system in Nigeria, and we are appealing to you to stand it down. It's written in black and white. We request the Senate to stand this bill down.
The framework for the proposed agency Sir Wilson Ajayi lamented that it is described as the absence of enforceable national standards for hospitals, laboratories and other healthcare facilities in Nigeria. Responding to the concerns raised during public hearing, members of the Senate Committee on Tertiary Health Institutions and Services assured stakeholders that all memoranda and submissions will be carefully reviewed before the committee presents its report to the Senate.
I'm a doctor, and I've worked in Nigeria now for more than 30 years. Definition for a hospital in Nigeria. We have no definition. So a hospital is whatever we as doctors think it is, and that is where our patients interface with. So Nigeria has built a credible national system to license people who deliver care and to approve the products they use. It has not built a national system to license the place where care is delivered. Every doctor, nurse, pharmacist, laboratory scientist, and radiographer must be registered and licensed by a national professional council before practicing. Every drug must be approved by NAFDAC.
Some of those deficits. Yes, I hear you loud and clear. There is no inclusiveness. There is no merit-based leadership structure. The things that happened to Dora Akinyuli, the things that happened to, the retired professor, the retired vice chancellor in Benin. Yeah, we got something right here. We have the idea. We got something to work on here. The NEFRA is not supposed to give licenses in the state. We're not supposed.
The committee also encouraged continued public engagement and constructive debate on the bill, including discussion through the media, to ensure that the final legislation reflects the interest of all stakeholders by prioritizing patient safety and improved healthcare delivery in Nigeria. Meanwhile, the Senate Committee on the Niger Delta Development Commission has re-invited ITO Exploration and Production Company Limited to appear before it over allegations that the company failed to remit statutory contributions amounting to about $71 billion and over 30 billion naira to the Niger Delta Development Commission. The decision followed the company's absence at an investigative hearing convened by the committee to consider a petition alleging that IETO breached its obligations under the section the Niger Delta Development Commission Act 2017. Chairman of the Senate Committee on NDDC, Asukwa Bayong, described the allegations as serious and one that the Senate would ensure compliance with statutory remittance obligations across the oil and gas sector.
This case that has been brought to us, this petition that has been brought to us concerning ITO is one that is very concerning. If after years of discussion, negotiation, cajoling, reporting, or getting the EFCC involved, they have been stubborn in the remittance, I think is one that we need to take on and clearly try and get towards a resolution that sends a message to the entire industry. And so we'll be starting with this. The MD has also alluded to the fact that other companies haven't been making these payments as at when due. We would like to get a full list of those that have complied and those that have failed to comply in terms of remittances. But like I said, we believe that, and we would like to believe that the notice may have been short, and so the company was not readily available to be here. So without holding brief for them, I think it's best that we give a notice of an invitation, which subsequently
agreed to issue a fresh invitation, giving the company 2 weeks to honor the summons. Committee chairman had, in his opening remarks, explained that the hearing was convened following the receipt of a petition submitted by Eco Vista attorney Matthew Eco. A former Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Uche Naji, has pleaded not guilty to 6-count charge of allegations of forging academic credentials. Naji was arraigned on Monday before Justice Joyce Abdul Malik of the Federal High Court, Abuja, by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission. Charges for the cover claims of receiving approximately 29.5 million naira in salary and emoluments under false pretenses, as well as money laundering allegations. Shortly after taking his plea, his counsel, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, ENUGU, told the court that he had filed a motion for bail. Counsel for the prosecution said they were ready to proceed with the trial and had 3 witnesses. He also did not object to the defendant's bail application, stating that it was at the discretion of the court. Justice Abdul Malik subsequently granted him bail and a sum of 20 million naira with one surety in like sum. Surety must be a federal civil servant not below grade level 15 and must have maintained a fixed place of residence for at least 4 years. The matter was adjourned until September 21, 2026 for the commencement of trial. President Bola Tinubu was described as directed the National Identity Management Commission to ensure that every Nigerian is enrolled in the National Identity Database before the end of 2026. Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the Commission, Abisoye Koka Adusote, who disclosed this in a media chat, said the directive forms part of the federal government's efforts to establish a comprehensive national identity system capable of supporting effective governance, planning, and service delivery. He stated that NIMSE is working with partners under the World Bank supported Identification for Development project to accelerate nationwide enrollment. The DG stressed that the National Identification Number remains a unique identifier, ensuring that every individual is registered only once. Koka Odusote said Nigeria's actual population remains uncertain, with estimates ranging from 200 million to 250 million, making a comprehensive identity database essential for national planning. And the possibility of an individual obtaining multiple identities by registering in different locations under different names, the NIMSE boss explained that the current process automatically identifies and invalidates multiple registrations. The Director General of the controversial Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Council, Adeniyi Adeyemi, has urged President Bola Tinubu to set up an independent panel to investigate the circumstances surrounding the organization. In an open letter to Tinubu, Adeyemi said the panel must be independent and multi-stakeholder to guarantee complete neutrality. He said that the panel's membership should be run from civil society organizations and independent media representatives, international financial observers, and human rights observers such as Amnesty International to monitor compliance with international safety and legal standards. Tinubu had asked the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission to investigate the matter, but Adeyemi said since the agency is part of the government, it would be unfair to have it probe the matter. He said that working freely into custody under the current arrangement poses an immediate existential threat to his life, alleging that he received verified, highly reliable intelligence indicating that he is targeted for elimination the moment he surfaces in an unmonitored environment. The Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission says Nigeria's crude oil production hit 1.56 million barrels per day in June, representing a 2% rise from 1.53 million BPD produced in May. Commission said in a statement that the increased crude oil volume marked a positive growth for the 4th consecutive month. Simon noted that Nigeria's crude oil production, excluding condensates, reached the highest level recorded since April 2020, marking a 74-month high. Further stated that crude oil and condensate production rose to an average of 1.7 million in June, reflecting Nigeria's potential to reach 2 million barrels per day in the near term. According to the statement, the improved performance was largely driven by stable production operations across most producing assets and the absence of any major pipeline outages during the period under review. The federal government says the last evacuation flight from South Africa with 315 Nigerians is expected to arrive in the country on Wednesday, 15 July 2026. This was disclosed by the spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Kimebi Ebienfa, in a statement on Tuesday.
Admission is ongoing now, so you have to hurry now before it's too late.
This land for you?
Yes, whether you want to become a software engineer, cybersecurity expert, nurse like me, lawyer, then your cybersecurity expert, nurse like me, lawyer, then your journey starts here.
Finny, if I may ask, what is so special about this school?
Their modern facilities are top-notch. She will talk about their environment, the very serene environment, and their lecturers are experienced lecturers. And let me shock you, in here, you don't just own a degree, you own a skill and confidence to stand out.
Your word rate, our official is calling.
Oh yes, now you can call the number on your screen, 080 Island University.
Taking over the strategic waterway. Trump said the United States will now become taking over the strategic waterway. Trump said the United States will now become the guardian of the strait, that the country has been guiding it for nothing, but now will be reimbursed by wealthy nations. U.S. President's comment came after U.S. and Iranian attack wealthy nations. U.S. President's comment came after U.S. and Iranian attacks on a scale unseen since an April ceasefire and a conflict in the Middle East, adding to doubts about efforts to bring a permanent end to the war that has halted shipping through the strait. The past week's hostilities have centered on a critical energy trade route, control of which is a key point of dispute between Washington and Tehran. Trump had complained about tactics of Iranian negotiators seeking changes in what will prevent an escalation in the war. One Indian crew member was killed and 8 others were wounded when 2 Emirati oil tankers were struck by Iranian cruise missiles at the Straits of Hormuz. United Arab Emirates Ministry of Defense disclosed this on Tuesday, a latest escalation in a strategic waterway, which was later confirmed by UAE state oil giant Abu Dhabi National Oil Company's shipping arm, ADNOC. ADNOC has been among the most active participants in a U.S. military-led operation to move Gulf crude out to international buyers through ship-to-ship transfers beyond the Straits of Hormuz. The UAE Defense Ministry said the tankers were targeted in the southern lane of the Straits while in Omani territorial waters, and that a dead crew member was aboard the Mombasa. The ministry further disclosed that of the 8 wounded, 4 were seriously injured, 6 of them Indian nationals and 2 were Ukrainian nationals. Attacks caused material damage to both tankers after fires broke out on board. Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei has vowed to prevent the killing of his father and predecessor Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, declaring that revenge must certainly take place. In his first public message since funeral ceremonies for his father began a week ago, Mojtaba Khamenei said vengeance will involve not only Iran but free people around the world. Mojtaba Khamenei has not been seen in public since he was appointed supreme leader on March 8. But sources said he suffered facial disfigurement and other injuries in the airstrike. The latest statement comes after renewed exchanges between U.S. and Iranian forces cast doubt on a ceasefire agreed to end the 4-month war. Mojtaba Khamenei became supreme leader by the backing of the Revolutionary Guards following the death of his father in the U.S.-Israeli airstrike on February 28 at the start of the war. Meanwhile, the UN Secretary General says he is deeply concerned by the renewed military confrontations in the Gulf region, urging all parties to exercise maximum restraint. In a statement made before a further set of U.S. strikes overnight on Sunday, Antonio Guterres warned that a return to full-scale hostilities would have catastrophic consequences. He also called for the restoration of full freedom of navigation in the Straits of Hormuz. Secretary General's comments were criticized by Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman Ismail Baghaei, who said that Iran's strikes on U.S. bases in the region were a legitimate and lawful exercise of its inherent right to self-defense under international law. He also called on Guterres to urge the countries in the region to stop allowing the U.S. to use their territories as launch pads for aggression against Iran. No commercial vessels have crossed the Straits of Hormuz since Sunday evening, according to ship tracking website Marine Traffic. On Sunday, the Iranian government's Persian Gulf Strait Authority said transit through the waterway is not currently possible due to illegal movement of United States military forces in the region. 8 commercial vessels, including tankers, bulk carriers, and cargo vessels, crossed the straits on Sunday, down from 21 on Saturday, and 14 on Friday, according to preliminary data from maritime intelligence firm Kepler. And that's the news. I am Barry Kumado. Thank you very much for watching.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts. We've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
No.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves and went into CBT. They are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what we call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Hello and welcome to Teens Should Know, the show where we listen, learn, grow, and teach teenagers what is the right thing to do so they can thrive in a world that is confusing and full of chaos. The TSK show is where teenagers are empowered with the right knowledge to thrive and parents are equipped with the tools to guide them, because when teenagers know better, they do better. My name is Ifoma the Prof Nwato, and I'm your host on the TSK show. Today we are going to be talking about the boy child. The society shapes the girl child. It's like there's a template and there's a standard to raise the girl child. But the question is, who is raising the boy child? What are we teaching the boy child? Who is talking to the boy child? Who is present in the life of the boy child? And today we are looking at what the boy child should know on the Teenagers Should Know show. And I have a boy advocate in the house to discuss this wonderful topic with me. And we'll go on a short break, and when we are back, we'll dive into the conversation for today. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the TSK show, where we empower teenagers to thrive with the right knowledge. I have a guest with me in the studio today who is going to talk about what the boy child should know. And she is a boy advocate. You know, most of the times we talk more about girls. We have plenty women doing the girl thing, fighting for the girl child, protecting the girl child. But we didn't really have much people talking about the boy child. And today we are privileged to have someone who is passionate about the boy child. She's a mother of 4 boys, 4 soldiers, and she's in the studio today to share her story, her thoughts, her ideas with us. I have with me Princess Udochi Alisigwe in the house. Oh, Mama Voice.
Thank you so much.
Mama of the boys, the only boy advocate, female boy advocate that I know. I don't know of any other.
I don't know of any other.
For now, it's you that I know. Okay. Welcome. Good to have you.
Good to have you.
Much. I'm glad that you made that time for us to talk about what the boy child should know. So what do you think the boy child should know?
The boy child is peculiar, but ignored.
Okay.
Yeah. The boy child should know everything.
Everything.
Everything. He should know about the boys. He should know about the girls. Because in the society we function, we have male and female. So anything you're hiding from the boy child is going to harm him in future, because he will have to face the unknown, unprepared. So the boy child should know everything.
The boy child should know everything.
He's going to grow up to be the head of the family. We were taught in social studies that the father is the head of the family, and the boy child is going to grow up to be a father who is going to be the head of a family. And when you have an ignorant HOD, you know what is going to happen in that department. That's why I said the boy child should know everything.
Who should teach the boy child everything? Is it the family, the society, the school, or the boy child should know everything by himself?
He can't know everything by himself.
Okay.
Knowledge will come in stages. So he's going to start, his first school is his home. And that's a very, very critical aspect of grooming the boy child, the home. In the home, you're having, most especially, the father, the mother, and the siblings. So the home should be packed with true knowledge I decided to go with the word true instead of positive. It should be filled with truth. The home should be filled with truth. It should be a place where he can differentiate between facts and fallacies.
Okay.
Yes. It's going to be his foundation. It is on the values that is established in the home that he will stand to face society. It is based on what happened or happens at home that he will decipher. When he moves into society and starts learning from society, what happens in the home will be his sieve to know whether this is true, whether this is fact, or this is fallacy.
Okay.
So from the home, he will move into schooling, where he will interact with people from different homes. And it is still, one is shorter than the other. There is no balance. So people believe, I don't know where it's not really a myth. It's not a superstition. It's what plays out in society. You find boys being attached to their mothers because it's as if, for me, I think it started from the over-celebration of a boy when he's given birth. Women see it as
a trophy.
Yes. When you have a male child, it's a trophy. No, kind of, it is on, they have gotten a ground to stand in their marriages.
They have gotten a seat.
Yes. So now, based on that, he becomes kind of a special child. The mother will, if you receive an award, you place it somewhere where,
with care.
Yes, people will not have so easy access to it, so that they don't tamper with it and all that. Women hold their sons close to their hearts, to the detriment of society. Some go to the extent of alienating their sons from their fathers. When you provide when you raise your son to see you as a safe haven, and the father becomes a competitor and an enemy, so to say, women go extra mile to protect their sons.
And it shouldn't be.
No, it shouldn't be. Why are you going extra mile to protect your son against who? The father? You see some women, if their daughters are misbehaving and they caution their sons, when they misbehave, they don't caution them. They don't caution them. And tomorrow that son grows to be a nuisance to society. Because he grew up with that mentality that everybody has to tolerate whatever he dishes out. That he is special. Whatever he does is okay. That is the foundation from where he's coming from. So it's not a myth. It's not a superstition. It is a fact in society. Yes, we see it play out where boys are given, will I say, attention that is unhealthy by their mothers. Some mothers go so far as to make it clear that there is a difference between this child and their daughters. This child and other people's children. Even those that are boys. But maybe because I'm coming from my own, my mom had only a son, but he wasn't given any special
preference.
No special treatment.
Okay.
Yes. When he got of age, he started cooking.
Okay.
When he entered secondary school, he started cooking. In the duty roster, every duty is assigned to him at one particular day. No, there was nothing like, because we the girls were doing the supposedly manly chores. So when he came on board, he has to do the supposedly feminine chores too.
Okay.
So everybody gets to share in whatever chores we have in the house. So we didn't see such thing play out. Therefore, he grew up into somebody. He wouldn't be somebody who will not know what to cook when he leaves the house. He will go to market and buy something and cook because he doesn't even know that some people say it's what a girl should do and all that. So, but it's not usually the case. It's an unusual scenario. Most women will, I've seen a woman who says her son, despite being the youngest in the home, when he finishes his food, he leaves his plate on the table there and walks away. It's the duty of the girls to go and... So what kind of man is that boy going to grow into? He's going to grow into somebody who will expect everybody to pick up after him. He litters the house, you're supposed to be. That's the mentality he grows up with. When he is a full-fledged adult, he can't change because he has been groomed in that way. It's going to be very difficult for him.
So parents, mothers especially, should know that the boy child is not that a special human that should be exempted from house chores. Like I always say, cooking should be a skill for every gender because everybody actually goes hungry.
Yes.
So everybody should know how to cook so that when you're hungry, you cook and eat. So what roles do you think fathers should play in shaping a boy child?
The father is the first example of manhood that a boy child sees. Whether he makes himself available or he distances himself from the son, he should have in mind that his son is most likely going to grow up into being the same man he is. Despite the activities of those women to draw the children close to them, my own child and all that and all that and all that, the boy grows up, becomes a man, and you find him being a replica of his father. Therefore, men should be conscious of that.
Conscious?
Yes, they should be conscious of the fact that the boy child is going to be modeled
by him.
Yes. Therefore, whatever he does, the way he talks, the way he interacts with his children, with outsiders, that boy is going to copy him. That is the truth. That boy is going to model after him. Irrespective of what society throws at him, he will grow up to be like his father most of the time.
Most likely.
So a father should be conscious of the fact that he is shaping his sons. Therefore, he should pay particular attention to what he does around his children.
Okay. So I want you to advise all the fathers and all the mothers raising the boy child in 1 minute. What will you tell them?
Mothers, there is no difference between your son and your daughter. I always say, throw away the gender thing. Let's look at things from a humanity point of view. Fathers, your sons will walk in your footsteps. It is better you guide the child aright than you end up giving one excuse or the other, whether it is your mother who spoiled you and all that and all that. Whatever happens in the family that transcends into society, I will say that men are the enablers because they are the head. They are the enablers. Whether it comes back to bite at them, whether it's in their favor or not. Because your wife is monopolizing your son. If you don't allow it, it won't happen.
Of course.
You should know when to put your feet down. And mothers, the society will be better if we hold hands with our fathers to bring up both our daughters and our sons. So that we don't produce nuisances. We don't push out problems into society. Thank you.
All right. To viewers at home, thank you for watching and thank you for listening. And thank you for being part of this show. We had a boy child advocate speak to us about raising the boy child. And we are going to exhaust this conversation on the next episode, because there's a case of a boy, an 18-year-old boy who is a teenager that got 10 girls pregnant within 5 months. And we'll be looking at who is to blame. Is it the family, the boy himself, or the society? But that will be next time on the TSK show. And remember that knowledge is power. You have been empowered with the right knowledge to thrive. Until next time on the TSK show, please keep learning, keep growing, and keep showing up for yourself. Catch you next week, same time on Things Should Know. Thanks for watching, and bye for now.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem.
There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left, in all the accounts of our numbers, 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Morning on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
We look at cohesion in its own entirety. Managing family cohesion is not easy. Is it clear? And the cohesion has to do, family cohesion has to do the psychological, emotional, and the social bond that bind people, members, family together in order to promote unity, peace, as you said. And they also made them have that sense of belonging. That is it. So in managing family cohesion, there is a need for us to have the capacity for communication. You have to define boundaries in order to retain respect for one another. So meeting could trigger off a lot of frustrations, especially where the father has lost his unique role in the family, orchestrated by poor economic situation. So how would you, a hungry man is what? An angry man. And how do you expect him or deserve respect from him again? We have not been able to really, we have now unbundled, we have now disintegrated that cohesive force that brings linkages, fondness, and the love for one another. So what you have to do is, as much as possible, try to tell them that united we shall all continue to stand as a family. That is where you begin to really elicit respect, create a sense of responsibility, create a feeling of partnership. So all of us are working together towards a common agenda in a family, which is the peace. You need the engagement. You need the engagement, cohesive engagement of every family. If there are gaps, shortage in supply of foodstuff or whatever, our utilities. For instance, now, you should be able to tell them to really begin to explore the innate creative potentials in them, to be able to also make contributions as members of the family. For instance, now, is it pumpkin or ugu? It's no longer sold for 100 naira. It's not 3 or 100, just a little bunch like that. So, as a family, and trying to bring them together, all you need to do is to encourage the children to go and embark on this backyard gardening, farming. Is it clear? So that all of us have a reason to feel a sense of contribution towards achieving a beautiful delicacy of soup in family. And you as a man should also try to prioritize your own needs. Try to see the family as your first priority, first responsibility. So, but if you don't do that and subject them to the state of abandonment, the tendency is that that respect will not be there. And they will all begin to incline in respecting their mother or their sister because they have woefully failed in your primary duty of care.
Thank God it's Friday. I think I'm looking off Friday-ish, right? All right, yes, thank God it's Friday, and of course, happy Salah to every Muslim out there. They have like 3 days holiday. Okay, 2 days holiday actually. This is Eva, the entertainment show on Signature TV, where we tend to give you art, pop, culture, drama, gist, comment section, you know, things that's actually making round in the entertainment industry, and of course on social media. Today is Friday. I've not given you movie train for over a month now. My bad. I've got it all covered for you today, but first we'll have to delve into the stories of the day. 2-time Grammy nominated superstar Asake has announced a new album titled Money. He made this revelation in a post on his X account on Thursday, June 5th, 2025. The album titled Money is likely derived from one of his nicknames, as he's famously known as Mr. Money with a Vibe right now among his fans. His debut LP is also titled Mr. Money with the Vibes, which featured underlines the title for his upcoming 4th LP. The album will be his 4th LP in 4 years and his 5th project since 2022, where he announced himself as the mainstream with his hit-filled EP, Ololade Asake. The album comes off the back of the release of his 3rd album in 2024 titled Lungu Boy. The album enjoyed huge commercial success and was also named the best-selling album of 2024 by Turntable Charts. The album debuted at #1 and spent a record-breaking 15 weeks at the top of the charts. It became Asake's 3rd consecutive project to achieve this feat after his sophomore album, Work of Art, dominated 2023, and his debut album, Mr. Money with the Vibe, also finished 2022 as the #1 album. Asake was also named the best-selling artist in Nigeria in 2024 as he retained his crown, thus becoming the first artist to receive his award for 3 consecutive years. Since breaking into the mainstream, Asake has become one of the Afrobeat's greatest hitmaker. His run of hit songs since January 2022 has been widely regarded by fans and critics as one of the greatest runs in Nigerian mainstream pop music this century. Now fast forward to 2025, has been an eventful year for the superstar, who has been carried out aesthetical changes with his full body tattoo, a new hairstyle, and a new military mindset, which he announced in a freestyle after his outing at the 67th Grammy. So Asake has changed it's more like a New Year resolution for him. this year. So it's not just from the, in fact, that was what even broke New Year. You know, Ashake has changed his look, he has barbed his hair, he now has tattoos all over his face. I love the new look, but what I didn't understand initially was the tattoos all over his face. It wasn't really giving, but I think we are getting used to it. All over his body, not just face, all over his body, you know. Now, fast forward to his music, 2022, 2024, Ashake has always given us those hit songs. I'm sure if you heard when I was reading the stories, I called him Mr. Money with the Vibe right now. That was one of the best songs I've ever had. Like, I loved when it comes to Ashake. I didn't really vibe to Lungu Boy, but Lungu Boy trended. It trended. It was really topping chart as of last year. So it's not like Ashake is a newbie. For over 4 years now, his music has been topping charts, and people would not be surprised if he's always nominated and not winning. The competition out there is broad. But of course, as his name, Mr. Money with the Vibe right now, he has a new LP titled Money. So we should be warming up to what that particular LP is bringing to the table. Of course, we shouldn't expect anything less when it comes to Ashake. I'm a little bit vibey today, don't worry. Let's move to the next story. Big Brother Niger star Alex Unusual has triggered a wave of reactions after expressing strong views on the culture of revering pastors, calling it brainwashing, and describing anyone who says the God of my pastor as a lost cause. Taken to Instagram on June 5th, 2025, the reality TV star called out religious fanatics, stressing that they have nothing in common with her. She wrote, and I quote, "Once I hear you say the God of my pastor, I know you are lost. You are a lost cause, and we can't reason the same. Those ones that go extra miles to make their pastor their wallpaper. The day I'm ready for conversation about religion, I know a lot of people will fight me, but again, I know my mouth. I'll say my own, and hell can be let loose for all I care. A lot of people are brainwashed. Anyway, have a good day, my people." Her blunt critique quickly raked in reactions from social media users, with some agreeing with her and others slamming her stance. I can't review the comment section to you, but I'm going to give you some 2 cents they said. One person in the comment section said, if you say we can't say God of my pastor, don't forget we say God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. That comment was there. Another person said, we can't say God of my pastor, but we say the God of Israel. Now, the question now is, I'm not agreeing, I'm not even disagreeing, don't quote me wrong. But I did not reason that in the comment section, people will be making comments like that, because we are all victims of this. We may not say the God of my pastor. I'm not really a fan of the God of my pastor. I'm not a fan of that, you know. But we say God of Abraham, we say God of Isaac, God of Jacob, you know. And let's not even go on to the Catholics that say Mary, Mother of Jesus, you know, things like that. We mention these people's name. Now, someone came up again to the comment section and say, it's not like we're actually showering praises on those, or maybe it's to die for, but it's more like you're giving respect to the covenant that particular man of God have with God. That's another problem, because that covenant has been broken. We have that freedom to communicate with our Father directly, one-on-one. You know, you have that right, you have that privilege. So I don't know, me, I see it awful, like the God of my pastor. You can give respect to him. Perfect. You can do that, but it's more like when she said we've been brainwashed, because she's not even the first person saying this. If you scroll to socials these days, you will notice that people are now making comments and statements concerning Christians. I have a problem with it. Why? It's a total different thing that you love God and you're worshiping God, And it's a total different thing than you're putting all the worship in your pastor. It's a total different thing. You know, why are we making it look like, it's as if we've changed the narrative of Christianity. I don't know, maybe it's just me, but you can tell me what you think. I think we've changed the whole narrative of Christianity. You know, people are not really they're not giving the whole Christianity vibe. It's more like you're worshiping the man of God and not worshiping God himself. Most people go to church because, oh, it's that pastor that performs miracle. That's the reason why they go to church. They're just going to church because of that pastor. And I won't blame them. Someone made a statement. The person said, when a pastor makes a proclamation and say, you're going to get a promotion today, and by this time next week, maybe he made that proclamation on Sunday, and the person comes back on Sunday. Maybe he has worked during the week, and of course, he got the promotion. He or she will come back that Sunday, the next Sunday, to give a testimony that, oh, after pastor made this proclamation to me, I got the promotion. Perfect. Now, one thing we don't know is that person was working. It's not like he was just lying down on bed and promotion came to him just like that. No. Even the Bible says, heaven helps those that help themselves, and he blesses the works of our hand. God cannot just give you promotion like that if you don't deserve it or you didn't work for it. So if that kind of person say, the God of my pastor, I could understand. And I think these are the reasons why people always make such statements. But what Alex is trying to say is, she don't understand why we keep making such statements. She don't understand why we use those men of God as wallpapers, because they are human beings. Another woman made a statement that the pastor is a normal fleshed man. He has skin like you. He is that person carrying the whole, he's that priest whenever he's standing in the pulpit and, you know, proclaiming the word of the Lord. Whenever he comes down from that altar, he's now a normal human being and he can commit sin. You know, but when we now start worshiping the man of God and not God, that's where the contradiction comes in, and I think that's what she's trying to explain. But the comment section was not really understanding. I don't know. I was so wild when I hear someone say, but we say God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. These people. Anyways, me too, I'm not even ready for that conversation. Let's move forward. Nigerian singer Daniel Ani Dugbe, popularly known as Kiss Daniel, has hinted at retirement. The singer, who is teasing another EP, Orange Chase, barely a week after releasing his latest EP, Lemon Chase, explained that he is releasing music in quick succession because he has over 600 songs he wants to release before bowing out of the music scene. Shortly after he announced the lineup of guest artists on his upcoming EP, Orange Chase, on X, a fan wrote, Vado won't finish us with overfeeding. And now responding, Kiss Daniel said, I have over 600 songs I want to dish out before I hang boots. So in another post, the singer announced that he is taking a break from recording to focus on his family. Now that's where the problem lies. Now let's not forget that earlier this week, he came out on social and was giving a whole lot of complaint that he lost 600 songs. That was sometime Tuesday. He lost 600 songs. He doesn't even know where to start from. He doesn't even know if he should start calling back those artists and all. How exactly is he going to move from here? You know, now people are like, oh, it seems he wants to finish us with music and all that. Fact, that's what he's there to do, to give us inspirational songs, music that resonates and relates to lifestyle and society and all that. But the question now is, why exactly is he taking a break to focus on his family? Maybe because of that incident. Because, I mean, you agreed to feed us with 600 songs before you call it a quit. But now you're calling it a quit earlier than expected. I think we should just wish him well, because a whole lot of people go through a whole lot that we don't even have an idea about. So it's only when they come out on socials to let us know that we would understand. So we just have to wish him all the best and hope that he would come back as soon as possible to give us a promise which he promised us. Let's move over to the foreign scene. In a Cantonese opera inspired by US President Donald Trump in Hong Kong, a Chinese actor donning a blonde wig spare with a man playing a double of Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, ridiculing his outfits and dueling with him in the White House. Written by Feng Xiu, master turned Cantonese opera playwright Edward Lee, the comedy debuted in 2019 in the Chinese Special Administration. It has had several iterations since then, with the latest featuring Trump's attempted assassination and his quarrel with Zelensky in the White House. The opera begins with a dream by Trump's daughter Ivanka, where her father has a twin brother named Sean Pu living in China when Trump is kidnapped by aliens from Mars. Ivanka asks Sean to pretend to be Trump for one day. Lee said he chose Trump as the main character because his tariffs and policies have affected daily lives. Cantonese opera actor Lu Kuntin, who portrays Trump and Sean, said Trump has a very unique figure. The opera has attracted many young viewers, including 28-year-old Thomas Lowe, who believes the centuries-old art form of Cantonese opera often feels disconnected from modern youth. This was very funny, but take a look at that.
The role of Chuan Pu, Trump's fictional twin brother in opera, is a bit quieter and more refined, while Trump is more arrogant and exaggerated. On stage, you feel like there are two distinct characters. I'm just imitating Trump. He's a very unique person. A long time ago, people asked me, what do you think of him? I said, if he weren't so capable, how could he become president? And even serve a second term? He's not a simple figure. He has his own unique traits, which is why everyone sees him doing so many things. He increased tariffs and made the whole world speak out. That's what makes him such a special person. The relationship between China and the United States has always been something I feel should be one of friendship. No matter what happens, we are Chinese and he is American, but friendship always lives long. That's why we talk about Sino-US friendship in the play. Everyone should strive to be happy together for a lifetime.
Many Cantonese opera stories are about things from a very long time ago, like Farewell My Concubine, or The Flower Princess. These are old stories that don't seem very connected to us. However, the interesting thing is that Edward Lee has created a Cantonese opera featuring Trump and Zelensky. I thought I'd give it a try.
This Cantonese opera is actually a fusion of Chinese and Western elements. On one hand, it incorporates the traditional Chinese cultural aspects of Cantonese opera, and on the other hand, it includes Western-style elements like English songs and dances. It's very international. Chinese audiences can enjoy it, and Western audiences can also relate to it. The characters are very distinctive, and this 3.0 version of Trump is truly unique and exceptional.
Urban artists have turned a 5-story office building in Paris Business District into a space featuring street art ranging from raw graffiti to gallery portraits. The Zoo Art Show Paris gathered the works of 500 artists from France and beyond, the US, Germany, Spain, Belgium, China, Japan, India, and other countries. Antonia, the creator of the Zoo Art Show, said he hopes to show the evolution of street arts in a space spanning 4,000 square meters in the heart of the La Défense district. Monster said he started doing taps or graffiti when he was in his 20s with no intent to make money but just to belong to a small group that aims to spray its name in as many places as possible in Paris. From rebels and outliers, some graffiti artists have become part of popular culture, with the likes Banksy, M. Charts, and Junior having a wide audience for their works. Rupture is a visual artist who also sprayed graffiti in his younger days, living in the Lyon area. Now he works on installations that incorporate graphic elements such as geometric patterns inspired by Moorish windows set against mirrors. For Spanish artist Okuda San Miguel from Santander, urban artists like him have a responsibility to the public. The exhibition will open on June 7th with tickets for the public at €18. Take a look at that.
We're aiming to present urban art, from its conception, that means tag, pure and hard graffiti. So you will discover a top floor that will simply present the work of a huge number of Parisian artists that can be seen outside, in fact, graffiti artists, in short. Then this floor where we are, that is dedicated to graffiti, but graffiti that will push to its most contemporary forms, abstract, figurative, art, etc. In fact, for me, it is no longer a building, it is a giant work of art. The goal is to gather everything here, to be able to bring it together here, to be able to discover it in a simple way. Because indeed, street art is difficult to decipher when you don't know it.
We started more than 20 years ago. At first, we didn't think we would end up in a gallery, or be able to make money. There were only problems at that time. But we wanted to belong to this world. We were part of a minority. And we really wanted to be part of this world and put its name in as many places as possible in Paris. Maybe this way they will understand our way of thinking. There are a lot of people who say that tags are not pretty signatures. Maybe they will start to understand, because it is still a world apart, a parallel world that exists in Paris. And there are some who make tags and who also make art.
We all tried a little bit to paint with these bombs, a little bit on the walls. After, we grow up and we don't want to continue to cause damage, we are maturing, we want to do something else. At our time, it was still something that was forbidden, which was not represented in galleries or elsewhere as we can see it today. It was not in fashion. So it's really this evolution and the progress in age that makes us shift, I think, towards the production of physical and contemporary works.
Cities deserve not only the bombardment of brands, of branding, all the time, but they also deserve more art for everyone. And there are many people who don't even go to museums. Therefore, it is important that art is on the streets too. So that's why I feel responsible to keep making murals and keep working on the street.
Alright, we'll go on a very short break, and when we return, I'll review other stories to you, so stay with us.
Right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the meat market is in chaos? People
We are national.
support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. You're still watching E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. And here comes my last story of the day. Children soar through the air on silks and hoops at Kenya's National Theatre. But this aerial display carries a serious message about climate change. Christine Misenga, 29, a Congolese aerialist who founded the event, said she wanted children to understand global warming. Misenga, who came to Nairobi to study medicine but discovered acrobatics instead, runs B-School Learning, which teaches a real skill in local schools. Performance drew inspiration from environmental clubs and personal observations for their acts and pollution, deforestation, and rising temperature. Misenga hopes to make the competition annual and expand her program to more Kenya schools. Take a look at that.
So as artists, as I tell them every time during class, we are storytellers. We might not be competitors, but we tell the story of what is and we reinvent the future, because only artists have that power. Government is legal, you know, everyone else has a job, but you as an artist, it is yours to tell what is happening and to reinvent it through your performance. And I hope they did it today. High global warming. And I really wanted to do something where the kid could understand that. And I wanted to know, how does a kid get to understand such a big issue? And then, thank God, one of my students is like head of eco in her school. So the more she talked, I was like, oh, they actually understand. Because before I used to think, oh, they don't. But with each child, when I was creating the performance, we got to like, oh, so what's your performance about? So what is it about? And they got to like understand what is happening around the climate and find a solution.
I believe that every small thing you do makes an impact. You're never too small to make a difference. So even if you plant one tree, you still saving the environment. And as kids, we are the future of this earth. So the last generation has passed, and now it's our turn to try and take charge.
Continue like littering and all the different ways the people were performing, our earth will slowly like get worse and we won't be able to live in it. And we need to like create awarenesses so that people know and understand and try to help what we're doing to our earth. Yeah. Otherwise, we'll just destroy it.
It's amazing to see these kids performing today. It was so powerful to see them bring a theme that they care so much about with climate change, that matters for them, for their future, and that they can see we're in such trouble if we don't act now and fast. And they were bringing this message through their art, which was very powerful. As parents, I think I sat there watching these children thinking they're giving us this message. We need to act now on climate change for our time and for their futures.
All right, that's all we have for you in the news segment this hour. We'll go on a short break again and I will review an interview to you. So stay with us.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the meat market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Right here, once again with me is Morgana Ikem. We're having the same conversation on the same topic, but right now she's in poetry. She writes. She doesn't really perform. So same topic, finding rhythm in silence, how performance transforms poetry. So thanks for joining, Morgana Ikem.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I think you should project your voice more a little bit so we can hear you. How do you feel? You're good, right?
Very good.
Okay. So what does rhythm in silence mean to you as a poet?
Well, I can't really say a particular thing yet, but like I will explain.
Okay.
Most of the times I find poetry as the best things. It's not even most of the time, every time, because it explains that feelings. Like I can put down my feelings on writing. I can say it out there. Most times I don't have to look at somebody before I say it. There are all these things. As long as I'm able to, like, you know, express myself, like, it's the best thing for me. So,
all right. So, but when it comes to the silence, because now it's just you writing, right? So how do you break the silence in particular? How do you break the silence to the point that people can resonate to whatever you've written?
Okay, so I tend to, first of all, put my words down. Yes, I put my words and I arrange them in a way that people can understand. Most of the times when I write, I just think about it. Sometimes it just comes to my head and then I put them in writing, and then I share it out there to my friends first of all, because they are the ones that will be like telling you, yeah, this is okay for you to put out there, or this is not okay for you to put out there. So when I'm done sharing it to them, if they're able to understand it, they read meaning to it, then yes, that's when I feel that yes, people can understand it.
Resonate with it.
Yes.
So you work with emotions.
Yes.
So have you ever performed on stage?
Yes, I have. When they opened this 60 Bull
Okay.
At Onasata. Yes, I performed there when they opened it new.
Yeah,
Yes.
your poetry, right?
My poetry.
So how was it? Were people able to engage in your not conversation, your poets?
I will say, I'm not going to lie. I will say it went well for me and for the people who understood it. Most times, people around you don't tend to understand this thing because it's poetry. Yes. So when I was reading, most of them were like making noise.
Okay.
Most of them were like, you know, it's not something they can relate to. It's
Yeah.
nothing. They didn't see it as anything. But I could still hear some voices behind at the background. They were like, oh my God, this girl is good. Oh my
Yeah.
God, I like this. Oh my God, also she was able to write this.
So
like,
what do you think it's the words that you use that make them not to understand? You know, poetry is like magic, some sort of, if I can call it that. Once you put the words together, it takes, not everybody understands, like you said. It takes someone that thinks so deep to understand. So do you think maybe it's the words you put together that make them not really relate to whatever that is being said?
Okay, I think it's firstly because they were not listening, and secondly, I also think it's my voice that day.
Okay.
Yes, I also think it's my voice that day because they didn't give me that chance to, like, you know, speak so well. And again, I let my emotions get the better of me because I started looking at them and then I was like, oh my God.
You had stage fright?
Something like
You know,
that.
I was about to ask you your emotions. Were you talking about love or something? Or
No,
tragedy?
no. Okay, I think I recited 2 poems, yeah. The other one was about a person, all right? It was love. But the other one wasn't. So why are you guys not related to any
Anything.
of them?
Maybe your stage fright.
Yeah, I think that's too. That's why I said my voice too, because I wasn't able to speak out loud more because I had to, like, I forgot what I came there to do and I started looking at their faces. All right, so that's why, that's actually what brought the whole stage fright. If not, naturally, I don't.
But like at that point, yeah, let's assume your voice was good,
Loud
and
enough.
sound, right? How would you have, let's take for instance those people that were not resonating at all, and there are people that was resonating with it. How would you engage them? Would you change your line of your line of poetry, or you continue, or maybe you try something to engage them? Because I tend to wonder, is it through the readings or the tone of the voice, like you clearly said now, the tone of your voice, or the reading or body language?
Okay, first of all, to me, I think firstly, it's the voice. Secondly, it's the body language. And thirdly, the words you used. Yes, because sometimes there is this time I wrote something and I shared it with my friends in a group chat, and one person was like, I don't understand this thing, no. You better explain this thing. So it was when I explained, that's when she was able to, you know, get it.
Yeah.
And then she was like, oh my God, yes, this is good.
So what role do you think audience play in the reading and body language of your poets? Because I know most times, most poem writers do not perform like you said, you just write. But what role do you think audience can play to maybe give you guys that ambience to be able to perform?
Okay, just like that day too, yeah. I believe if they were able to, their expression, I believe I would have, you know, be able to gather more courage from their expression if they had given me the right expression. First of all, they were just expecting music, dance that day. Do you get? So it was more like a change for them. They were surprised. Yes. So I think if they were able to give me the right expression, I would have, you know.
So can performance of a poem, I asked this to the other guests, can the performance of a poem contradict the writing?
A performance of a poem contradicts the writing. I can't really say.
Because I'll use you again, for instance, like that
Okay.
particular day you're talking about. You've written a very wonderful poem. Very wonderful poem. Now your performance, it wasn't really. Did it give what it's supposed to give? Okay, you did.
No, it didn't. It didn't give what it was supposed to give. Yeah.
So, do you think the performance of a poem contradicts the writing, whether it's love, tragedy, people, lifestyle, whatever? Do you think the performance?
Okay. Yes, it does.
All right.
Because if I was able to like put out a good performance out there, even the ones who were not planning to listen, they would have been like, maybe one thing, they would have grabbed one thing and be like, okay, what is she saying? And they will come back. But I think I just looked at their faces and I just got so cold, and then I was just speaking so tiny, and then they were doing their businesses. So
the fault is from you now.
yeah, it's for me. It was for me.
Okay, so how do you differentiate silence, different forms of silence, especially when writing? Because you're writing, you're not speaking, and you expect people that read it to be able to understand, right? How do I put the words now? How do the silence, like the tones, the silence and everything in that writing, how does it come to play?
Okay, I think first of all, it's the way I was able to arrange the arrangement.
Okay.
And then secondly, the little words that could help you understand whether it's high or low.
Are they in brackets or something?
Yes, sometimes I put brackets. If it's maybe a long poem, yes, I put brackets. But in a very, very short poems now.
So that the brackets, the words, gives you the reason to know, okay, this is...
Yeah, this is where you drag. This is where you...
Pause.
Yes. This is where you pause. This is where you continue. This is where you drag high. This is where you bring it low.
All right, so like what actually intrigued you to go into poetry?
Gang. Now that's the question. Okay, so I think I started writing about 5-6 years ago.
Okay.
Yes. So the first day I brought my book to write, it was more like I just woke up from a dream, a very bad one.
Okay.
So I just picked up my paper because that's literally the only thing I could think of doing. After praying, that was the only thing I felt like, yeah, I should do this. I just brought my paper. Honestly, mind you, I didn't know what I was going to do. I just felt like, yeah, put something down in writing, and I brought a pen, I brought a paper. I didn't know what to do. But like meditating, after that, I was able to write something
What
down.
did you title it? Nothing.
Nothing. I said to God, up to you now.
Nothing.
I haven't think of anything. That's a particular poem I haven't been able to arrange or, fix properly. I think I just wrote things that night and I just let it go. It has been in my diary till today, and I have been writing other poems, arranging them. But till today, I haven't touched that one.
Would you allow me to say people that write so much in their diary, they turn to poets sometimes?
Sometimes, I guess so. But then, it's just like my friend will say, if you don't put your mind very well in it, sometimes you just bring your pen and paper and you're like, today has been a very rough day for me, this one, that one. But then when you put your mind into it and you're like, no, I need to give meaning to this writing, that's when you can say, you can hit your chest and tell yourself, yeah, I'm a poet.
What did you study? Because the last guest I had said she's a nurse.
Oh my God.
She said she's a nurse, and I'm wondering, how do a nurse and
it doesn't have
it's
any...
not sinking. So what did you study? Arts or science too?
Arts, actually.
Okay. As expected,
Arts,
actually.
but sometimes just the way the person said it, yes. I think if you ask me, I think it doesn't really have to. You don't have to be an art student just like he said, sometimes when you write so much in your diary and you're like, I can actually do this, I can go deeper in this, then you can be able to write. And before you know it, if you read more about it, before you know it, you start writing, posting, and then people will start, yeah. So I think it doesn't have to do with your whatever you studied.
Do you think there are challenges to this poem writing?
I haven't gotten to where it challenged me,
Okay.
but I heard from someone that it made her forget that there are some things she has to keep to herself. Yes, because she tends to write everything, and then out of so much excitement, she wouldn't know when she put this out there. All right. Meanwhile, this was what she planned on just keeping to herself alone. Now, to her, it's fun, but later on, she'd be like, nah, this was just meant to me.
But it's not like it's her real life story.
Sometimes it's your real
Yeah,
life
it's a real life story, but most people would say it as, oh, it's generated.
Well, that's what they see actually, but like I don't know.
So it's a real life story.
Yes,
though.
to me most of my poems are real life story about my twin, about the dreams I have, about my loved ones. Yes.
I thought, because you said you lifestyle, literally lifestyle, you get. So I felt maybe incidents that maybe happened, not really to you, but in general, in the society or some sort. So I feel maybe you people generate words, I don't know. So now you're saying it's personal.
Okay. I'm not saying it's just personal.
Okay.
Sometimes it's personal, sometimes it's not. Let me use movie actors and producers, for example.
Okay.
Now, sometimes, some of them, I don't know, I'm not an actor, but like I heard that some of the movies we watch today, especially the ones you see they wrote a true life story.
Okay.
Most of them are. You get? Most of these stories are real. These are things that happen to someone, and the person just, maybe when the person is healed and over it, the person will not be like, oh, I think this, my story, can actually teach people something. And then before you know it, they put it out there.
That's quite interesting. I wanted to have something in between with whatever I had with the other guys, but I think this one is more relatable. Right?
Thank you.
So thank you so much, Morgana Ikem, for coming.
You.
You're
I
welcome.
appreciate.
Initially, I thought you were having stage fright too.
All
right.
I was, but I had fun. I had fun.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for watching. And that's all we have for you in this particular interview. Join us same time tomorrow. Thanks.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
WAEC is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when people see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning weekdays and Signature New Day weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
For this country to work, we need the best hands. And if you now want to keep away a section that is very innovative, that's very highly educated, that also knows the wherewithal of how to make the country prosperous, you're only hurting yourself. You're not hurting the Igbos. If you check the statistics everywhere, if not for the sit at home every Monday and all these people running around in the Southeast, murdering people and killing people, the statistics does not show that where all these presidents come from, who have tried to denigrate and push down the Igbo, that their standard of living is better than the average person in the village in Igbo land. It's not. So, what is it that you're doing? Actually, all you're doing is simple. You're cutting off your nose to spite your face. The government is set up for the welfare of Nigerians. So any government that comes, and rather than improve your welfare, rather worsens your condition, does not abide by the first rule, the welfare of the people of Nigeria. And so every time that we speak with government people, we try our very best to say to them, think about Nigerians. Think about Nigerians. But, you know, we also are very aware that when people just get cocooned, they get only those information that are filtered to reach them. Look, Obasanjo used to get up and disguise himself and walk into a restaurant. Sometimes he walks into a supermarket. He gets a feel of the populace. He also had a contrarian. The late Stanley Makebu was a contrarian. So when policies and all that comes, and people say we are advocating this policy, he will ask him, what do you think? And that one is a contrary voice. I say, don't accept this one because it's not correct. What this man is saying does not attune. Because people will always want to tell you what they think you ought to hear that will not make you feel bad about your policy. Nobody who comes to tell you, said, you're messing up. Nobody. That's what is going on with most governments. All that we see, KBSU, and then everything continues to go bad.
We are local.
International communities why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye.
Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Vari Kumo Ado. In the headlines, Peter Obi hails suspension of exam fee hike, calls it victory for Nigerians. Makinde receives Oyo abductees, promises to take charge of their rehabilitation. Final evacuation flight with 315 Nigerians from South Africa to arrive Wednesday. And President Trump says U.S. will be paid for guarding Strait of Hormuz. Details in a moment.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff. It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The federal government has suspended its proposed increase in registration fees for the 2027 West African Senior School Certificate Examination and the National Examinations Council Senior School Certificate, following public concerns over the move. In a statement issued by the Federal Ministry of Education, the government announced the withdrawal of a June 18, 2026 letter that had communicated the proposed adjustment in examination fees. Statement signed by the Ministry's Director of Press and Public Relations, Falashade Boriowo, said that the decision was taken to allow for broader consultations and a fresh review of the proposal before any final determination is made. The proposal would have raised the registration fee for both WAEC and NECO examinations from 27,500 to 50,000 naira beginning in 2027, representing an 82% increase. The ministry explained that the review was prompted by the rising cost of conducting public examinations across the country. Fees have remained largely unchanged for years, despite significant increases in operational expenses. It stressed that no adjustments to examination fees will take effect until discussions with stakeholders are concluded, noting that the consultations will involve examination bodies, state ministries of education, school proprietors and administrators, parents, associations, organized labor, education stakeholders, and other relevant partners. The presidential candidate of the Nigerian Democratic Congress, Peter Obi, has applauded the federal government's decision to halt the planned increase in registration fees for the 2027 West African Senior School Certificate Examination and the National Examinations Council Senior School Certificate Examination, describing the move as a triumph for ordinary Nigerians. Reacting to the development in a statement posted on its X handle, Obi said the reversal was a welcome relief for many families facing economic difficulties across the country. Suspension, he said, reflects the power of public engagement and demonstrates that government policies can be reconsidered when citizens raise legitimate concerns. They have stated that a proposed increase should not have been contemplated in the first place, given the prevailing economic realities, insisting that access to education should be broadened rather than limited, especially at a time when many households are struggling to meet basic needs. The former Anambra governor stressed that education should be treated as a social investment rather than a revenue-generating venture, and one that imposing additional financial obligations on students and their families could discourage enrollment and undermine efforts to tackle Nigeria's out-of-school children crisis. The former governor also used the opportunity to urge authorities to review other policies that have increased the burden on citizens, since leadership involves not only making decisions, but also being willing to reverse them when they prove harmful. Presidential candidate of the Nigerian Democratic Congress, Peter Obi, has condemned the latest killings in Benue and Plateau States, describing the attacks as painful, disturbing, and unacceptable. In a statement posted on his X account, Obi lamented the killing of at least 16 people in Otoponobi community, Benue State, and the murder of 9 members of a family, including a 2-month-old baby, in Riyom local government area of Plateau State over the weekend. Expressing concern over the persistent violence, Obi said the killings reflected a worsening security crisis that had left many communities living in fear. Obi stressed that protecting life and property remained the foremost responsibility of government, noting that the number of persons killed is not mere statistics, but fathers, mothers, children, breadwinners, and future leaders whose dreams have been violently cut short. They called for a shift from routine condemnations to decisive action, urging authorities to strengthen intelligence gathering, improve rapid response capabilities, and ensure perpetrators face justice. Obi also extended his condolences to the bereaved families and the governments of Benue and Plateau States, while wishing those injured a speedy recovery. Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde has received the rescued teachers and pupils abducted from Ahoro Eshiele and Yawota schools in Orire local government area of the state. Nigerian Army formally handed them over to the Oyo State government on Monday after the rescue from captivity at a ceremony held at the Executive Chamber of the Governor's Office in Ibadan. Speaking during the ceremony, Makinde described the rescue as an extraordinary feat made possible through the collaboration of the federal government, the Nigerian Army, and other security agencies, while assuring the victims that the state government would stand by them throughout their recovery. The governor expressed gratitude to President Bola Tinubu for his support throughout the rescue operation, as well as the leadership of the nation's security agencies. He noted that although similar incidents had occurred in different parts of the country, the response to the Rire abduction was unprecedented, even as he acknowledged the psychological trauma they endured during the 56-day captivity. A general officer commanding 2 Division Nigerian Army, Major General Chinedun Nebife, said a successful rescue was the outcome of painstaking intelligence-led operations and close collaboration among security agencies. The GOC revealed that preliminary findings indicated the existence of local collaborators who allegedly aided the terrorists, including some members of local vigilante groups and hunters who worked with the kidnappers. In an emotional address, the school principal, speaking publicly for the first time since regaining freedom, recounted the horrifying ordeals suffered by the victims during the captivity, describing the experience as torturous and horrendous. Fresh concerns over insecurity in Oyo State have emerged following the abduction of a 60-year-old headmaster, Owade Matthew Kolawole, of the Mardik Basic School, Ogodo, Ibojaye, in Itesi-Iwaju local government area. The incident comes just days after the successful rescue of teachers and pupils who were abducted from schools in neighboring Orire local government area, raising renewed fears among education stakeholders over the safety of teachers in the state. Kolawole was reportedly kidnapped on Saturday between 5 p.m. and 6 p.m. while returning from his farm at Buduare in Itesi-Iwaju Council area of the state. According to his son, Owade Abiola, suspected gunmen intercepted his father and whisked him away for an unknown destination, and later contacted the family using the victim's mobile phone and demanded a ransom of 30 million naira. Chairman of the Nigeria Union of Teachers in Itesi-Iwaju local government, Fabi Folashade had earlier raised the alarm over the abduction, describing it as a disturbing development for teachers and residents in the area. Confirming the incident on Monday, Oyo State Police Public Relations Officer Olayinka Ayanlade said security operatives were working to apprehend the kidnappers and secure the safe release of the abducted headmaster. Patient safety experts have urged the Senate to sustain legislative work on a proposed National Health Facility Regulatory Agency establishment bill, warning that abandoning the legislation would undermine efforts to improve healthcare standards and protect patients across Nigeria. The bill was made during a public hearing organized by the Senate Committee on Tertiary Health Institutions and Services, following the successful passage of a bill for second reading in the upper chamber. The proposed legislation, supported by the senator representing sponsored by the senator representing Bauchi North Senatorial District, Samala Dahu Kala, seeks to establish a National Health Facility Regulatory Agency to regulate hospitals, laboratories, medical equipment, and healthcare facilities, particularly within the private sector, to ensure compliance with minimum standards of quality, safety, and service delivery.
You can open a hospital, and that is not what it is all over the world. Today, Nigerian doctors, but the hospital itself, we do not have a standard regulator that regulates what the hospital is supposed to be in this country. So that is why we have a lot of quackery. Any house can become a hospital. Anybody can open a hospital, and that is not what it is all over the world. Today, Nigerian doctors are excellent everywhere in the world. If you go to the US, the UK, Europe, everywhere, they are working and excelling. But why is it that they cannot work in Nigeria? Why is it that the Nigerian patient is not very sure of our doctors? It is not the doctors. It is the hospital. It is the...
Mixed reactions from stakeholders, with several regulatory agencies and professional associations expressing reservations about some of its provisions.
The session has carefully reviewed the proposed National Health Facilities Regulation Agency bill, which is currently before the National Assembly. While acknowledging the intent of the bill, which is to improve standards in health facility regulation, the Nigerian Medical Association is of the view that the bill in its present form raises serious constitutional, legal, administrative, and economic concerns that may ultimately undermine the Nigerian health system. Constitutional basis. The proposed National Health Facilities Regulatory Agency Bill raises fundamental constitutional concerns under the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended. One of the most regulated industry across the globe is the health sector, particularly hospital. And in Nigeria, we have a preponderance of frameworks that regulate health services. Therefore, this particular SB 861 is a threat to the current health system in Nigeria. And we are appealing to you to stand it down. It's written in black and white. We request the Senate to stand this bill down.
The framework for the proposed agency, Wilson Ajayi lamented that it is described as the absence of enforceable national standards for hospitals, laboratories, and other healthcare facilities in Nigeria. Responding to the concerns raised during public hearing, members of the Senate Committee on Tertiary Health Institutions and Services assured stakeholders that all memoranda and submissions will be carefully reviewed before the committee presents its report to the Senate.
I'm a doctor, and I have worked in Nigeria now for more than 30 years. Ladies and gentlemen, as I stand here today, we have no definition for a hospital in Nigeria. We have no definition. So a hospital is whatever we as doctors think it is, and that is where our patients interface with. So Nigeria has built a credible national system to license people who deliver care and to approve the products they use. It has not built a national system to license the place where care is delivered. Every doctor, nurse, pharmacist, laboratory scientist, and radiographer must be registered and licensed by a national professional council before practicing. Every drug must be approved by NAFDAC.
Some of those deficits. Yes, I hear you loud and clear. There is no inclusiveness. There is no merit-based leadership structure. The things that happen to Dora Akinyuli, the things that happen to, the retired professor, the retired vice chancellor in Benin, who could not have been a CMAC chair but was able to become a vice chancellor. Those are the undercurrent of what is going on. And I want Nigerians to know what's going on here. We got something right here. We have the idea. We got something to work on here. The NEFRA is not supposed to give licenses in the state. We're not supposed.
The committee also encouraged continued public engagement and constructive debate on the bill, including discussion through the media, to ensure that the final legislation reflects the interest of all stakeholders while prioritizing patient safety and improved healthcare delivery in Nigeria. Meanwhile, the Senate Committee on the Niger Delta Development Commission has re-invited ITO Exploration and Production Company Limited to appear before it over allegations that the company fails to remit statutory contributions amounting to about $71 billion and over 30 billion naira to the Niger Delta Development Commission. The decision followed the company's absence at an investigative hearing convened by the committee to consider a petition alleging that IETO breached its obligations under the section the Niger Delta Development Commission Act 2017. Chairman of the Senate Committee on NDDC, Asukwa Bayong, described the allegations as serious and one that the Senate would ensure compliance with statutory remittance obligations across the oil and gas sector.
This case that has been brought to us, this petition that has been brought to us concerning ITO is one that is very concerning. If after years of discussion, negotiation, cajoling, reporting, or getting the EFCC involved, they have been stubborn in the remittance, I think is one that we need to take on and clearly try and get towards a resolution that sends a message to the entire industry. And so we'll be starting with this. The MD has also alluded to the fact that other companies haven't been making these payments as at when due. We would like to get a full list of those that have complied and those that have failed to comply in terms of remittances. But like I said, we have this petition before us. It is important that a message is sent. We believe that, and we would like to believe that the notice may have been short, and so the company was not readily available to be here. So without holding brief for them, I think it's best that we give a notice of an invitation, which subsequently
agreed to issue a fresh invitation, giving the company 2 weeks to honor the summons. Committee chairman had, in his opening remarks, explained that the hearing was convened following the receipt of a petition submitted by Eco Vista attorney Matthew Eco. A former Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, ENUGU, has pleaded not guilty to 6-count charge of allegations of forging academic credentials. ENUGU was arraigned on Monday before Justice Joyce Abdul Malik of the Federal High Court, Abuja, by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission. Charges for the cover claims of receiving approximately 29.5 million naira in salary and emoluments under false pretenses, as well as money laundering allegations. Shortly after taking his plea, his counsel, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Onoja, told the court that he had filed a motion for bail. Counsel for the prosecution said they were ready to proceed with the trial and had 3 witnesses. He also did not object to the defendant's bail application, saying that it was at the discretion of the court. Justice Abdul Malik subsequently granted him bail and a sum of 20 million naira with one surety in like sum. Surety must be a federal civil servant not below grade level 15 and must have maintained a fixed place of residence for at least 4 years. The matter was adjourned until September 21, 2026 for the commencement of trial. President Bola Tinubu has described as directed the National Identity Management Commission to ensure that every Nigerian is enrolled in the National Identity Database before the end of 2026. Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the Commission, Abisoye Koka Adusote, who disclosed this in a media chat, said the directive forms part of the federal government's efforts to establish a comprehensive national identity system capable of supporting effective governance, planning, and service delivery. He said that NIMSA is working with partners under the World Bank supported Identification for Development project to accelerate nationwide enrollment. The DG stressed that the National Identification Number remains a unique identifier, ensuring that every individual is registered only once. Koka Odusote said Nigeria's actual population remains uncertain, with estimates ranging from 200 million to 250 million, making a comprehensive identity database essential for national planning. And the possibility of an individual obtaining multiple identities by registering in different locations under different names, the NIMSA boss explained that the current process automatically identifies and invalidates multiple registrations. The Director General of the controversial Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Council, Adeniyi Adeyemi, has urged President Bola Tinubu to set up an independent panel to investigate the circumstances surrounding the organization. In an open letter to Tinubu, Adeyemi said the panel must be independent and multi-stakeholder to guarantee complete neutrality. He said that the panel's membership should be drawn from civil society organizations and independent media representatives, international financial observers, and human rights observers such as Amnesty International to monitor compliance with international safety and legal standards. Tinubu had asked the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission to investigate the matter, but Adeyemi said since the agency is part of the government, it would be unfair to have it probe the matter. He said that working freely into custody under the current arrangement poses an immediate existential threat to his life, alleging that he received verified, highly reliable intelligence indicating that he is targeted for elimination the moment he surfaces in an unmonitored environment. The Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission says Nigeria's crude oil production hit 1.56 million barrels per day in June, representing a 2% rise from 1.53 million BPD produced in May. Commission said in a statement that the increased crude oil volume marked a positive growth for the 4th consecutive month. Simon noted that Nigeria's crude oil production, excluding condensates, reached the highest level recorded since April 2020, marking a 74-month high. Further stated that crude oil and condensate production rose to an average of 1.7 million in June, reflecting Nigeria's potential to reach 2 million barrels per day in the near term. According to the statement, the improved performance was largely driven by stable production operations across most producing assets and the absence of any major pipeline outages during the period under review. The federal government says the last evacuation flight from South Africa with 315 Nigerians is expected to arrive in the country on Wednesday, 15 July 2026. This was disclosed by the spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Kimebie Ebienfa, in a statement on Tuesday. Ebienfa said the flights to be operated by Air Peace will depart South Africa at 1:30 a.m. with an estimated time of arrival at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos, set at 6:30 a.m. The federal government's evacuation consists of Nigerians who indicated interest in returning home following the recent xenophobic attacks and security concerns in parts of South Africa. The government had earlier conducted 4 evacuation flights, bringing home hundreds of Nigerians as part of efforts to ensure the safety and welfare of its citizens abroad. The ministry reaffirmed the federal government's commitment to protecting Nigerians wherever they may be and express appreciation to all stakeholders involved in the evacuation exercise. Still to come, UN chief warns of catastrophic consequences. Africa to get more slots as FIFA considers 64-team World Cup. Stay with us.
Jacinda, are you ready to take the next big step towards your dream career?
Stephanie, I want to study software engineering or maybe cybersecurity. What we are playing?
Is that what you're worried? Then listen up. At Queensland University in they are now accepting application. In fact, admission is ongoing now. So you have to hurry now before it's too late.
Queensland? For you?
Yes. Whether you want to become a software engineer, cybersecurity expert, nurse like me, lawyer, then your journey starts here.
Finny, if I may ask, what is so special about this school?
Their modern facilities are top-notch. She will talk about their environment, the very serene environment, and their lecturers are experienced lecturers. And let me shock you, in here, you don't just own a degree, you own a skill and confidence to stand out.
Your mind rate, our vision is calling.
Oh yes, now you can call the number on your screen 080 68 52 81 66 or
80 53 57 90 26.
Queensland University, ENUGU, your future is here.
President Donald Trump says the United States will be paid for guiding the Straits of Hormuz after declaring that it will be taking over the strategic waterway. Trump said the United States will now become the guardian of the strait, that the country has been guiding it for nothing, but now will be reimbursed by wealthy nations. The U.S. President's comment came after U.S. and Iranian attacks on a scale unseen since an April ceasefire and a conflict in the Middle East, adding to doubts about efforts to bring a permanent end to the war that has halted shipping through the strait. The past week's hostilities have centered on a critical energy trade route, control of which is a key point of dispute between Washington and Tehran. Trump had complained about tactics of Iranian negotiators seeking changes in what was agreed during hours of talks at the weekend. Iran's foreign ministry spokesman said the government was talking with mediators from Qatar, Pakistan, and Oman in a bid to prevent an escalation in the war. One Indian crew member was killed and 8 others were wounded when 2 Emirati oil tankers were struck by Iranian cruise missiles at the Straits of Hormuz. The United Arab Emirates Ministry of Defense disclosed this on Tuesday, the latest escalation in the strategic waterway, which was later confirmed by UAE state oil giant Abu Dhabi National Oil Company's shipping arm, ADNOC. ADNOC has been among the most active participants in a U.S. military-led operation to move Gulf crude out to international buyers through ship-to-ship transfers beyond the Straits of Hormuz. The UAE Defense Ministry said the tankers were targeted in the southern lane of the Straits while in Omani territorial waters, and that a dead crew member was aboard the Mombasa. The ministry further disclosed that of the 8 wounded, 4 were seriously injured, 6 of them Indian nationals and 2 were Ukrainian nationals. Attacks caused material damage to both tankers after fires broke out on board. Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei has vowed to prevent the killing of his father and predecessor Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, declaring that revenge must certainly take place. In his first public message since funeral ceremonies for his father began a week ago, Mojtaba Khamenei said vengeance would involve not only Iran, but free people around the world. Mojtaba Khamenei has not been seen in public since he was appointed supreme leader on March 8. But sources said he suffered facial disfigurement and other injuries in the airstrike. The latest statement comes after renewed exchanges between U.S. and Iranian forces cast doubt on a ceasefire agreed to end the 4-month war. Mojtaba Khamenei became supreme leader by the backing of the Revolutionary Guards following the death of his father in the U.S.-Israeli airstrike on February 28 at the start of the war. Meanwhile, the UN Secretary General says he is deeply concerned by the renewed military confrontations in the Gulf region, urging all parties to exercise maximum restraint. In a statement made before a further set of U.S. strikes overnight on Sunday, Antonio Guterres warned that a return to full-scale hostilities would have catastrophic consequences. He also called for the restoration of full freedom of navigation in the Straits of Hormuz. Secretary General's comments were criticized by Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman Ismail Bagheri, who said that Iran's strikes on U.S. bases in the region were a legitimate and lawful exercise of its inherent right to self-defense under international law. He also called on Guterres to urge the countries in the region to stop allowing the U.S. to use their territories as launch pads for aggression against Iran. No commercial vessels have crossed the Straits of Hormuz since Sunday evening, according to ship tracking website Marine Traffic. On Sunday, the Iranian government's Persian Gulf Strait Authority said transit through the waterway is not currently possible due to illegal movement of United States military forces in the region. 8 commercial vessels, including tankers, bulk carriers, and cargo vessels, crossed the straits on Sunday, down from 21 on Saturday and 14 on Friday, according to preliminary data from maritime intelligence firm Kepler. And that's the news. I am Barry Kumado. Thank you very much for watching.
New every morning on Signature TV, we open the day for you with needed energy, information, and required vibes to shape your day. From sizzling snippets of stories in various areas of life to intriguing conversations with net worth guests.
When you have people who have no track record becoming your leaders, you have a problem. There's no outstanding gratuity when Obi took over from me. I left in all the accounts of Anambra State 13.8 billion for him.
Your day cannot be complete without Signature Mornings on weekdays and Signature New Day on weekends. There is no better way to start your day except Signature Morning and Signature New Day every day on Signature TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Development Discourse, where we ideate for Africa's development. My name is Patrick Okibo. I'm the founding partner at Next Year. Next Year is a multi-competency advisory firm that's focused on solving Africa's complex development challenges. And some of these complex challenges include rising global tensions, shifting alliances, declining international aid, which are redefining the world order. These challenges pose serious risks and unique opportunities for Africa's growth and leadership. What role will Africa play in the emerging global order? How can the continent reposition itself to protect its interests? My guest today to discuss these and many other questions is Her Excellency Ambassador Annette Gunther, the German ambassador to the Federal Republic of Nigeria and ECOWAS. Her Excellency's diplomatic career spans over 3.5 decades, where she has served as German ambassador to Kenya, Somalia, Seychelles, Botswana, etc. Over this period, she's worked in several diplomatic roles in Afghanistan, Uzbekistan, New Zealand, Tajikistan, etc. You know, she was a senior political advisor to the commander of ISAF, International Security Assistance Force, in Kabul, and as Germany's Commissioner for Humanitarian Aid, Crisis Prevention, and Post-Conflict Peace Building. Ambassador Gunther has held several leadership roles within the German Federal Foreign Office in Berlin and served as a full-time board member of the Staff Council of the Foreign Office. Ambassador Gunther, welcome.
Good afternoon.
Fantastic, fantastic. You've served in some of the world's most complex diplomatic environments. I mean, from Afghanistan to Kenya and now Nigeria. How does your experience in these very diverse contexts inform your approach to Germany's engagement with West Africa?
Thank you very much for the question. Yes, indeed, you are right that many of the positions I held in my previous career kind of prepared me for what I find here in West Africa and in Nigeria. And I was not only the first Commissioner for Conflict Prevention and Stabilization, I was also Commissioner for Humanitarian Assistance, and I was also Commissioner for Migration and Refugees. And between 2015 and 18, before I went to Kenya. And in particular, during those years, I have visited Nigeria before. In those capacities, you may be surprised that I was in Maiduguri in 2016, when almost nobody dared to go there, in my capacity to see what we can do in terms of humanitarian assistance or also developing stabilization strategies. And then later on, also in my capacity as a Commissioner for Migration and Refugees, I've been back to Abuja. So I always say, I'm the first one who is here voluntarily, because I was really thinking, no, I'm joking, but I really wanted to come to Abuja, because I really thought that many of the things that I have seen in previous posts come together, and I hope that I can add value to my position and to our relations using those experiences, also from Afghanistan and others. So yes, I'm very happy to be here in Nigeria and enjoying myself tremendously in contributing to strengthening our bilateral relations.
Fantastic, fantastic. And in my lead up to this, I talked about the global power shifts and multilateralism that we're experiencing in the world today. Germany has traditionally been a champion of multilateralism, yet we're seeing rising skepticism towards traditional or international institutions globally. How are the domestic political currents in Germany, including the rise of alternative political voices, shaping the country's approach to Africa and multilateral engagement?
I would say over the decades, with changing governments in Germany, you have never seen a dramatic shift in our international positions regarding multilateral institutions and peace and security, our relations with our partner countries. Of course, each government may have different priorities, but I would say we are not seeing a dramatic shift here. All the more with the developments in the world, I think we have to strengthen multilateralism. We see how, you know, different poles drift apart instead of working together in the interest of mankind, of humanity, of all the countries in the world. So I think we're putting even more focus on multilateral institutions. And of course, as a member of the European Union, we strongly believe in regional cooperation, in regional economic and political integration. But of course, as you said, we see the rise of different, you know, other tendencies and opinions in the world. And I think this is where we have to come together with our partners, be it in Europe, but be it all over the world. And I think Nigeria is one of our strong partners in Africa. We have to come together with our partners to work on strengthening these institutions, because we strongly believe that only through multilateralism we can secure democracy, peace, and growth for our nations. And Nigeria is a very strong partner in this endeavor.
But we're seeing, I mean, a country as big as the United States, we're seeing these increasing attacks on big international multilateral organizations. We're seeing, you know, across the world, increasing challenges to rules-based international order. You know, how is Germany balancing its commitment to this rules-based international order with practical needs to compete, you know, with other powers like, say, China, Russia, for influence in Africa?
In particular, when it comes to Nigeria, but also Africa in general, we see that if we can make a case, a business case, and prove that our relationships and that our rules and our values will benefit both continents, Europe, and when I talk, I'm not necessarily only talking about Germany. This is also the European Union, because we in Europe, we share the same values and we work towards the same goals. But we have to make sure that our partners in Africa understand that we know that, and that my new foreign minister just said the other day to the Nigerian foreign minister, he said, whatever happens in Africa will affect us. So we cannot be ignorant. We cannot, you know, build a big fence around Europe and say, oh, we do our own thing and we don't care what happens in other parts of the world. So that's why I think we are very outgoing to explain and to prove even that this partnership is beneficial for all sides. And as has been proven or also discussed at the recent European Union, African Union, AU summit in Brussels last week, that the European Union and the member states are very much interested to cooperate with the neighboring continent, which is Africa. And in this globalized world, we all know we cannot shut off and say, like, you know, this we are not concerned. So I think, of course, we have interest, as you rightly said. Of course, we also have interest. We have interests in peace and security. We have interests in climate issues, working together with partners in the world on climate issues. Of course, we have interest in raw materials. We have interest in providing our expertise to our partner countries, be it in agriculture, be it in industry, be it in other areas. So I think we are strong partners, and we just have to prove our case, you know, that we are the better ones and that our values, and I'm sure, and I'm really sure, and I know that we share the same values with Nigeria, that we can be stronger together.
Exactly. And we'll get to some of these issues, especially climate finance, you know, changing climate and its issues even impact on security. But let's spend a bit of time on Germany's development philosophy. And here I'm thinking Germany's African development approach has also evolved significantly from the traditional donor recipient models that we've seen in the past. Can you elaborate for us, how Germany is thinking about its partnership with Africa strategy and how it's being implemented specifically in Nigeria and the ECOWAS region?
Yes, you're quite right that our relations, and this year we celebrate, by the way, 65 years of bilateral diplomatic relations and 50 years of development cooperation. No, that was last year. Anyway, yeah, it has undergone dramatic changes, and this is due to multiple conflicts in the world, due to challenges from climate change, due to global pandemics that we have seen in the past. So our cooperation has changed. And also, as we discussed before, declining trust in multilateralism is a challenge. And I think, and also other global challenges, be it, conflicts in war in the Ukraine, conflict in Gaza, lots of conflicts in other parts of the world, Africa included. So I think our cooperation has undergone a change from classical development where you drill a borehole or you build a hospital, has more come to knowledge transfer, technology transfer, for instance, in food systems, in agriculture, where we can bring added value, because most of our partners, and even Nigerian government officials, politicians, even the president said it, he said, we don't necessarily need your money. We want your knowledge. We want your technology. We want to transfer. So I think this is where we are. And as Germany, we have four different, main pillars of cooperation, which we always adjust to the priorities of our partner governments, for the Nigerian government, for that matter. So, and that is cooperation in sustainable economic development. Economic development is the key to peace and prosperity of this country. But that also includes digitalization, focus on youth. We all know Africa is the continent of the youth. So our focus is on youth development, job creation, but also energy transition, just transition, agriculture, health, and social protection. But in all we do, I can only stress it again, the youth is our focus, because the youth, and we want the young people in Africa and in Nigeria, we want them to have a good education and a brilliant future with jobs and with prosperity for their families. So this is what we are doing now. So technical cooperation and knowledge transfer, I think, is the key of what we are doing at the moment.
And I don't know if you're able to drill a bit deeper into that, because yes, the president is right, and the focus of the German government is right, that traditional aid may not be what we are looking for right now, or may not fit where we are in our development journey. I don't know if you can speak to a bit more specifics on how this transfer of knowledge, technology, especially around manufacturing, may be happening between Germany and Nigeria in the light of Nigeria's goal to really diversify away from its dependence on oil.
Well, let's take the energy sector. So we have various programs in the energy sector where we help to develop institutions like the energy corporations in the country to be more efficient, but we also build decentralized solar grids. But we also combine that, as I said, with training. I just the other day visited a training center where young people were taught how to install solar systems. And I saw it with my own eyes, state-of-the-art solar systems. The young people were, you know, fixing things, knew exactly the size and the capacity and how to connect it and how to do this, because transfer to solar, you can say that, but if you don't have the workforce who can implement it, you know, there's no good. So I think it all comes together. And then this is also linked to, we haven't touched upon it, the migration issue. So training for young people can mean, A, they contribute to the development of their own country and their own economy, but also they can go and find jobs elsewhere in the world. And we are not against it, you know. Germany is an aging population. We need young people, but we also need trained people. So, I think the skills development and the training for young people is like two-sided. They can come and find jobs here and help, but they can also go elsewhere and work, ideally in Germany. But yeah, so I think the energy sector is one that shows it very well how layered it is. And it goes, even the energy idea goes beyond, because Nigeria has a very ambitious energy transition plan that goes to zero emissions by 63 or so, 2063. Very ambitious. At the moment, we know there are lots of fossil resources, and they must be used and they are needed to develop the economy. But we must look into the future. And that's why, like 2 years ago, Germany opened a hydrogen office here in Abuja, German Nigerian hydrogen office, to promote knowledge and exchange in that area. We just 2 weeks, I was at a workshop with lots of stakeholders where the office contributed to the development of the Nigerian hydrogen policy paper. So also looking into the future, and there we are again, climate change, it's a global issue. We have to work together. It's important. What Nigeria does will affect us, will affect the rest of the world. So just a few examples of how interconnected all our activities are. And of course, and I agree with you, they also reflect our own interests.
Exactly. And I mean, thank you for what Germany is doing in Nigeria, especially in the development space. GIZ is a key player in the space, especially in the power sector that you've spoken about. Now, I know that German-Nigerian relations have very deep historical roots. You know, I mean, even going back to the colonial period or even the post-independence development cooperations that we've enjoyed with Germany. How have you seen this relationship evolve over time, and what lessons from that history has informed the current cooperation models that you may be working on at this time?
As I said, we have already spoken about the transformation in the character of our cooperation. And from the beginnings until today, our bilateral relations have developed far beyond development aid. You know, we work on trade and investment. We have, as I said, we have projects on peace and security, stabilization, humanitarian assistance, cultural relations, scholarships, students. Maybe we can come to that later, the Benin bronzes that have come back. We have cooperation on energy and climate change. We have security cooperation. We have military cooperation. So it's very broad and multifaceted what we are doing, and I think it covers the whole range of the activities of a society. But what I think is really important, and you asked about the past, I have met so many people in Nigeria who told me that 30 years ago, 40 years ago, that they studied in Germany or did a PhD in Germany. And I think it is those people's relations, it's this, you know, experience of each other's countries and culture that really brings us closer together. And that's why we really try to work also on that side to get people moving from one side to the other for work, for study, for cultural exchange, whatever. Because this is what brings us closer together. You know, governments can talk to each other. You know, my foreign minister can talk to the Nigerian foreign minister. But, you know, the real relations between two countries is the people having those connections. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And let's speak a bit about transnational security threats, especially as your remit covers West Africa. How do you understand the security threats we face in the West Africa region? In your view, what are some of the root causes, and how is Germany and Nigeria and ECOWAS working together to address some of these transnational threats that we face in the region?
I think everything we experience, as I said earlier, is no longer a national issue. It's always trans-border. So peace can be trans-border, but terrorism and conflict can also be trans-border. Wars, you know, are not limited regionally. It will affect all of us. So I think what we see in the region is manifold origins of tensions and conflict. One of the reasons may be lack of development, or lack of development in a speed, you know, that is seen and felt by the people. So I think through development, of course, we can always reduce tensions, because these conflicts are about resources usually. But also we see, and that may have to do with other conflicts, we also see infiltration of terrorism in the region, and that doesn't stop at borders. We cannot be ignorant or not interested in what's going on in the Sahel region, because that terrorism comes over to what are they called? the coastal countries, yes. And also into Nigeria. And that is why we very much support regional efforts in security. We support ECOWAS in many areas. We are the biggest contributor to the Regional Stabilization Facility, which is a funding facility, and I think Germany contributed more than 100 million into it's the Lake Chad Stabilization Facility. We work with the Lake Chad Basin Organization. Most of that 100 million, I think about 90 million, went into the stabilization of the Bay States, of the 3 northeastern countries. And this year, again, it was Germany that started the Northwest Prevention Facility, where we, as the first country, have already contributed 7 million euro, and we're hoping for other partners to come in, because we believe that development and stabilization helps to reduce tensions and conflicts, and helps the people to come back to a normal life. We have just opened housing estates with more than, I don't know, 150 buildings. And what is very important in this kind of cooperation, that we do it together with the local governments, with the governors and the governors in those states, in Kaduna or Katsina or Sokoto or wherever, because then that creates ownership. And this is also the change from the past. It's not like we are just coming and throwing a lot of money somewhere. No, now we do it together. You know, we give that much, and the governor and his government, they give that much, and we do that project together. And this is, I think, very important, because then also the people have this ownership. The region, I think, it is very, of course, deplorable that 3 Sahel states have left ECOWAS, and of course, therefore, they have created a lack in military cooperation in fight against terrorism. So I think we are now working on ways how we can still work together, how we can keep up this cooperation, how we can support them, because it's not a solution to say like, oh, let them go. No, they are neighbors, you know, they are neighbors of Nigeria, they are neighbors of the region, they are, and as I said, whatever happens in this region will affect us. So we're very much interested in stabilizing the region and supporting the region in their security cooperation and in ECOWAS. So some of our projects with ECOWAS also address security issues.
In fact, I want to drill a bit deeper into that, especially given your experience in places like Afghanistan with ISAF, or in other conflict zones. What are some of your experiences from those conflicts that help you understand what we're dealing with in Nigeria and the region, that could then help inform solutions to this current challenge?
I think one of the experiences is that the people on the other side of the conflict, they haven't been born as terrorists, you know.
Yep.
They have grievances. There's always a reason why they have turned into what they are. And as we have seen we have seen that in Iraq, in Syria, in Afghanistan, you can win them back, but you have to give them opportunities. You have to give them a future that is beyond fighting and killing. And I think this is what we are replicating, or what we are doing in the Northeast, where, as I said, we invest a lot in the demobilization and reintegration programs of former Boko Haram affiliates. Maybe not the hardcore, fighters. They have to go to justice. But hundreds of thousands have, as they call it, come out of the bush. But they are not terrorists. They just happen to live in these territories. So they are affiliates or whatever. They are farmers and their families. So they have to come back. So you have to give them a future. You have to give them accommodation. You have to give them a job. You have to, bring them back into society. And I think that's one of the strong experiences from many other conflicts. They will not go, terrorists, they will not just go away and you can't kill them all. This is not the solution. The solution is to find out what are their problems and how can we win them back into our societies. So, and that's what we are doing very much in the Northeast in particular.
And how has that collaboration between the Nigerian governments in the ECOWAS region been with Germany? And if you could fix anything to make it more effective, what would that be? What are some of the insights from your work first as a commissioner for humanitarian aid and post-conflict peace building in Germany, and your work today in the region? What are some insights and some things that if we could change that, it could bring to better peace building, better conflict prevention in the region?
You can always do things better than you're doing them at the moment. I think we are very good, actually, working together with the local governments. Governor Zulum, I don't know, I see him on a regular basis, and I think our programs are really geared at this ownership, What could maybe be better is if the security coordination between the federal government and the states, if there would be a closer link and coordination in addressing these security challenges, that would be something that might be helpful, because on the one hand we try to let's say mediate, moderate conflicts, say in Kaduna or in Plateau or wherever, but these local activities have to be better coordinated with the federal level and the security forces on the federal level. So maybe that's one thing that can be improved, and of course ownership. But really, I'm not complaining. We're very good and very close with the local governments, with local communities, with local leaders, religious leaders, traditional leaders, everybody is involved, because without ownership and without involving the people, you cannot come as German government and say, like, we have a lot of money here, we'll fix it. No, we will not fix it. We are helping people to fix it themselves.
So let's talk a bit about migration here. I know you touched on it a bit earlier on, but let's see if we can drill a bit deeper into it. It's a term that is not seen very positively in many parts. In fact, it is mostly framed in crisis terms. You know, all these Africans are leaving for Europe. You know, see what's going to happen to Europe, etc. And it's also fueled some of the alternative voices that we're beginning to see in Europe, in Germany, etc. How can Germany and Nigeria work together to create more maybe positive narratives around mobility, around migration?
Yes, you're right. Unfortunately, there's always a negative connotation to migration, but that's not true. Most of the migration happens locally, within one country, or maybe from one country to another country. So you see the conflict in Sudan. So people migrate the other side to Chad and other neighboring countries. They are not all coming. They're not a very, very small fraction, if at all, they are coming to Europe. You know, this is a misconception, and maybe it's abused by people who want to give that bad name to migration. Of course, migration has to happen. If it happens, let's say, to Europe, to Germany, it has to happen in an orderly manner. You know, we all have rule of law in our countries, and there are laws, and even if you want to enter Nigeria, you need a visa. You cannot just come. So same rules. And I think, as I said earlier, Europe, not only Germany, Europe, we are an aging population, and we need young people. We need migration from other parts of the world, Africa included, to keep our economies going. You know, this is the truth. So I think we are very much interested in migration, but we are interested in regular migration, in legal pathways, be it to study, be it to work, be it to visit, tourism even, you know. What in the past, since 2015, that's when I started as Commissioner for Humanitarian Assistance, was this refugee crisis, where we see people going on illegal paths, dying in the Mediterranean, dying on, you know, long routes through Europe under terrible conditions. You know, this is nothing that we want, and it does not reflect our humanity and our picture of how people should move from one place to the other. So I think we are interested in an orderly and safe, regular migration from other parts to the world, to Germany and to Europe. And I think that's what we are working on. You have seen that Germany has concluded a migration agreement with Kenya a couple of months ago, where we describe what are the pathways, what can we do, what kind of education is needed. People need to, when you come to Germany, honestly, you have to speak a few words of German, otherwise you cannot survive. You can migrate to the US, to Canada, to England, but in Germany it's a bit more difficult. And because German is so widely spoken, not like in other smaller European countries where people speak English very well. I think in some smaller places in Germany, you really need to speak. So anyway, but we are working on this. We have already, I think, 7 centers for migration and development that are run by GIZ in Nigeria. One is in Lagos, in Edo, here in Abuja. One is just outside Abuja, where we inform people about legal pathways of migration to Germany, where we prepare them, where we explain them what is needed, which certificates you need, or what degree you need to go to study, to do this, to do that. We also help, let's say someone only wants to go because they're looking for a better life, or they're looking for a job, or they're so desperate. They don't want to leave, but they're so desperate that they think they have to leave. So we also educate them. We also have skills training, job training for them, to give them the opportunity to find a livelihood in Nigeria and don't have to migrate. And also these centers look after people who come back from Europe and from Germany in particular after maybe illegal migration. And these centers are all over the country, and this is part of our migration policy as we have it so far. And then, as I said, many of the GIZ projects on skills development, of course, prepare people for legal migration to Germany.
And just to push that one step deeper, so we look at Nigeria and Africa, actually, just very young, dynamic population, median age of somewhere around 18 or 19 years. So many years, very dynamic people, very educated, could be educated, just able to work, able to see opportunities and take advantage of those opportunities. On the flip side, we have a Europe that has a bit of a demographic challenge, so aging populations, etc. Do you see an opportunity where Africa and Europe could look at this as real opportunities to find a way to balance what could be a challenge in Africa, because we don't have a lot of opportunities for these young people to get gainfully employed, but again in Europe, where you don't have young people who should run the system there? Are there these discussions at your level in diplomatic circles on how to see this as an advantage and not a problem, of just balancing this demographic imbalance that then favors both parties? Are you having those kinds of conversations? If yes, how is that evolving?
No, these conversations are happening, of course, because, as I said, we need young people to work in our economies. And here, there are so many young people that you can't even maybe create opportunities for everybody. So why not, have this exchange? But as I said, it has to be orderly, because, and I think some of the negative attitudes towards migration, or maybe towards foreigners in some European countries, in Germany included, is because if it doesn't happen in an orderly manner, and if the people are not integrated well, if they are not prepared well, if they do not speak the language to some extent, then of course that creates tensions. And that's why it has to be orderly. And that's why we say everybody who has a job offer in Germany already, he will not end up in the streets or somewhere or with social welfare. He has a job offer, a concrete job offer, and he knows where he was going to stay. Then no problem, We had really about half a year ago, we had a regional seminar of migration officers, German migration officers here in the region. And there was one colleague from Burkina Faso, and she told the story of 3 young men who went to Germany. I don't know whether legally or not legal. Anyway, they ended up in Germany in a small enterprise, in a small factory. And the boss of that company, he was so happy with them, and they integrated well, and they learned the language. Everybody liked them. They were hardworking. Everything was wonderful. And the guy, because we are lacking workforce, then the boss of the company said, don't you have some more cousins and brothers in your villages there? And you know what happened? The boss of the company paid, I think they selected 3 other friends, brothers, cousins, I don't know. He paid for these people to learn German for 3 months or 6 months. Then he gave them the job guarantee. And with that job guarantee, they could come to Germany because they had already friends and family members there. They knew where they were going. They integrated in the same company. So it works wonderful if it's well organized and, if it's well prepared. And that's what we want. We want regular well-organized migration into our labor market, into our economy. You know,
So maybe
very welcome. And then, of course, yeah, the visa issues, you know, visa capacities at our missions are limited, but we are preparing for that, and we have to prepare because this is the precondition. So there are many things that have to be, you know, put in place for that regular migration, but this is exactly what we want.
So I guess the question I was really trying to get to is, looking at it from outside, looking at it, you know, I see a Europe that would need young people. And I see an Africa that has way too many young people, you know, who are smart, who have energy, who can do the work. And my question is the government doing anything actively to see that these types of young people get to Germany, and not leave it to the business men or, you know, business people to work it out? Is there an active government program, policy to say, looking into the future, we need young people in this country, we can get them in Africa, almost like what the Canadians are doing, you know, where they're, you know, skimming off the really smart young people? Do you have that kind of conversation happening in Germany or Europe-wide?
Of course, we are having these conversations, and I think within Europe there are already new regulations that allow foreigners, no matter where from, to come into the labor market more easily. There are special labor market portals where you can find jobs or where you can find your match. So I think many new regulations have come into place to make it easier. But what I have seen is indeed more the private initiative, not private, but private economy. There is one chamber of trade and industry in one part of Germany, and they have they questioned their member companies and said, like, so what kind of personnel, what kind of workers do you need? And then they found out, okay, they need in the care industry, in hospitals, people are needed. In hospitality, people are needed. Truck drivers are very much in need. This and that, welders and whatnot. And they go out and they have a very close cooperation with Nigeria. And then they come on a regular basis to work with our Chamber of Industry, German chamber here, to see what can we do now to find exactly those people here in Nigeria that their membership companies in Germany need. But this is very much needs-based, and this is going to be successful because then the young people, even if they are prepared, they work together with the Goethe Institute for German courses and with the skills centers and GIZ to find these people and to prepare them to go. But you know, this is what I mean by private initiative is it's needs-based. You know, the companies themselves go out and look for these people, and it has already become kind of a bit of an industry that companies specialize to find certain skilled labor all over the world for certain companies in Germany and bring them there. And I think this cooperation has started with Nigeria already. And of course, there's much more scope to maybe regulate it a little bit more and to expand it more. But it's happening all the time. And as I said, there are new regulations also in Germany coming into place to make it much easier for people to come into our economy.
Fantastic, fantastic. Now let's talk a bit about trade and investment landscape. I mean, if you look at the size of Nigeria, despite the market size and potential, German investment in Nigeria remains relatively modest. What, in your view, are the main barriers to this? You know, why are we not seeing a lot more German investment in Nigeria? And are there any specific issues that are top of mind for you? And then maybe we can talk about your thoughts on how those could be resolved.
Trade between Nigeria and Germany Indeed, there's room for improvement, but between 22 and 23, the trade volume has risen from 2 billion euro to 3 billion euro, which means it's a 50% increase, but on a low level. I agree. We have a few companies. We have about 90 companies who have representative offices who do trading, some produce, some, but there's of course a lot of room for improvement. And we have seen a lot of increase in interest. When you remember when our Chancellor Scholz was here in 23, with a big business delegation, and after that visit, you really, even the embassy, we could feel how many more questions we got, how many more companies interested in working or finding partners in Nigeria. And then last year, when the federal president was here, again with a big business delegation, this was another boost. And if you ask me, maybe a bit later this year, when we have the statistics for 24. I bet that trade relations have risen again last year, but that of course is not enough. We see some companies that are producing here. Do you know that Nivea? We all know Nivea, blue cream lotion, shampoo, deo spray. It's a German company. It's a German product. Most people think it's English, but no, it's German. And it is produced in Lagos, and they have a state-of-the-art production facility there. I've been there myself. This factory could be in Germany, no difference at all. High quality products. So it's possible. You can do it, but they say it's not always easy. And of course, they struggle, let's say, with the same problems that all foreign, even local companies struggle with. Infrastructure, roads, access to markets, access to ports, electricity supply is probably the biggest impediment for economic growth and also for investment. Of course, workforce, okay, skilled labor, that problem I think can be solved more easily. I think infrastructure, roads, access to markets, and economy. I have one German company, they have a very, and I'm not saying the name, they have a very small production facility here, and he said, like, I can double, triple, I can produce 10 times more if I wanted to, but I can't because I need a lot of energy, and the energy supply is just not reliable. So he says, like, I bring in 500 containers of my product through the ports, and that's cheaper than producing here and facing the challenges of energy supply. And that's why, again, the Presidential Power Initiative, another buzzword of our relations, and that's why we engage with through Siemens Energy in this partnership to improve and upgrade the energy power transmission and distribution systems, because this, I think, is one of the preconditions. And then, of course, but I think there's a good way, like the new tax bills may simplify tax regulations, which is also better for foreign investors. So legal security of investment is also very important for foreign investors. So there's many areas where there's room for improvement, but it's not impossible. It happens, and we can encourage it, and we have lots of successful examples. But it's a process, I would say. But we must not sleep, and we must not be late, because, and you said again, we are competitors with other countries, with other systems, with others who want to invest in Africa, who want the resources of Africa. So I think this is a process where we have our interests, and where we have to see how can we together overcome some of those impediments for bigger investments.
And I mean, I must thank the German government, especially the work you do through GIZ. You know, who we have worked with as a firm in some of the work it does in the power space, and also in just expanding like impact investing in Nigeria, etc. So, you know, kudos, very well done. But a question about Nigeria and Germany and Africa: how central is Nigeria to Germany's let's call it Marshall Plan with Africa? You know, so this broader partnership strategy that Germany is running in Africa. How central is Nigeria to that strategy? And what makes Nigeria strategically important to Germany beyond our size? You know, is there anything else that you're seeing that makes us strategically important, this relationship to Germany?
By sheer size and economic power, of course, Nigeria is, as it calls itself, the giant of Africa, and it is. Nigeria is the most populous country on the continent and the strongest economy. The same Germany. We are the most populous country in Europe and the strongest economy in Europe. So we feel like we are natural partners in a way. But as I said, Africa is our neighboring continent with challenges, but also lots of opportunities. And then having Nigeria as one of, you know, the strongest countries in Africa, I think we have to work together. We have to be partners, because all the challenges that I talked about earlier, from climate problems, energy transformation, security challenges, all these things we can only achieve together, and we cannot achieve it individually. So I think our interest is also to strengthen Nigeria, because we see that Nigeria can play an important role within Africa for its African partner countries, for its African neighbors. So I think we would like to see and we would like to support Africa playing that role in inter-African development in general, inter-African trade relations, inter-African, of course, peace solutions, inter-African growth opportunities, exchanges, development, education, health. So many things that could be done. I think Nigeria should play a leading role and is a leading country in Africa, and we would like to support it, and we would like to be a partner in that, of course.
Excellent, excellent. Where else do you see, or which sectors of the economy do you see the most growth opportunity in? You know, in your discussions with the Nigerian government, in your discussions with German businesses, where do you see those growth opportunities within the Nigerian economy?
I think
so something like in tech, you know, I personally think that there are great opportunities for German companies to collaborate with tech companies in Nigeria. We're not seeing a lot of that, but I wonder if there are other areas that you see these opportunities.
I think the tech and the fintech sector are surprisingly well developed in Nigeria, very well developed without our cooperation, you know? So, and that of course is rather something where we want to join and where we want to cooperate and maybe benefit from that development. But the biggest sector of the economy we know is agriculture. And not only because it's the biggest sector of the economy, but it's also the most important sector for food security and social welfare and, you know, the well-being of the people. So I think the agricultural sector is a sector that has huge potential for development, and not only for national food security, but also for export in the region and beyond. But there, of course, it has to be intensified. you know, certain standards have to be met if you want to export to the neighbors, to countries. You need access to the markets, you need packaging and whatnot, transportation. But I think this is the sector with the biggest potential for growth, and with also the biggest benefit for the people of the country. Of course, I always hear Foreign Minister Tuka saying, yeah, the raw materials that we're having, the minerals, please come, but not only exploit, but also work with them and so on a value adding, you know, value chain within the country. So not just take the lithium with you and export it, but let's process it here in the country. So I think the mineral sector is also one with huge potential, but it will only be beneficial if processing and value chains happen within the country.
And that kind of relates to one of the questions / comments that I see in the Q&A session. It's from an anonymous attendee, or someone who hasn't put his or her name in, but says, thank you for the very efficient visa process that you've got going. He or she is a fellow of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation and had to renew their visa, etc. And it was done very quickly. Really appreciative of that. I'm also quite appreciative of the work that Germany is doing on the German Hydrogen Office and related capacity building initiatives. But wants to know if the embassy is looking to think beyond that work and expand its engagement into supporting the development of local industries in Nigeria, particularly in the areas of mining, battery manufacturing, and solar panel production. So are there any thoughts in supporting investments in those areas?
Of course, anything in many of our programs, as I said earlier, that are still related to development cooperation / GIZ work, renewable energies and play a very important role. So if we want to, if renewables and solar in particular are to make a difference in a size that is, that makes a difference to the energy mix of the country, I think this industry has to be developed. For the time being, we have lots of German companies, quite a few German companies supplying solar energy solutions, but they are not produced in Nigeria yet. But this is the way to go, because solar solutions are needed in an extension that it would make a lot of sense to develop that kind of industry in the country. But we are not there. I mean, we are not there yet. I couldn't give you an example how we engage in the ideas. We also engage, as I said, the hydrogen office to see what needs to be done, what has to come together to help Nigeria develop its own hydrogen strategy. We have 1 or 2 companies where we might have some engagement, for instance, with natural gas, how to use the flaring gas that is at the moment just wasted and burned into the atmosphere and pollution. What technical solutions, there are some companies in Germany that have technical solutions to use that gas and turn it into other sources of energy and make it usable. So I would say yes, everything we do goes into that direction, but we are not producing solar panels yet. So,
yeah. So again, you had mentioned earlier on in one of your responses about the Goethe Institute, about the Benin bronzes that have been returned, etc. We really understand the place of cultural exchange and cultural diplomacy and how it creates even tighter bonds, more lasting bonds between nations. How does Germany use its cultural exchange to strengthen its relationship with Nigeria? What has worked? What can we work on together to even strengthen those bonds?
As I said, I think the area of cultural and academic exchange is very important if you want to strengthen those ties between two countries and two nations and the people. The return of the Benin bronzes is one thing, but more importantly, we are working on expanding our cultural cooperation with museums. So I think the whole discussion about the bronzes has brought about lots of relationships between German museums and Nigerian museums with the Nigerian National, what is called NCM, Nigerian Council for Museums and Monuments.
Yeah,
this is the word. And we have, for instance, that may not be known, Germany has contributed to the construction of the Museum of West African Art in Benin City, the MOWA. I think almost 7 million euro from the German side went into that project, which is now almost finished. It's there. It's light
Beautiful.
open, but it will be fully open towards the end of the year with the first big exhibition. And as it's called, it's West Africa. It's Museum of West African Art. So this museum is also there to work on cooperation between artists, between archaeologists, researchers from African countries, but also between Germany and African scholars. And then, of course, in the area of art, film, music, this is one of the biggest export products of Nigeria is music and film. And I think there's also a lot that we can learn, but there's a lot of exchange because that is also very interesting for the German people. So this is a big success. Nigerian music and film is also a big success, and that also brings us closer together. So we work on exchange of artists, and then of course the Goethe Institute. The Goethe Institute cannot meet the demand for language courses. They're all fully booked. They have just started the first small course in Abuja, which we haven't had so far. So now the first course is in Abuja, but there's demand for so much more, so that we have to work on that one. This is this is a little bit on our side that we cannot even meet the demand for German language courses, and that is what brings people together. Language as well. You can read each other's literature. You can watch films. So I think the language
documentary, just different cultural exchange programs that shows how we are connected in more ways than the discussions we have in diplomatic negotiations or business can ever do for us. But again, I mean, just coming back again to maybe the diplomatic world, looking ahead, what role do you envision Africa playing in this emerging global order? And how can countries like Germany support this vision? So you've walked across Africa, you've seen the big, the not so big, the small, and you see what's happening in the world, that the world is changing. What role do you think Africa is prepared to play, or Africa should play in this new world order?
Well, I think Africa, and not only Africa, other parts of the world probably have not played the role, have not been given the role to play in international order, and have also not played that role, whatever came first. But we can see and we support the desire of African countries to play a bigger role in international order, in the multilateral system. And that's why I would say we fully support the wish of African countries to have 2 permanent seats in the Security Council, you know? We cannot only talk about multilateralism and how important it is, how important multilateralism is to maintain our rules-based order. If we then say, yes, but you cannot be part of this, but you have to support us. No. So I think Africa, it's time that Africa plays the role it deserves internationally. Of course, in terms of population, but also in terms of economic strengths, in terms of, as I said, of us all growing together in this globalized world. We are not separated anymore. We are one, and that's why we have to embrace African countries in particular, but also from other world regions, of course. We have to embrace them, and we have to be partners. How can we otherwise convince our partners like Nigeria? How can we convince them that our rules and our values are the right ones, that are the ones that lead to peace, democracy, prosperity? If we don't share them, if we are not together in this. So I think, yes, we are very much in favor of seeing Africa play this role. Within Africa, we welcomed the AU admission to G20. We would like to see the African Union even play a stronger role in various areas of development and peace and security. And we support this role of the African Union. We support ECOWAS. Africa has its own strengths and its own organizations, and we have to help them develop and become, let's say not self-sufficient, but you know what I mean, to develop their own strength.
And that's the unease I feel sometimes when I have these conversations or when I ask these questions, because it's almost like Africa doesn't have agency and must rely on some Western powers to allow it to do certain things, which might not be the case. And interestingly, one of the participants, Tunde Arogunmati, poses that same question. And his question is, what specific kind of leverage can be brought to bear on African political leaders to take up full responsibility for their country's strategic programming to the extent of adding intrinsic social value to the emerging new world global order, beyond perpetual reliance on the West for aid, whilst resources are wasted on frivolities at home? So again, not giving up our agency, but how in your view can our international partners help us put pressure on our political actors such that they make better use of all the great resources we have, human and natural, to get Africa to play the role it should play in this world, which is not a beggarly role, but a leadership role? What are your thoughts on this?
Maybe put pressure on them to do this or that is the wrong way of putting it. I would say, how can we convince them?
Okay.
Because these leaders and these governments, and I'm not talking Nigeria only, they want to be re-elected, and therefore they have to work in the interest of their people. They have to make a difference to the lives of the people. That's what we also want, we want to see an improvement, and it has to be visible, people have to feel that improvement. That is not always easy, because some adjustments into the right direction are sometimes painful, and we can see it in Nigeria.
Yeah.
I'm convinced that the economic reforms introduced by the current administration in terms of, no, we know what we're talking about, exchange rate, fuel subsidies, and all this. They have been painful. Inflation, increased transport prices, fuel prices, food prices, it has been hardship for the people. It still is. But still, it's the right way to go. But it's not, people cannot feel it yet. They feel the pain. They are not economists, they are not scientists to say like, yeah, in 10 years or in 3 years or in 2 years, we will see inflation going down and our monetary reserves growing, our debt going down and all this, and then we will feel it. So that is very difficult to translate to the population. So that's why I think the wise government, and I think maybe that is what is not happening enough, from cushioning those effects for a certain amount of time, but also explaining why is it happening, what is happening. I think there is an improved communication from, let's say, the central bank or the Ministry of Finance, but I think communication for the normal people could be improved. And and this is what you are asking. If these governments that you think we have to put, or you suggested that we could put pressure on, no, they have to, if they want to work in the interest of their people, then they have to make it seen, the people have to feel it, and even if it's hard, they have to explain it. So I think the strategy and the economic policies and have to be better explained to the people, I think, And of course, the opportunities that are there should be used to develop the economy. So that's why I think it's quite wise of the Nigerian government, of other governments, to say like, okay, what can we do so that we are not only providing the raw materials for the rest of the world? What can we do to develop our own economies? They can say even to us, okay, if you are our friends and partners, what can you do to help us to develop this economy for our people, to develop our health system for our people, to develop our education for our people? So I think they can also, come in our direction and say, this is what we want to do. How can you help us? We don't want it, as a present. We want to work together. What can you bring to the table? And I think this is what the Nigerian government, in my conversations, they say, we don't want your money. We want your expertise. We want you to work with us.
Interesting. Just shifting gears a bit. Germany has been quite successful in navigating diversity and pluralism while maintaining national cohesion. You've been in Nigeria for a while, and you know that we struggle with managing our diversity. Are there any insights from the German experience that might be relevant for us in Nigeria as we look for ways to address our diversity challenges, which also have some security implications?
Tolerance and diversity are best implemented or lived when everybody benefits and everybody is happy. Let's say in times of hardship, of course, I work in the interest of my own life and that of my friends and that of my community, but I don't like the others next door because they are like competitors, and that makes tolerance and diversity difficult. So in times of strong economies where all parts of the population benefit and live a good, stable life with, as I said, social services, healthcare, education, it's much easier to be tolerant and to be inclusive.
Exactly.
So I think the solution for more tolerance and inclusiveness is economic growth and welfare for all parts of the population, so that not one side or one religious group, ethnic group, whatever the difference may be, is just working in their own interest. If everybody works in the interest of the whole nation, so that everybody moves forward, that everybody's lives can improve, that is the best situation for tolerance and inclusiveness. Yeah. And as I said, I mean, because we believe in inclusion and in tolerance and in equal rights, many of our programs also tend to promote these ideas because we believe in these ideas. So let's say what we call feminist foreign policy. Everything we do, and feminist here does not only mean women, it means marginalized parts of the society. So whatever we do, whichever program we develop, we make sure that we address the interests of women and other marginalized groups in the society, just to promote the idea, because also this is a mental change. It does not come from one day to the other. You have to live it, you have to see it, you have to promote it, and then after a while it becomes normal and nobody even thinks about it. Nobody thinks like, oh, how many women do we have in our group? Do we have enough? So, it has to become a normal thing for everybody, and that takes time, but we try to promote this idea of inclusion and equal rights for all parts of the population in our programs and cooperation.
Fantastic. If you permit me to go to some of the more personal questions I have here. So you've lived and worked on 4 continents or thereabouts, from the spices of Afghanistan to the seafood in New Zealand to the rich flavors we have in Nigeria. What's been your most memorable culinary discovery in your walk around the world? And on the back of that question, what's your view on Nigeria's jollof rice? And where do you stand on this West African jollof rice debate, which I don't even think is a debate at all?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, interestingly enough, our memories for certain places are very often connected to a certain food or certain, because food and taste is a very strong experience. It has a very strong, effect on you, So I would say New Zealand, the wine.
Interesting.
New Zealand wine, best in the world.
Interesting.
Sorry for some other countries. I must say that. Even Germany is a very big wine producing country. But this is, I'm convinced. So the wine, I would say. New Zealand is weather-wise a little bit challenging. So I love to live in Africa, like in Botswana, Kenya, now Nigeria, because I love warm weather. I love the heat. It can't be hot enough for me. So each country has its own, memories and things. Uzbekistan or Central Asia, Tajikistan in particular, the food is very nice. It's a little bit oriental, but what I really remember is like huge mountains, blue skies, snow on top of the mountains, but still 30 degrees down where you are, like this contrast in nature. Fantastic. Nigeria, as I said, I love the weather. I'm a big fan of hot African weather. Nairobi was far too cold for me, I must say. It was really cold. And the jollof rice discussion, yeah, I I know that the countries of the region are competing which one makes the best jollof rice. Unfortunately, I have not traveled in West Africa so much that I can say this one is better than that one. But the Nigerian one, I have already realized that there are also differences in the certain regions. I myself like, but I don't know which region it represents. I like the one that tastes so, is it smoky?
Oh, smoky jollof rice.
The smoky taste. That's the one I like.
That's interesting. That's interesting. I mean, I don't think.
And of course, and also I must say what I also like is the spiciness, the hotness of the food. Sometimes now when I go to Germany and something is prepared, I said like, this tastes like nothing. We need some, we need some pepper here, and we need some chili there. So I really got used to the hot food, and I really like it, I must say.
Very nice, very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now on the cultural side, with postings spanning from Central Asia to East Africa and now West Africa, you must have accumulated, quite a collection of experiences first, and perhaps artifacts. Is there a piece of experience or artifact that you've collected, that is quite meaningful to you? And if yes, why? Why so? What's the story behind it? A piece of artwork, a piece of textile, some painting you've seen somewhere, something.
There's a little bit from everywhere, of course, but I try not to collect too many things because I don't want my apartment or my house to look like an ethnographic museum with Maori spears here and African masks there. And so I have paintings. I bought paintings everywhere. That's what I really like. And there's some very good pieces also here in Nigeria that I've already bought one, but maybe you need space for all this stuff. So, but there are paintings from all of my places. I don't know. And what I really like in Africa, the different African countries, I collected quite a bit of colorful fabric that is typical, like in when I was in Kano, where they make this blue indigo,
very nice,
handmade. I was in that place where they have this the dye in the ground, and where they do all this. So I have some very huge, big, very nice pieces of this blue indigo fabric. So fabrics is something that I like a lot, and you can use it as a tablecloth, or you can make a curtain or some cushion covers. So yeah. So this, I as I say, we have a German word for it. You may not understand it, but that's called Stehrümchen. And Stehrümchen means something that is just standing around and accumulating dust. I like to buy things that can be used, so that have a use, that are not just standing around and accumulating dust. So
I hear you.
Fabric, I like fabrics a lot, and I buy fabrics everywhere.
Fantastic. Now, what's legacy do you hope to leave from your tenure as ambassador to Nigeria and the ECOWAS? What would you love for us to remember this tenure?
I'm not sure that all that has happened. I mean, I've been here now for 3 years, and I have 1 more year to go. And nothing that happens in our bilateral relations is just because of me. It's my team. It's also, it's my team that we do it together. I couldn't do anything without my team, and things are not happening because of me. I can work into a certain direction. Let's say, okay, the visit of the chancellor or the president or even our foreign minister and all this, it doesn't happen without the involvement of the embassy. And of course, there's a bit of a competition amongst ambassadors in these countries, and the president can only go to 1 or 2 countries. So who has, the best pitch for their host country. So it's a little bit like that, but altogether, it's the team, and I hope when I go next year, I will leave behind a strong team here in the embassy that believes in our bilateral relations and will continue to work, improve and deepen our relations as much as we can, and do whatever's needed to make Nigeria and Germany even closer and bigger friends.
And in fact, and that could even be my concluding question, which is, what gives you the most hope about the future of this cooperation between Germany and not just Nigeria, but Africa? And, what would be your key message, to young Africans, to Germans, about the future of this German-Africa, German-Nigeria relation?
Oh, I'm very optimistic, and I think we talked about it just the last 1.5 hours. The potential that I see in the African youth, in their creativeness, in their energy, so many things that we need in Europe, in Germany. So I think there's a lot of potential for Africa to contribute to our well-being, to contribute to our growth, as well as we can contribute. I would really wish to see more exchange, more Germans coming, investing, working, trading in Nigeria, more young Nigerians going to Germany, even though we have 1,600 DRD scholarships. So 1,600 people go every year to Germany to study. But there's more. More must happen, more cultural exchange, more students, more people to come and work. I really wish that we have a partnership, develop a partnership where each side feels the enrichment that this partnership brings to their own country.
Ambassador Gunther, thank you for the discussion. I really enjoyed it.
Thanks for having me. I enjoyed myself. Thank you.
And ladies and gentlemen, that's it for today's episode of Development Discourse. Big ideas, hard questions, real conversations. Until next time, I'm Patrick Okibo. Let's keep building that society we want to live in. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ambassador.
Tired of the snow? Tired of the bad TV signals? Nigeria has gone digital. Introducing Free TV, the national platform for every Nigerian. Get 100 plus channels immediately. Sports, news, and entertainment in your native language with clear picture quality. Whether you're in the city or the village, our satellite signal reaches every corner of 36 states from day one. No monthly subscription, just a compatible decoder and you are set. It's a national asset built for you. Take the show on the road, download the Free TV app and stream your favorite channels anywhere. Starting this May, scan to download the app or call 0700 388 7277. Free TV, digital TV for free. Brought to you by NBC.
this world is extremely funny. You spend almost a decade trying to blow, no blow. Then in the year that the world is, the worst year that we've had in this world for a long time, finally, here comes blow. My guests, Ajebo Hustlers. They met each other in 2011, started their careers in 2013, and no success for a long time. In fact, in 2018-19, they thought this was about to end because somebody approached a oil bunker in the South, approached the stage to bring them down and collect his money. How did they move from that to becoming stars in 2020, the year of COVID and NSARS? In fact, NSARS was the thing that finally crowned them because their song, the Barawo remix, became an anthem for protesters from Kaduna to Lagos. They tell me this story and more. They tell me how they found themselves on Olamide's social media pages and doing collaborations with Davido. They tell me how they managed to keep themselves sane and going when it appears that their peers are doing better than them. They tell me what it really, really meant to move from Port Harcourt to Lagos and build their career. And they tell me how Lagos women have shown them pepper. All of this, Ajebo Hustlers with Chide today.
Come for me.
So you guys met in 2012 for the first time, but you didn't do your first music thing on 2015.
No, 2013.
2013. That was when you featured him in the thing. So for 2 years, what was happening after you met?
We were just putting out music.
So you were putting out music?
Yeah, separately, like individual records.
Right. So two of you met yourselves. Did you know immediately that two of you were in music? Is that what made you guys build a relationship, a friendship?
Yeah, he played his song. He had this, Don Jazzy had this Enigma freestyle competition he was doing.
Right.
So he played me his version of it, and I thought it was brilliant. Like it was hard. So I was like, oh, me, I have a studio I'm working with my friends, and you can come. Because how music works most of the time, when you meet someone that's just really talented, like you're excited to have the person around you because it kind of like rubs off on you too. So I was like, I have somewhere I'm working with, and then he can come. I played him my songs I recorded already at that time, and then he came to the studio, and that's how it all started.
Right. So you heard the song first, thought it was dope, then that whole relationship started from there, and then 2013 you now offered. So from how do you move from that collaboration to becoming a duo?
Yeah, so when because we did songs that we featured ourselves, so anytime we drop our individual record, the response is different from when 12 of us are on the same record. So I think someone from Not Just Okay, as of then, reached out to us and told us that, I think you guys it would be nice if you guys just team up and keep giving us good music. So in 2015, we thought about that because like it was just basically Piego featuring Knowledge or Knowledge featuring Piego, like most of our songs. So we were like, let's just give people like what like they want.
Right.
Yeah.
So 2013 that happened, and etc. How the public sees it is that you guys basically blow up in 2020. Yeah. Do you agree with the public?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, yeah.
Now, what is funny is that before that, in 2020, you guys had a bad deal in 2018, 2019. What happened?
Yes, that was our show that we did in 2019 before we were supposed to move to. So we had investors. They invested in the shows, and we had like high hopes that this was going to be big, but it didn't give us the result that we were looking for. So it broke us like a bit, but afterwards, like few months after, Barao came and
Right. So that changed. So but that means that you guys spent about 6-7 years in the wilderness.
Yeah, like
that's like 2 lifetimes for this generation.
Like I think it's more difficult from people that are not in Lagos.
Right.
Like it's more like if you're in Port Harcourt or you're in ENUGU, your whole success in ENUGU is in ENUGU, but when you come to Lagos, it's a new, like, people are saying you, like, you are starting afresh.
You are starting afresh.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter how big you were in all those places.
Yeah. Once you relocate to Lagos, because most times people that blow over there, it doesn't cross, the music doesn't, like, cross. Yeah. So it's more like, come to Lagos, so you have to reblow again. You have to
When you come to Lagos, you have to reblow again. Yes. And was it shocking for you to this? When did you move to Lagos?
I think we moved permanently. That was 2020, yeah.
2020, right. So was it shocking to you finding out that you have to start afresh in Lagos when you got in?
I always knew. I always knew because around 2016 thereabout, we used to squat with K-Switch.
Right.
Yeah. So
right.
yeah. So when we came to Lagos, I realized everything you've done in Port Harcourt, like nobody knows you. Like you have to, like you're working everywhere. So it was like. So we knew
that was the energy you brought.
Yeah, we knew like nobody knows you here. Like you have to, you don't try to hide. Don't just live your normal life and try and get a big song and try and get investors. Yeah.
Right. So you were ready for the industry. When this deal happened in 2019, did it affect your guys' progression in any way? Did it slow you down? Did it make you broke? Did it what? And how exactly did you come out of that situation?
I mean, we lost money. Yeah, a lot of money. Our investor was even wanting to pull out.
Right.
Yeah, but I think that's just music. The uncertainty, like, is what keeps you going. After that, we were like, what next? Till we ran into Underbanting, and we went to the studio. We recorded Barao, and when we recorded it, we posted it on socials.
Barao was 2020. So it was still 2020.
2019, 2020. Yeah. So when we posted it on our social media, I think that was like one of the first time we had people asking us for a particular song till the day it dropped. They were asking, when is this song going to drop? When is this song going to drop? So we were like, oh, okay. And when we dropped it, everything just started happening. NSAS, everything just aligned. It was... it's a special moment.
It's a special moment, yeah. So Barao, obviously, if I'm correct, the Barao that Davido jumped on was the remix.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So first Barao had come out, and Barao had done well.
Yeah.
Yes. That was Ida Banting was on Barao.
Yeah. He won the Banting. He produced.
He produced Barao.
Yeah.
Right. So Barao had first come out. Why are people waiting for you to drop? Are they like heard snippets?
Yeah, the snippets.
Yeah. Right. So you shared snippets. Where on TikTok?
No, on Instagram.
On Instagram.
Yeah.
So if I heard the TikTok, so we were waiting for this. So you knew that you knew that Blow was coming.
Yeah, and when the song, we didn't know that Blow was coming. Like,
okay.
But I think the time that we knew that, there is a problem, it was when Olamide posted.
I love it. A good problem.
Yeah. Like, he posted it on his main page, and it was like, okay. Our investor was like,
I didn't waste my money.
It was even like, I think at that point he was like, he wasn't even too sure. Like we knew he wasn't too sure because nobody knows when an artist is going to blow for sure, or like what will work for sure. So everybody's always one leg in and one leg out until it really happens. Yeah, but like him posting was like how everything started. Like stations, like everybody that was supporting us felt like, okay, this can actually work and let's go in.
Did you ever feel at some point in those 6-7 years that it was not going to happen? Honestly.
I mean, like, at some point I felt like a madman because imagine waking up every day telling yourself that you're going to blow and you're the only one that is feeling your music. Like, at some point it felt like madness.
Yeah. And what keeps you going at that point?
Like,
I don't plan B, bro.
Like, it's more like this is the only, like, this is the only way.
That's a walk.
We die here.
There's no plan B, like, it has to work.
Is that not dangerous, though?
It's very, very dangerous.
Very dangerous.
And that's why people don't like their kids to do
going into this.
Like, it's like, you want to blow, like, you think you can blow. It's like, because they don't know anyone that's popular. They don't know anyone that's that successful. So it's like, oh, you have the ball, like you have the mind to think, oh, you can make this happen on that big scale.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's just a whole lot of uncertainty, and that's what life is about itself. Because like for you to really hit the big bag or like do anything big, you have to. It comes with risk.
Yeah, risk and sacrifices. Cause I mean, you have to invest a whole lot, like time, money, like. So like you have to be willing to risk all of this.
So Olamide posted, you know, your song, and you knew that okay, there's a problem.
Yeah.
But then after, during, and after NSAS, it became another level. You know, because you know that even Punch newspapers, you know when all those people that don't pay attention, that start paying attention, be like, okay, something is about to happen. Listen to it as one of the songs that drove this thing. Why do you think the song was so resonant? So for people who don't know, who have been living in Iraq, you know, when the NSAS protest happened, people basically took, you know, the remix of Barawo as some kind of an anthem, you know, a driver, something that captured the moment. Why do you think that resonated? So I'm assuming that you guys didn't even expect that this was going to be happening.
We didn't expect it to be that big, but I feel the content of the song, people actually resonate with the content of what we were saying. And then again, we referenced the Alufo boys that were lynched. So people there were just so many subject matters that people could relate to. That was why I feel like they could.
Yeah. How did the Davido thing happen?
Our label did that.
Your label did that, right. Were you obvious question, but were you shocked, surprised, expected this when it happened?
Of course you'd be surprised because it's Davido, and we didn't have any link to him. Like, we were just even new in Lagos at the point. We just had a song that was gaining traction. So we were just thinking like, what next do we have to do for the song to get to the next level? And we sat down and we brainstormed with our management, and that's how they made the move. And even when Sam called them that night,
it was still unbelievable.
So I was like, bro, you're playing.
It's not happening.
Nah.
Yeah. And Davido was very receptive when we went. It was so cool.
We did the song, and then
we shot the video
3 days after.
Shot the video. Did you? And obviously, when you're doing a remix and a collab, you are building on something that already has worked, that has some kind of success. And so the whole plan was that you had a sense that the Barawo remix was going to go far. You just didn't know how it was going to go far. So when was the first time you realized that it had resonated with the NSAS protesters? Did something happen that made you realize, okay, this happens?
Yeah, we started seeing videos like the people were chanting in the street, and we were seeing the first one came from Jos, and we were like, oh, okay. We saw another one
from Jos.
Yeah, we saw another one from Port Harcourt, saw in Lagos. I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
Because to conquer Lagos, man, like there are so many radio stations. Like to think about how you are going to get your song to all these stations, man.
Feels like it's impossible.
Yeah. You've tasted huge blowouts, hits, obviously, not just one, a couple. Have you had as many hits as you would have liked?
No, not yet.
That's the thing with success. I think it's like a drug. It's never enough. Like, it is never enough. No matter the height you attain, you still want more.
So how do you manage that? Because you also have to, so they say, be contented. Yeah. How do you manage contentment and ambition? How do you manage that tension?
That's.
Or you don't manage it well?
Of course we do. I think it's just you being in between, being grateful for everything that's happening at the moment, and then still realizing there's still much to be done, because the simple mathematics is if you're not moving forward, you're stuck. Yeah, so it's like, I'm like this point we are right now, like I'm grateful to God because I know I used to pray to be in this situation, but still doesn't mean I don't want to go further than this.
Yeah. Another honest question. Does it, because you're in the hottest industry, second hottest industry in the world, at the moment, Afrobeat, that's what everybody, that's the rave of the globe. And so when you're in that kind of an industry, the kinds of possibilities in the industry are massive. So people can. So when you're a young guy, everybody's in this, you've had success, you're one of the top guys.
But then maybe you hear that a Rema has crossed 1 billion streams. Does it tension you?
To be honest, no. I mean, I feel happy because, I mean, a few years back, like, we are even begging for international collaborations. And now we have attained this height. I feel like for Rema to be able to do it, that means people coming after Rema will do more. That's the way I see it.
That's the way you see it.
It's possible.
So this makes the dream possible. Even easier.
More possible.
So at no point do you never, I mean, we're human beings now. Even me, go and compare myself with people. At no point do you compare yourself and think, child, I wish I had moved faster than this.
No, I mean, I feel
it's
like
human.
Yeah,
I think it's human, but like as a creative, you don't have to spend so much time, you know, soaking yourself in on what is happening in other people's lives. You know, it's like, oh, like this is happening, like this is amazing, this is great. But like you don't dwell on it. Like
focus
I have
on
my own piece to run. Like,
So you go back and focus on yourself. Yeah. So is it that? So if I'm hearing you correctly, it's a natural thing that yes, you will hear things normally as a human being. Sometimes you feel certain ways.
Everyone's like that.
Yes.
Yeah. Sometimes I hear a song, I'm like, "Hey God, why don't we be singing this song? This song is so bad because it's so bad.
Like why did I have this inspiration? Like why did I think of this?
Yeah. Is there anybody you really want to collaborate with now?
Everybody.
That's the. Why do people like giving me 4 now?
No,
like for real, like everybody.
We are a group, so it's more like we want to actually like. I feel like the point that we are not even in competition with solo artists. So it's more like all the solo artists.
We want to work with all of you.
Want to work with all of you.
Want to work with Burner. Want to work with Waze. Want to work with Davido. Want to work with everybody.
Everybody.
Yeah. What would you, if you look back into your past, what would you say is the thing that has most shaped your character, that has most made you into the person that you are today? I dropped that jump question like that.
For me, I feel it was when I lost my granddad, because I mean, it just made me realize that I have to be responsible for myself. Like I have to be conscious. Now, anything I want, I have to hustle. Now, me go get them by myself. Like, there's nobody that is going to give it to me. So that was what really shaped me and made me understand that, oh, this is your music thing now. You have to focus on the business that is going to pay you.
You? What do you think?
I come from like an average home. So like I've always had it in my mind that I have a lot to prove. My mom believed in my music, but my dad not so much. So I feel like that too, kind of like it was just always in my mind that, you know, like this guy doesn't really believe this thing I'm doing, you know. So like, I mean, so normally he believes like I'm not going through the main routes like everyone goes through, which is, you know, looking for a secure job, and then, you know, so like in my mind I'm just like, okay, I have to really make the right decisions. Even times where for like years I was out of the house, you know, I'd consciously do the right things, not because I had my mom or I was talking to them often, but I just knew I had to make the right decisions for myself because I had people coming after me, and like my siblings are looking up to me, like they see everything I do, and if I'm making like the wrong moves, they'll just go that route.
Yeah. He has talked about losing his granddad, which obviously was a big low moment for you. What would you consider the worst thing that ever happened to you?
Worst thing. I haven't really lost. I feel like the only time I felt really down was around when we had the bad deal around 2019, and when we had the show, and then there's this guy that was part of the investors that we were dealing with at the time, and then he too was into oil bunkering.
Okay.
So he had all these militants and all these guys at his disposal. So he came to the show with them, and like he was practically trying to walk to the stage and get the mic, like, because they had guns, they had like it was crazy because they tried to stop the show. They were shooting, you know. I had my guys, they came to the backstage, locked the door where we were, because they were actually looking for us. He said, we're going to give him all the money he has spent, the money he has been balling us in the club. You know. And at that point, I'm just thinking, oh, we're not even blown, and it's the problem. Like, boy, you know, like, it was a whole lot to deal with, because you know, at that point, it feels like, are we even really going to blow? Because we have debt to pay.
Yeah.
You know, we still have blow to blow.
That's not a song. You have there to play and you see how blow to blow.
So, you know, and then who really wants to get involved in it, like, with an artist that already has a bad deal?
issues.
So it was like a dilemma, so it was just a whole lot for us.
Well, you guys have a new project you're working on at the moment, or it's almost it's done already?
It's almost done.
It's almost done. Tell me about it.
Yeah, Bad Boy Etiquette 102 is a continuous.
Because the other one was Bad Boy
Etiquette 101.
Yes.
Yeah. We have our friends on it. A lot of artists.
Can you share some of them?
Yeah, sure. We have Sakode on it.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, we are, and people have been asking us, when are you guys going to feature Odumodu Black?
Right.
Yeah, we have Odumodu Black.
I love it. The answer has come.
We
have Jerick too.
We have Jerick the Hustler.
We have Zlatan,
Black
Bones. We have
Amazing.
King Promise.
Okay.
We have Magic too. Yeah.
All right. So that's a very beautiful list of people. And these are people you've always wanted to work with, or it's as you're working on the project.
Yeah, we are friends with them as well.
Yeah. What's one thing you most hope for this project?
I just hope people have fun with it, you know. Just enjoy.
Makes you happy, brings light to your life, puts you in a good place, gives you more information.
Yeah. What so far is the greatest lesson you would say that your career has taught you so far, and the way that you've grown in the industry?
There's nothing that's impossible. There's basically nothing that's impossible, because when we were in Port Harcourt, I can remember vividly where I used to lie down in Nolly, because there was a time me and Knowledge used to stay in his grandma's house.
Okay.
So I remember one time I was just lying down in the parlor, and I'm thinking, I was just telling God, I was saying, God, if I could just, I remember in my mind, I won't say, but there was just this artist, like then, he wasn't even so big at that time, but like he was just the person that could come to my mind. I was just telling God, I said, God, if we just blow small, like just help us, just blow like small like this guy. And then thinking about it now, and just looking at where we are right now, and realizing, okay, that thing I was praying for was really so small. Yeah, so it's like there's nothing that's impossible as long as you can think about it in your head, because if you think about life itself, I mean, it's human beings like us that sat down and thought of a ship, thought of a plane. Yeah. So that means the human mind is limitless. There's a lot that we are not doing, you get me? So it's just about you thinking about it and working towards it.
Yeah, and you?
I think, what's the question again?
What is the one thing that your career and the success so far has taught you?
Yeah, it has taught me to be persistent, because some days we don't want to record, but we just record. I mean, that was how we got Baravo. That was how we got Loyalty. Like,
that's how you got Baravo?
Yeah.
Just by waking up and doing the thing, not even that you were feeling at your most desire.
Yeah, like we were not inspired at that point in time. We had no business going to the studio after like 2019, our experience, but we still recorded. And now that point, that song was like what blew us. Just at the time that just chill. You don't have to do anything, but we still so the consistency to be persistent. I feel like our success it taught me to like be persistent and consistent, even when you don't feel like it. Just record.
Final question. I'm setting a trap for you. What's one thing that you finished buying that you now went home, or the next day you woke up, you are like, I must have been mad. So I bought this thing for this price.
Good take.
What's that?
Or maybe you didn't buy, you spent money on. You know?
Oh, you should be on a babe.
That's why I expanded the question for you.
I don't want to give details so she won't feel special.
Well, okay, but just give us something.
So like, I was like, after everything, I was like, I don't even turn up. I mean, even fuck up.
She helped you spend your money.
Like, it's not even, the funny thing is not even about the spending, because I mean, I'm the one that wanted to spend it, like, because I wanted to, but I'm like, my son had a behave.
Is that how people used to do?
I'm like, oh, okay.
Okay, you have learned.
I've learned.
It will not happen again. You go.
I think I'll just go away.
It's the same problem to every artist. Fantastic. Thank you so much for joining me, guys.
Thank you.
And I
Thanks
wish
for having
you
us.
all the success in the
Thank
world.
you so much.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
Outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that.
No.
That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Health is more than a diagnosis. It's your lifestyle, your choices, and your future. Join us on Inside Health, your weekly deep dive into the stories, science, and solutions shaping your well-being. From expert interviews to real-life journeys of healing and hope, we cover it all.
One of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have some of them at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet.
Nutrition, mental health, innovations in medicine, fitness, and everyday wellness. Whether you're managing a condition, staying informed, or just living your best life, Inside Health is your trusted guide.
I'm Tigiti Agorum, and I'll be with you every week on Inside Health, only on Signature TV. Well, the world over, January each year is World Cervical Cancer Awareness Month. It's actually a month dedicated to cervical cancer awareness, prevention, management, and treatment. And today we're going to be talking about cervical cancer, preventable, treatable, beatable. My name is Chigichi Agorom. I'm your host, and this is Inside Health. With me in the studio is Dr. Joseph Tochukwu Enebe. He's a consultant obstetrician and gynecologist with ESU Teaching Hospital, ENUGU. Thank you so much for joining us this beautiful Saturday. How are you doing?
I'm fine.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Great. So we're going to jump into the meat of the matter, but first, I would like you to stay put and listen to our special report so you can have an understanding of what our subject matter, cervical cancer, is. Please stay with us.
Every year, hundreds of thousands of women around the world face the silent threat of cervical cancer. Yet, this disease is largely preventable. It's a cancer that, if caught early, is treatable, but too often, it remains undetected until it's too late. Today, we'll explore the causes of cervical cancer, its impact, and the powerful ways we can stop it in its tracks. Cervical cancer develops in the cervix, the lower part of the uterus that connects to the vagina. It is most commonly caused by an infection with the human papillomavirus, or HPV. HPV is a virus transmitted through sexual contact, and it's extremely common. Most sexually active people will be infected at some point in their lives. For many, the body clears the virus on its own. But for some, certain high-risk types of HPV can cause lasting changes in the cells of the cervix, leading to cancer over time. These changes are not immediate, and cervical cancer often develops slowly. In fact, it may take years or even decades before these abnormal cells become cancerous. Early-stage cervical cancer rarely causes symptoms, which is why screening is critical for detection and prevention. In the early stages, cervical cancer often doesn't show any noticeable symptoms. This silent progression is what makes regular screenings so essential. The pap smear, a simple test that collects cells from the cervix, can detect abnormal cells before they become cancerous. When cervical cancer is detected early, the survival rate is as high as 92%. That's why it's vital for women to get regular screenings as part of their routine healthcare. A pap smear is not only a lifesaver, but it's also a tool that provides the opportunity for early intervention. When abnormal cells are detected, they can be treated before they develop into full-blown cancer. The primary cause of cervical cancer is the HPV virus. It's important to note that HPV is common, with the vast majority of people who have sex becoming infected with the virus at some point in their lives. But not all HPV infections lead to cancer. In fact, most infections are cleared by the body's immune system within a few years. However, certain high-risk strains of HPV, particularly type 16 and 18, are linked to the development of cervical cancer. These high-risk strains are responsible for about 70% of all cervical cancer cases. While there is no cure for HPV itself, there is a powerful tool that can prevent infection with the most dangerous strains, the HPV vaccine. The HPV vaccine is an important step in the fight against cervical cancer. It's most effective when administered before individuals become sexually active, typically between the ages of 11 and 12. But it can also provide protection for people up to the age of 26, reducing the risk of HPV infection and, consequently, cervical cancer. Vaccination programs are already making a difference in many countries. In regions with high vaccination rates, the number of cervical cancer cases has begun to decline. Yet, there are still many parts of the world where access to the vaccine and screenings is limited, and cervical cancer remains a major health challenge. Globally, cervical cancer is one of the leading causes of cancer-related deaths among women, particularly in low- and middle-income countries. Here, limited access to screening and vaccination programs means that many women are diagnosed too late, when treatment options are fewer. In some regions, the lack of awareness and healthcare infrastructure further exacerbates the problem. However, there are efforts underway to change this. Mobile clinics and educational campaigns are bringing much-needed screenings and vaccinations to rural and underserved areas. Through outreach and awareness, communities are being empowered to take charge of their health. Education is one of the most powerful weapons we have in the fight against cervical cancer. In many places, awareness campaigns are helping women understand the risks of HPV, the importance of regular screenings, and the life-saving potential of the HPV vaccine. By educating women about their health, we can increase early detection and prevention rates. Empowering women to make informed choices about their health not only saves lives, but it also creates healthier communities for future generations. Every year, thousands of women survive cervical cancer. Women like Maria, who, after receiving a routine screening, learned she had abnormal cells. She underwent treatment and is now healthy, cancer-free, and living life to the fullest. Her story, like so many others, is a testament to the power of early detection, treatment, and prevention. When cervical cancer is caught early, the outcome is often positive. But not every woman is so fortunate. Globally, cervical cancer still claims far too many lives. That's why our fight must continue, and why we must ensure every woman has access to screenings, the HPV vaccine, and the knowledge she needs to protect herself. The fight against cervical cancer is not just a local challenge, it's a global one. But it's a challenge we can win. With education, access to vaccines, and early screenings, we have the tools to drastically reduce cervical cancer deaths. The World Health Organization has set an ambitious goal to eliminate cervical cancer as a public health problem by 2030. This goal is within reach, but only if we act together. Cervical cancer doesn't have to be a silent killer. Through prevention, education, and early detection, we can protect the women of today and tomorrow. Together, we can end the suffering and ensure a future where cervical cancer is no longer a threat. Thank you for joining us on this important journey. Stay informed, take action, and be a part of the movement to end cervical cancer for good.
Thank you. Many thanks for still staying with us. And our guest is still in the studio, Dr. Tochukwu Joseph Enebe, a consultant obstetrician and gynecologist. Dr. Enebe, from our report, it's safe to say that cervical cancer is a disease of the females. And if it is, can you tell us in simple terms what exactly is cervical cancer?
Well, the most simple terms, we could say that cervical cancer is the growth of cancer cells on the cervix.
Okay.
The cervix is the mouth of the womb. That is the entrance to the womb in a very simple way. So when you have abnormal cells start growing there and growing uncontrollably, that is what we call cancer. And that's cervical cancer, yeah.
Okay, so you said the abnormal cells. What, predisposes a woman? And we're going to get to whether it can actually affect the males, because from the special report we heard about people being sexually active, but we're going to get to that in a bit. Now, what are some of the predisposing factors that could make one female, develop cervical cancer, maybe another one may never develop it in a lifetime?
Okay, well, just from what we've heard so far, cervical cancer, one of the major it has been known that the major cause of cervical cancer is human papillomavirus infection, and is sexually transmitted. So we say that cervical cancer is a sexually transmitted disease. So now, how are you predisposed to it? It means that first of all you have to have what? Sexual contact. So, and also the report also told us that if you have a sexual contact at the time when the cervix is immature, is not strong enough to resist the infection.
Can you give us an age range?
We talked about below 18 days. If you have
below
the first sexual contact within this period. But he also mentioned that the likelihood is commoner. It's commoner among the younger age. So if you start coming back from 11, 10, 9, which commonly in our society now, you find out that the women now have their first sexual contact at those ages, So, and what happens at that age? When the human papillomavirus infection is so many, they have so many strains, And amongst those so many strains, there's only few of them a number of them that causes cervical cancer. We mentioned the strain called 16 and 18, and likewise 35, 45, and others. These are the ones. So you may be infected with human papillomavirus infection without being affected with those oncogenic strains, those ones that cause cancer.
You know, you have to speak English. You're,
So-
you're speaking the OBGYN.
Yes. So oncogenic, the cancer-causing strains. So if you are infected with those ones, now the body also has its natural defense system of fighting those viruses. So now, if the age is immature, you find out that over time, those viruses are not excreted. But in the adult, somebody that has a very good immune system, you find out that over time, about majority of the viruses, they're excreted. So you find out that those ones, they don't grow into abnormal cells and then subsequent cancer. So it means that one, if you have sexual exposure in an early age, it could develop cervical cancer in future. Now,
okay.
it's not only that. You don't find out that, okay, now assuming I don't even engage in sex at all, it means that probably I am not going to have cervical cancer. So now, it means that abstinence could be a preventive way of people not getting cervical cancer. Now, assuming that I have only one sexual partner, it means that maybe probably if we have a virus, we may share only one virus, or we may not even have at all. However, when you now find a woman having multiple sexual partners, you now find out that problem comes in. Then in our own traditional system, we find out that our people, sometimes you see early marriages, and those early marriages, probably, there could be polygamous family in some of them. So you find out polygamy, where you have so many women. This one has
It all boils down to multiple sex partners.
So it boils down to almost the same thing. So we're saying that, fine, the major factor is what? Early sexual exposure, multiple sexual partners, and then things that can bring down your immunity system. Assuming that even at adult age, maybe beyond 18, somebody gets exposed to human papillomavirus infection, and then there is no good immunity. So, for example, people that have human immunodeficiency virus, HIV infection. So it brings down the immunity to the extent that the body can't fight those HPV viruses, and then there's no persistence. So actually the major cause of the precancerous cells or those cancer-causing cells is just that the virus stays there for a very long time. So if it stays there for a very long time, you cannot have time to now develop into cancer. Now, and if you look at this cancer, you can also say that this cancer is a very merciful cancer because it gives you time for you to do something.
But in giving you time to do something, you're not even aware
that is the problem.
So is it really messy?
Yes, it's merciful because it's saying, okay, now you have opportunities of not getting infected. That's number one. Now, secondly, even when you are infected, if you have a very strong immunity, it means that you can ward off the virus. Now, even when you get infected and you couldn't remove the virus, it also tells you, please, I am there. But the problem, can I know that the virus is there? So when that neglect is given to that disease condition, you then find out that over time, between 10 to 20 years, somebody develops cervical cancer. So which means that within 10 years, 20 years, it could have been dealt with. And I think that's the reason why we're here.
Are there other lifestyle factors that can predispose a woman to contracting cervical cancer? For example, sharing of underwears, hygiene, certain kinds of food. Are there other lifestyle factors that can predispose someone
Just
to
like
cervical
what I have
cancer?
said, every other thing that is surrounding this is just like stories, The only major known cause of cervical cancer is sexual exposure, not because we're wearing similar clothes and all that. So if that's a mechanism of transmission is not known to science as of the moment.
Okay.
And then, like I said, having sexual exposure at an early time, maybe due to marriage or due to probably the decadence in the
society.
Yeah.
Was that why, although I'm jumping a little bit, but it's really important, was that why during the time of the cervical cancer vaccination, a certain age range was targeted? Rather than those in the older age bracket, they targeted the younger ones, I think between 11 and 13 or 11 and 14. Was that the reason why?
Okay. Yes, of course. Because it's science, that most of the time we have seen that most of the time the sexual exposure comes in almost about just shortly after this time.
Even though we may argue that we have to even bring the age backwards, because sexual exposure can even occur at 10 years, depending on the family brought up of the girl child. Yeah.
All right. You mentioned that sexual orientation, sexual escapade, that is the major predisposing factor. Now, and from the special report, and you have also alluded to the fact that it's a sickness of the female folk.
Yes.
But it is gotten through sexual intercourse.
Yes.
And sexual intercourse is between a man and a woman.
Yes.
So how does the man transmit HPV, which is the etiological agent, without himself getting sick? And then the woman carries the virus and probably it progresses to becoming, you know, a cancer.
So if you look at the HPV virus, it affects surfaces. If you come to a woman, the epithelium, you know.
What is the epithelium?
The epithelium is the cover of those reproductive tracts. Like you have the vagina, you have the anus, you have the cervix. You find out that the HPV can actually affect all those surfaces. But the one we are discussing today is just the cervix, the cervical cancer. So men on their own part also have the covering of their penis. They can also have cancer caused by the same HPV.
Wow.
Then if also
but it's not called cervical now because it's
there's no cervix.
No
so,
cervix.
Yes. So it's called penile cancer. So you can also have penile cancer there, but that's just the man's own version of cervical cancer.
Wow.
They can also have vaginal cancer. All of them are also caused by the same type of viruses.
Tell us about oral sex. Can it transmit HPV?
Yes, definitely it can transmit HPV.
How does that work really?
Now, you are touching the body parts where those viruses are. So you swallow the viruses at the end of the day. So it can also cause problems in the throat. So
because there's also lining.
Yes, can also cause throat cancer. So that's why it's not really advocated. I hope women will understand that.
No, we're here to educate. Please go ahead. So you're saying this same HPV that can cause cervical cancer, can cause penile cancer, and cause throat cancer.
And then if people that also have anal sex also causes anal cancer.
My goodness. What are the signs, the earliest signs of cervical cancer?
Now, the truth is that at the early part of cervical, maybe, let me say, there are stages in this progression of the cancer. One is that the cancer can progress from infection to the precancerous stage. From the precancerous stage, then you have the cancer itself.
Okay.
So we now find out that the cancer during the precancerous stage, no symptoms.
Asymptomatic.
So it's highly asymptomatic. So the woman who has such a condition won't know that it has any infection. Then also the early part of the cancer itself may not present with any symptom. However, when the woman starts presenting with symptoms, most of the time we find out that the cancer has advanced.
Yeah.
So now what are the symptoms a woman can see and they say that it has cervical cancer? First of all, it may have a discharge. That discharge could be described as watery and has offensive odor.
Very different from the ovulation.
Yeah,
discharge.
no, it's not cyclical, it's always there, and it's watery and it's foul smelling. So if a woman has that, it means that she has to go and see the health professional, especially the one of the OBGYN. Okay? Now, apart from that, if a woman has sexual contact, especially maybe with the partner or the husband, and there is blood, so bleeding after sex, you must see the doctor for my examination. And
what kind of bleeding? Can you describe the bleeding?
Post-coital bleeding, maybe after sex, or during the sex, you see spots of blood. Of course, you must have to find out where is that bleeding coming from. Is it coming from tears, or is it just coming from those epithelium? If it happens, then we'll have to screen the woman further to know whether she has cervical cancer. Then I mentioned, you can also touching inside the body, if there is a mass there. Those masses are usually, they bleed very easily. A woman touches there and there is bleeding. Now remember, this cancer doesn't stay only on the cervix. It can also move forward to affect other organs.
Upwards.
It can move both. It can affect the rectum. It can affect the urinary bladder.
Is that mobile?
Of course, these are cells now, and those cells are micro, of the micro size, so they can be transmitted.
Do they talk to each other like? Do they have
intercell
communication?
Of course, one cell affects the other, just like that until it gets around the body. So now, if all those structures there around the cervix are affected, you may also have symptoms. One of the symptoms, a woman can come down with kidney failure. And now what's happened? Maybe probably because this cancer affected the pelvis of the woman and blocked urine passage and damaged
from the bladder.
Yes, and damaged the kidneys. The woman may also urinate and urinate blood because the cancer has also affected the urinary bladder and she's now urinating blood. So you can see whenever a woman has any condition not to see blood and she sees blood from her private parts, she has to come to the hospital for further investigation. Or maybe she's poo-pooing and there is blood there, so she has to...
Well, with poo-pooing, you would suspect it's from your digestive tract.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Whether it's from the digestive... Well, you have
just
to come
go
to...
check yourself.
Yeah, so that we cannot investigate further and find out. But before that one occurs, of course, the major pathway could have had symptoms, yeah. Not like I said, more of bleeding. Most of the time, the bleeding is most of the time uncontrollably. And there is a lot of offensive smell. Of course, some of us that stay in the hospital, you find out that when you see a woman that has cervical cancer, of course, from the offensive odor, we know. We have not spoken to the woman, but we know that this is a cervical cancer. And it's a disease of shame, and nobody wants to have cervical cancer.
Absolutely. Yeah. You know, a while ago we talked about certain lifestyle, factors that can predispose a woman. And there's this, well, I would call it like a cosmetic practice among the female folk. It's called douching. You find some people they'll tell you it's saline, it's neutral, the pH is neutral, just use it to wash your insides. Now, is this a myth? Is it an old wives' tale? Does it do any work, or is it a predisposing factor in itself, to that area? How does douching help the women folk, and does it predispose them to cervical cancer? Just like I mentioned before, douching is not a practice that we support in our practice, because one, like you said, it can also help to transmit some other infections and all that, and it doesn't prevent cervical cancer in any form. Say you want to wash off the HPV viruses, it doesn't. So if somebody is practicing douching, it doesn't help prevention of cervical cancer. Does it even do anything? Does it help in any way? It doesn't have any significant value. Therapeutic or value? It doesn't have. Probably people do it because they don't want to get pregnant. But even still, with that, it doesn't prevent pregnancy. Yeah. All right, so according to the report, cervical cancer is like the second largest in terms of prevalence, second only to breast cancer. Now, why is it that most cancers, their etiology is unknown, but this one particularly is known? And there was this recent report, I've forgotten the details, where a surgeon was known to have contracted cancer from operating a cancer patient. Now, is this something that is real? Can a cervical cancer patient transmit, the virus to probably her physician or maybe a caregiver? So is it transmittable? Well, for that to happen, there have to be a lot of processes. Like now, the caregiver could be a man. And before we operate on women, we usually protect ourselves properly, and so that there's no contact. So you find out that there's no contact. Like I said, the major problem there is contact, skin contact, between both the two parties that are involved. So if there's no major persistent skin contact, there won't be any transmission. Okay. And like I said, not only that there is transmission, somebody gets a HPV virus infection. But remember that over time, if you have a strong immunity, your body system can always remove those viruses. The problem is when the body immunity has failed and you find out that there is a development of cancer-like cells, which eventually, if unchecked, will eventually progress to cancer. Yeah. All right. So, like I mentioned earlier about cervical cancer vaccination, right? And on so many platforms, medical and healthcare platforms, people have come out to say cervical cancer, it's really important that women are aware, protect themselves and things like that. But then finally you find out that people are not catching on. Case in point, the recent rollout of cervical cancer vaccination. what has been your experience with the vaccination? Is there hesitancy? Did people fight it, or did they really accept it? Before you answer that question, I think it should be a follow-up question to how exactly does vaccination prevent cervical cancer? Then you can answer to the vaccine hesitancy.
Okay, let's start with the how vaccines affect.
Yes.
Now, what vaccine does is that they bring in the antigen. Antigen is something that looks like...
I was going to tell you to explain what antigen is.
Something that looks like the HPV virus. And then they plant it in somebody's system. Now, the body reacts to it by developing antibodies. That's cells that fight...
Soldiers that fight
those cells.
Yeah.
So when the body develops it, it means that the body is now equipped. So when the body now sees anything like that virus, it attacks it and takes it away. So that's what the virus does. So now, if a girl child is given that HPV vaccine, it means that she now develops immunity. So it means that the virus cannot affect the woman. If that type of virus affects...
Because you mentioned it's type 16 and type 18.
Yes.
Can one vaccine, protect for 16 and 18, or you take two different vaccines for the two different...
No, like the common vaccines we have the Cervarix, we also have the Gardasil. Now the Cervarix protects for only two, like the 16 and 18, and they cause majority of the cervical cancer, up to 70% of the cervical cancer. So now, but the Gardasil has about 4 strains that it helps to prevent, both the 6, 11, 16, and 18. Now, they are also working on trying to get more vaccines that are polyvalent. That is, that can prevent so many viruses. Up to 9. They have gotten a vaccine that can prevent up to 9 strains. Okay, so that is where we are at the moment. Just like the question he asked, assuming that one of the virus that I got, I am not protected against it in my vaccine, probably you may develop cervical cancer. But like I said, the majority of the cancer-causing viruses are protected by these two. So if we're able to take out these 70% of viruses, I mean, the girl child will be protected against the
All right,
virus.
we're still going to get to the vaccine hesitancy. However, I want to go to the streets. There's another report, Vox Pop, want to find out what do people know, the extent of the knowledge they have of cervical cancer. So please take a listen to this presentation.
Cervical cancer is a growth that cannot be contained. In other words, it's malignant. Yes, it can spread. That's the meaning. It does not stay in one place. So it can start from that place, from the mouth of the womb, and spread to other parts of the womb, and go into other parts of the pelvic region. Affect even the bladder. It can affect the stomach. It can go up and go to the chest. And typically, malignant cells can even travel through the lymphatic system. In other words, it can get very far from where it started. So it is caused by what is called the human papilloma virus. There are the HPV for short. There are many strains of it. So many strains of it. In other words, many types of human papilloma virus. And this is a cancer, incidentally, this is a cancer that has a known organism that causes it, unlike many other cancers. So it is helpful in the sense that if there is an organism that is known to cause it, something can be done if that organism can be arrested. So in trying to prevent it, children at a certain age who have not had any sexual contact can receive a vaccine, the human papilloma virus vaccine, that will prevent if that organism comes into their body now, their antibodies will now fight it and they will not come down with the cancer. And it's not for adults who have been engaged in in sexual activity. So talking about finding it out early, like in cancers, early detection is usually the best form of treatment. So we do certain things like pap smear. Something is taken from that portion in a female. And may I just say something before I get to that? It affects only females, but males can also harbor that virus. Yes, males can harbor the papilloma virus, the human papilloma virus. Males can harbor it in their body, but they will not suffer from it because they don't have a cervix, they don't have a womb, but they can transmit it effectively to as many women as possible. Yes, and that is why one of the ways of preventing it is not having multiple sexual partners, maintaining a good sexual life, then doing the preventive, which is going for screening for pap smear in designated places like the University of Nigeria Teaching Hospital or cancer centers by the Medical Women Association of the ENUGU State. I think they also do that, and some other private institutions do that. So the treatment for that, if detected early, the womb that place can be removed. That is surgery. A radiotherapy can be done. Chemotherapy using drugs to kill the cancer cells can be done. If it hasn't advanced much, that's why early detection is very important. So generally, the awareness that should be created is for parents to know that their girl child can receive the vaccine and have that cancer prevented. Because if I'm not wrong, it's about the second most lethal cancer. It kills, in statistics, it is after breast cancer. That is next. After breast cancer, that is next. But a child can be prevented at an early stage by receiving the vaccine. Then, like I said before, people should not be engaged in multiple sexual activities. They should maintain a partner. And screening also can be done. I'm not quite sure about screening on men to know if they have it. I believe that there might be, let me not say what I'm not very sure of right now. Then, in conclusion, we need support for cancer patients because there are places that the Fund of Nigeria or the Global World, the WHO, goes into that are not really so necessary. Their health is not given priority. Women with cancer, you find out that majority of women with cancer, cervical cancer, are paupers. Yes, they are paupers because sometimes their lifestyle is due to poverty. Even if you are so rich, treatment for cancer is quite expensive. So it depletes the purses of people. So funding and support to cervical cancer patients and other cancer cases is very necessary.
Cervical cancer is a type of cancer that affects the cell cervix. So it's close to the lower abdomen, which is the vagina. So cervical cancer, it has affected more than 90% of women in this country. So I think that talking about cervical cancer, we need solutions to cervical cancer. First of all, some people don't know the solutions. They don't even know anything about cervical cancer. Therefore, the government needs to create awareness to the women. Even if we cannot create it in a very big way, it can be introduced in the secondary school, university, or even in primary school in order for people to know about it.
Awareness of cervical cancer. So I think government should create more awareness. Not just government, even schools, they should teach about cervical cancer because I myself, I don't really know much about cervical cancer. So government should create awareness in hospitals, even the society, they should talk more about cervical cancer and the dangers of cervical cancer because it kills women and some women don't even know about cervical cancer. Also in hospitals, there should be vaccines for cervical cancer because in my secondary school, I think a hospital came and we actually had to pay and they gave girls vaccine for cervical cancer. So I think it should be talked about often.
I believe if the government put more efforts on the issue of cervical cancer, for example, HIV is widely known, kidney problems are widely known, but cervical cancer, I don't believe a lot of people, a lot of women knows about it. So if the government can concentrate on that area and put more this thing on that area, I believe it will make people be aware of it, and a lot of women will not die ignorantly, because it's when it gets to the dangerous stage that a lot of them know about it. So if the government can concentrate the way they concentrate on HIV, kidney problem, even malaria, on cervical cancer issues, I believe there will be a little bit of solution on that.
Welcome back. Well, before we went to take a listen to the Vox Pop, we were on cervical cancer vaccination hesitancy, and Dr. Enebe is still in the studio to have this discussion with us. So, Doctor, tell us, but before we go to that, there's something that someone mentioned from the Vox Pop that I wanted you to respond to. Yeah. There are many actually, but we'll take two. First of all, she mentioned that cervical cancer is malignant. Now you're going to explain what malignancy means, and indeed, if all cervical cancers or all HPV viruses cause malignancy. Then secondly, she said that the vast majority of women who suffer from cervical cancer are poor. Now, is there a correlation between the economic state of an individual and being predisposed to cervical cancer? So first of all, talk about the malignancy.
Okay. Well, malignant means cancer.
Okay.
They are cancerous. Okay. They have abnormal, uncontrollable growth that goes around to affect one cell, affect the other ones, and it continues to spread. Okay. So that's malignant.
Okay.
So it's not all HPV viruses that are malignant. Just like we said, some of them are. I used the word oncogenic before, like cancer causing. So some of them are not. They are low risk viruses. You get them. Some of them also cause normal genital warts. That's another thing also. Women
caused by HPV.
Caused by HPV. Just like that Gardasil I mentioned, they are caused by HPV 16 and 6 and 11. So you can see that Gardasil also controls for that
genital warts.
Yeah.
Okay.
So and then you talked about.
She mentioned that a vast majority of women that come down with cervical cancer are poor.
They are poor. Yeah. Well.
Is there any correlation between economic, standard and?
Yes. From what she's saying, that probably we wanted to talk about hesitancy, and the major thing there is education, knowledge. Who knows about cervical cancer and who doesn't know? Now we conducted a research in ENUGU among secondary school teachers.
Yes, I was going to get there.
Yes.
Because I know you posted it on ResearchGate, I think.
Yes, among secondary school teachers. These are the people that should be teaching the children, or probably even the parents. We found out that majority of them don't have a good knowledge. It's only about 41% of them
knew what
cervical cancer is. So if they don't know, how will they now teach the children how to take vaccine? Have you seen where the problem started? And most of them are also parents somewhere, Okay. Now we also even had we also did another study. Among the nurses that work in the hospital, they know about cervical cancer. Majority of them have good knowledge, but they never screened for cervical cancer causing.
So there's a gap between knowledge and attitude.
So you find out that attitude is different, and also knowledge is also quite different. That you educated does not translate to the fact that you will be screened. However, if you're educated, most likely your sexual life will be maybe different. Having multiple sexual partners will be grossly reduced. However, when you talk about poverty, she doesn't have the education. That's number one. Now, if you don't have the education, sometimes you see them getting married to polygamous homes, being exposed to sexual activities quite early in their life because they may be exposed to maybe the streets, And then also, even when the person grows up, he doesn't know anything called screening. So you find out that poverty, in an essence, can translate to causing cervical cancer.
Let's talk about screening. Yeah. I think in the course of the presentation, screening came up, pap smear.
Yeah.
I want you to speak to how available the testing is and how easy it is to get tested. But first of all, tell us what the processes are. What exactly is pap smear?
Well, pap smear is a procedure that we carry out on women is a form of test that we carry out on women by collecting cells from the mouth of the womb. When we collect those cells, we stain them on a slide and then view it under the microscope. And when we view it under the microscope by specially trained people, there are certain things they will see on the cell. They say, oh, this one is getting abnormal. And they cannot say, okay, this one is high risk, this one is low risk.
They can be categorized.
Yes, they can be categorized just by looking at them under the microscope. So that is what is called a pap smear. And it's expected that every woman that is sexually active should at least, if they're coming into the hospital, should carry out pap smear. Now in our own environment, we find out that carrying out this pap smear is difficult. Why? The people that are even meant to do the screening, there are just very few. If you look at what is happening in Nigeria now, most of the majority of the doctors, they've all migrated. So who is going to carry out the screening? Who is going to read those pap smear? Now, one of the materials that we use for the pap smear, it's not commonly available. There was before I became a senior doctor in my hospital, I carried out a research and I wanted to do pap smear. I went to Buetem, I couldn't find any material for pap smear. So I have to go to China to import those materials. And then
for pap smear?
Yes, for me to carry out that pap smear. So I found out that it's not commonly available. Now, which centers are now doing the pap smear? There are very few. Maybe you talk about UNTH, talk about Parkland, then talk about the Women's Center, and then some other few. You find out that people don't even engage in procuring materials for those screening procedures. So now, I think the ENUGU state governments, they are working towards the fact that they want to make sure that people are trained. Now, training people at the primary level means that you have widespread information and education among the populace. Now, they also now learn how to now look out for those things that look like cancer. And if they do that, it means that majority of the people, when they come for antenatal, they should have that education.
Yeah.
They should be told about cervical cancer and when they can get that thing done. And then even among women meetings, how many times have they brought out their time and say, yes, there is one virus, they say that it causes our death, and that it kills almost majority of the women that have it. Can we table it and it becomes a major discussion on their table? So I find that enough is not being given to this particular disease. And that is why it has persisted and continued
for this long
to exist in the environment. Now, if you come to developing countries, the majority of the cancers are in developing countries compared to what we have in developed countries.
Which goes to collaborate what the lady mentioned.
Yeah. So why? If you go to developing countries, they have a streamlined policy how they are checking cervical cancer. First, they are checking it at the level of the primary level, making sure that women within the age of 11 and 14, or 9 and 14, that they have vaccination. Now, if they don't catch it there, eventually get infected with the virus, they also wait for you at the screening level, where they also do pap smear, do visual inspection with acetic acid, and so many other ways of checking for whether you have exposure. Because that time, they're just checking whether the virus is there. And all of them, all these, when they check and find out that it's there.
We find out that this is a matter, is a policy matter.
So you can see now.
It's a policy matter.
Yes.
Yeah.
So now let's get it down to what is happening in developing countries. Government is not interested.
My question would be, I know, but you know that government doesn't give you anything on a platter.
Yes.
As Nigerian government doesn't at least.
Yeah.
Now you're a member of NMA. You're also a member of MBCAN.
Yes.
What are some of the advocacy moves that you guys have made to see if there will be a little bit, even if it's just subsidy, for carrying out the test, or just in any way to make it easier or accessible and affordable?
You can see
people.
The women group, the medical women, that's the women that are doctors in ENUGU.
Yes.
They have thought it twice that this is the major cause of morbidity and mortality among women. And they said, now established a center, they are paying somebody. So what we're not saying that we want to spread this message more. That if you want to screen for cervical cancer, they can come and you'll be screened. So you can see, yes, and you see that sometimes when we're doing our health week, sometimes this is where we focused. And then when we also do our health outreaches.
I'm curious as to why you are leaving it for the women week. Sometimes women listen more to their husbands than to their fellow women. Yes. So wouldn't it be important that the men also lend the voice to the women?
That's what I'm saying, that sometimes when NMA, Nigerian Medical Association, when they are doing their outreaches, they also do pap smear as one of the, like in MDK and Parkland, when it comes to MDK and Parkland, We went to Aba. And one of the things that we went to Aba was screening women for cervical cancer. It was part of our program. There's no way I could go there, and we know about it. So we screened a lot of women to know whether they had any risk of developing cancer. And the people that had problem, we brought them to ENUGU and they were treated. So it's part of our program. We have not forgotten that. And it's not only cervical cancer, breast cancer, because two of them, they run hand in hand. So we examine people's breast and also make sure that we screen them for cervical cancer. So it's an integral part of you can't discuss about anything in anime without putting cervical cancer by the side. So,
now, does cervical cancer cause infertility in women or even in men as carriers?
Now, if somebody has HPV virus and no abnormal cells, there's no, you can have your babies and no infection.
The baby is not infected.
However,
okay,
you know, when there is a treatment around that cervix, maybe the cervix is being cut off or the uterus is removed, you now find out that you cannot say, this cervix has, this cervical cancer has not led me to not having a baby. I could remember when I was in training, a woman that has human immunodeficiency virus infection. Now, because of the fact that they have low immunity, so they even develop the virus at their early ages. So around 23, the woman developed cancer of the cervix. And when it develops cancer of the cervix, that area is blocked. It's covered. There's no way. There's even having sexual contact will no more be possible. So you can see such a woman will not have a child, and it may be described as infertility.
Yeah. Secondary, right?
Yes. No, infertility means that when you talk about primary and secondary, they are different. So, but it's infertility.
Okay, when you were discussing pap smear, it sounded a little bit invasive, right? But I know that antibodies have actually come up in the course of our conversation. So is there like a serological test that can be done to detect, the presence of, HPV or the antibodies to HPV without going through a woman's inner parts, right? Is there any test like that?
Well, most of the time what we do
as
is
an alternative to pap smear.
HPV testing, you want to now test whether the woman has HPV. Now do a DNA and check whether the woman has any cancer-causing virus.
You have to break it down to carry
So we still have to go there, just like the way when a woman has a discharge, she comes to the hospital and they take a sample from there, And I think a woman has to start developing positive mindset towards preventing cervical cancer, making sure that each time you go to the hospital, you have an opportunity for you to do cervical cancer. Where I work,
All right. So we are gradually winding down, but I wanted you to speak to, I know you've said you've done outreaches, but have you met with politicians or relevant stakeholders in trying to make, when you get to the hospital, there are some tests that are, what's the word, vital tests, right? But for lack of a better phrase, has there been any policy or advocacy move by your group or your association to speak to stakeholders to see how they can get this particular test, I'm talking about cervical cancer testing, to become not really an important, but a test that must be carried through and of course subsidized so that people can afford it. I know you have gone for outreaches. Yes. You have spoken to that, but is there like advocacy to meet with government officials, to meet with committees, healthcare committees, to say, guys, we need you guys to come and subsidize this so that women can have more access, make it an integral test, an integral part of the battery of tests that women can do when they come to the hospital, something like that?
I think the advocacy has always been there. And but what we're not begging now is that government should focus more on it, and start bringing in material. Like I said, that ENUGU state government is going to train a lot of health workers. Now, why are they training the health workers? They want to train them on how to carry out cervical cancer tests on women, especially those women that are in the villages that don't have access to town or have places where they could be screened. So they are now training them. Maybe by Monday, you see that the training will start statewide.
Oh, beautiful.
So, I mean, that's a positive side from the government. And in the last government, they supported Parkland by creating a cervical screening center. And they supported it with colposcopy machine and the rest. So you can see governments, they also gradually, they're learning about it. Then if you watch in the last government, there was a time the girl child were vaccinated against HPV. So I mean, it's still also showing that they're also showing interest. But like you said, if government is going to hear us through this advocate, this is also means of speaking to the government that any woman that comes to the hospital should have a free cervical cancer screening, just like what is done abroad. Once the person is sexually active, they should just give that cervical cancer screening free of charge. And then they should also invest more on medical workers that are going to help carry out this. Not allowing our medical doctors to be traveling abroad. By the time all of them travel, it means that the cervical cancer that is already so much. Imagine Nigerian population is about 1% of the world population, but you have about up to 10% of cervical cancer burden in the whole world. I mean, it's so bad. So we should make everything possible to retain our doctors.
In one word, what's the prognosis for cervical cancer? In one word, before we go, we have a testimonial of a cervical cancer survivor that will soon come up. What's the prognosis?
Let's see. If it's detected early, the prognosis is fine, good. Almost about more than 90% chances of 5 years survival. So if it's just the key thing there is early detection.
Beautiful. So with that, we get to the testimonial report of a cervical cancer survivor. Take a listen to this.
My name is Maria. I was diagnosed with cervical cancer, and it was one of the most challenging times of my life. However, through the support of my doctors, family, and friends, I found strength I didn't know I had. The treatments were tough, but I'm grateful for the medical advancement that helped me through. Today, I'm in remission, and I encourage others to take preventive measures such as regular screening and never lose hope in the faces of diagnosis.
And there you have it, a testimonial from a cervical cancer survivor. Great story. Thank you so much, Dr. Enebe. It was really good having this conversation with you. I mean, I, for one, I learned a thing or two, and I'm sure our viewer out there learned something. So thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much. We have not discussed, so we just opened up the discussion.
How about doing a part 2?
Of course, I'm always available. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And thank you for staying with us. That has been Inside Health. And don't go anywhere. Inside Health comes up next time, next week. I'm still your host, Chigi Chagoram. Bye for now.
Hello and welcome to Gender Perspectives. This is the show where we unpack the issues that shape identity, challenge norms, and drive change. I am Uchenna Chimbi Oluwa. Thank you for joining us. And I would like to start with this question. What does it truly mean to be a man? Is it strength without vulnerability? Because from a young age, many boys are taught to hide their feelings, toughen up, and fit into a mold that defines masculinity in narrow, often harmful ways. But today, we're going to take a closer look at this right after this break.
The way we see the world shapes the way we change it. Gender isn't just a checkbox. It's a lens, one that helps us understand the world more deeply and act more fairly. Gender Perspectives, a program for those ready to see more, do more, and be more. Designed to challenge assumptions, ignite conversations, and build inclusive solutions across every sector of society.
We are not, fighting the men. We are not saying we are equal in terms of rights. We're only asking they should recognize our existence.
Join us on Gender Perspectives, showing every Saturday by 4 p.m. Repeat every Wednesdays by 5 p.m. and Thursdays by 3 p.m. Change begins with perspective. Let's widen yours.
Now, around the world, traditional masculine norms often promote strength, dominance, and emotional restraint, leaving little room for vulnerability and empathy or even self-expression. And these expectations not only limit men and boys, but they also reinforce, gender inequality across society. So now, in this background report, we're going to take a deeper look at the roots of masculine norms, how they've been shaped by culture, media, and history, and also examine their impact on mental health, on relationships, and on gender roles. We'll also explore how individuals and communities are challenging these norms and redefining masculinity in more inclusive and humane ways.
The concept of masculinity has long been considered a defining pillar of societal structure, shaping the roles, behaviors, and identities of half the world's population. Yet in recent decades, the idea of masculinity has come under increasing scrutiny, not as a biological certainty, but as a social construct that is both learned and performed. The metaphor of the mask of masculinity encapsulates the complex reality that many men do not simply become masculine, they are taught, encouraged, and often pressured to perform masculinity in specific, rigid ways. This performance can act as a mask, concealing vulnerability, emotion, and authentic self-expression behind a socially sanctioned version of what it means to be a man. Historically, masculinity has been defined by a narrow set of traits: strength, stoicism, dominance, rationality, competitiveness, and emotional restraint. These ideas have been reinforced over centuries through institutions such as the family, military, religion, education systems, and the media. While these attributes are not inherently negative, they become problematic when they are seen as exclusive markers of manhood, excluding traits such as empathy, nurturance, sensitivity, and cooperation. In this way, masculinity becomes not just a set of traits, but a performance, an identity that must be constantly asserted, maintained, and protected. The metaphor of the mask is especially powerful because it suggests concealment. Many men learn from an early age to suppress aspects of their humanity, such as fear, sadness, emotional need, or uncertainty, because these qualities are associated with weakness or femininity. Crying is discouraged, affection between men is mocked, and asking for help is seen as a failure. Instead, men are often encouraged to assert control, seek dominance, avoid vulnerability, and measure self-worth through external success. Well, these socialized behaviors are not simply personal or psychological, they have broader social consequences. Rigid notions of masculinity are closely tied to issues such as gender-based violence, emotional repression, substance abuse, and mental health crises. Statistics in many countries show that men are less likely to seek help for depression or anxiety, and more likely to die by suicide. Furthermore, the cultural expectation that men should always be in control can lead to aggression and violence when control is lost or challenged. In this way, the performance of masculinity not only harms the individual but also affects relationships, families, workplaces, and entire communities. Importantly, masculinity is not monolithic. It varies across cultures, historical periods, races, classes, and sexual orientations. For example, working-class masculinity may emphasize physical labor and toughness, while elite masculinity may center on authority and intellectual control. In some cultural contexts, masculinity is linked to honor, religious observance, or community leadership. However, what all these versions of masculinity share is the presence of social roles, spoken or unspoken, that prescribe how men should behave and what they should avoid in order to remain manly. These norms often exclude or marginalize those who do not fit the mold, including men who are emotional, disabled, or economically disadvantaged. In response to the limitations imposed by traditional masculinity, a growing number of scholars, activists, and educators have begun to advocate for a more flexible and inclusive understanding of male identity. This movement does not seek to eliminate masculinity, but to broaden it, to allow for a fuller range of human expression among men. Concepts such as positive masculinity, inclusive masculinity, and healthy masculinity have emerged in academic and activist spaces, encouraging men to embrace emotional honesty, empathy, and mutual respect without losing their sense of self. Popular culture has also begun to reflect this shift. From public figures speaking openly about mental health to campaigns challenging domestic violence and toxic behavior, there is a slow but steady effort to redefine what strength, courage, and success mean for men. These cultural moments are important, as they help challenge the stigma attached to vulnerability and offer alternative models of manhood that prioritize emotional intelligence and ethical responsibility. In conclusion, the discourse around masculinity, symbolized by the metaphor of the mask, is ultimately a conversation about freedom. It invites society to question the constraints placed on male identity and to imagine new ways of being that are more humane, inclusive, and psychologically healthy. Removing the mask of masculinity does not mean rejecting masculinity altogether. Rather, it means allowing men to be full human beings, capable of love, pain, compassion, and change. It is a critical step toward individual healing and collective progress in the ongoing evolution of gender relations.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder. So
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff.
It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hub's on eVibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
I hope you enjoyed that background report. Welcome back. If you're still joining us or if you're just joining us, this is Gender Perspectives on Signature TV. Now, today's topic, it takes us into the often unspoken realities of masculinity. Now, we'll hear directly from voices who will shed more light on these issues. Our guests will help us unpack how these expectations shape identity and relationships and mental health, and why rethinking masculinity is a crucial step towards gender equality for all. Now, with me in the studio today is Mrs. Faith Ihedoro. She's a teacher and she's also a coordinator Oji River LGA Women Support Women Community Network, WOS Connect. And also I have with me in the studio Mr. Kingsley Ewuzie. He's an entrepreneur. Thank you for joining me on the program.
Thank you so much. Good to meet you.
Good to meet you too. You guys look lovely. Okay,
Yeah.
so basically we're talking about masculinity, right?
Okay.
And we know how like society, kind of shapes how people grow up, particularly men and boy children. So now, first of all, I want to know, when you hear masculinity, looking at the society that we are and how we grew up and everything, what comes to your mind?
Okay, well, looking at masculinity, the society has made it that once you hear the word masculinity, you're talking about strength.
Okay.
You're talking about dominance. You're talking about, control, leadership. That's the traditional aspect, the traditional perspective that the society has actually placed manhood. But I don't think that you should just encompass that only. I think you should still include vulnerability, where men have to, have the feelings to express their emotions. Okay, let me hold it there for you.
Oh wow, it seems like you have a lot more to say, but let's hear from Kingsley.
Well, masculinity to me is just being a man.
What is being a man?
And being a man is growing up to responsibility, because as a child, even if a twin has to be a girl and a boy, you see more attention being paid to the boy child, telling him, don't you know you're a man? You're not supposed to cry like this. Don't you know you're a man? You're not supposed to behave or to walk a certain way. As a child, you see yourself being a man without even realizing that there is something different. But your parents just have to speak into you to understand that you're a man. And such a thing tends to give us that ego. Though there are alpha male, there are normal male, but those that show the factors attached to alpha male are sometimes inherent, or sometimes things that are associated with the environmental factor, probably from the mom or from the dad, pushing them to do more because they are male, without knowing that everybody is capable of being good, being bad. There are weaknesses, both in female gender or in male gender. Everybody is vulnerable to some certain degree. So I think masculinity has so much challenges. So being a man alone is a problem, but there are so many factors, inherent one, you yourself looking at your contemporaries, they are doing this, they are doing that, Then you yourself looking at your age mate, they are doing this, they are doing that. To be a man is not an easy work.
Actually, looking at the way psychologically, in fact, from birth, emotionally, both male and female has equal rate of emotions. But the way society places that of a man, they want them to man up, they want them to toughen up, they don't want them to express themselves. So these are the things we should actually instill in our boys. Let them learn how to express themselves. We shouldn't keep telling them to man up.
Yeah, you said something about alpha male. I like that because because since we are still talking about what masculinity means to us, you know this alpha male, when you hear, oh, be masculine, the first thing that comes to people's mind is alpha male. So what exactly does it mean when you say alpha male? Who is an alpha male?
Okay, an alpha male sometimes is like an extremist when it comes to being a man. And which, in quotes, is not so much a good factor, so that the female gender can be able to relate. Because as an alpha male wants to be associated with only male and see the female folks as a minor. Like they feel like if your husband and the man of the house, I make zero, nobody makes zero. That's alpha male for them. When he's in an office, he wants to discuss some certain issue with the male before considering the female opinion. That's an alpha male. And it's not a good one in the society that we have today, where we're talking about equity, not really equality, because some people mistake equality for equity. Equity is fair contribution from both gender. Equality is we are equal. To be honest, a man and a woman cannot be equal in anything. There is what made a man a man, and there is what made a woman a woman. So everybody understanding their different roles can actually help a better society. But when an alpha male take it to the extreme, neglecting the role of a woman, thinking that being authoritative, being commanding, instilling discipline, whether it's fitting or not, I'm in charge. That's more like it. I'm in charge kind of attitude. It comes in, and they start sometimes as married people even go on to narcissism behavior because they are thinking that I have to be the man of the house. I think the alpha male thing is something that we should be looking into so that we can have a fair contribution and enjoy what female gender can bring into the family and to the world at large.
Okay, and you know, talking about this thing now, you know that people don't just grow up to be alpha male.
Okay.
You know, like there are lots of factors that, you know, society, there are a lot of things that make someone grow up to be somebody like that. So now, what would you say are the societal pressures that make most men behave the way they behave?
Lack of expressiveness. When a man might have passed through a certain situation and want to cry, and the mom or the dad will say, "You don't cry, you are a man." You know, you are instilling something because now he has the right to express his or her his emotions. Babylon upbringing. Then you shun the emotions just because you want him to be a man. Now there are fair situations where there might be little or small in the environment. You say, okay, the ladies have it first. You are a man, you can manage. You know, you are trying to make the man to be tough. You know, when he should have an equal share of what rightly belongs to him, then you now tell the man, you are a man, you can manage, you know what it is. Why all of us can actually manage? Because there are men that demands more, and there are also females that demands more. You understand? So when there is no this balance, gradually begin to instill this thing in the man. So he begins to see himself as up, whereas the other people are down. Do you get it? Then when the man is doing well financially, academically, they keep on cheering without making him understand that even other people are not doing well. It's not as if just grace or ability, because all of us cannot be a doctor, all of us cannot be a pilot, all of us cannot be an engineer. Everybody fit into where they are best appreciated or what you are best at. You know, so when those intelligent abilities are prompting up and you are not guiding this very well, you keep on the praising and giving examples, can't you see that you are not doing well, your brother is doing well. You make that one feel at the ego, kind of. You understand? Then that is when the alpha factors start coming into. So there is a lot to it. And
yeah, another factor to that is actually peer pressure among the male folks. Okay, so you know, boys are already taught that they're supposed to toughen up. They don't believe in anything feminism. They don't allow women to beat them, their girls counterparts to beat them up in any area. For instance, now in the school sector, I actually had this experience last 2 weeks in my school. So these children were having a just their normal game settings, and then a boy and a girl had an issue. The girl is actually in JSS2, much older than the boy that is in JSS1. But because he thinks he's a man, that a woman can just insult him and get away with it. And the peer pressure, the peer group, the friends of the boy were like, can you just allow that girl to go that way? No, 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 you can't. Even when you know that he can't beat this girl. But for him to satisfy his friends, he just had to. Then when the fight now started, it wasn't up to 5 minutes. The girl beat him up, messed him up, threw him on the floor. It was still the same friend that started laughing at him. But he was just trying to protect his ego. If he didn't fight back, the friend would be like, you not even try at all. Now they have beaten him up. So peer pressure is one of the factors that brings about toxic masculinity.
Yes, so now speaking about, first of all, I would like to talk about this toxic masculinity. But before I go to that, I'd also like to look at how friends, or like you mentioned, peer groups influence. Because even among, because I know sometimes men will say they're trying to do it for the women, so that they won't see them as weak.
Which is one of our challenges.
How?
It's a big one.
How? Explain it to us.
Okay, because I think the challenges of men is actually in four folds. One is from the parents, one is from the female, one is from the society, and one is from self.
Okay.
In the sense that I am a man, then my mom will be expecting me to act more than the ladies. Most especially when a man is the firstborn of the child, of the family. You see most firstborn becoming daddy when they are still tender. Most especially when the family is financially incapacitated. So it becomes a challenge. You see them doing hustling to help the parents because they just grew up to be that, see that I need to fit in, and the parents will start pushing them. I need your assistance. So now you are living your life to meet up what your parents want from you as a boy child. First of all, you are also living your life to impress the female folks because Odogu now. But
nobody is forcing you.
But it's an environmental factor because now you have gone to university or perhaps finished from school. Then you see this girl that you want to say hi, and you see another person driving car to say hi. It becomes a headache because you need to meet up. Yes, and pressure. Because that's what we're talking about today. Societal norms. Like when the topic says that behind the marks, I think that men are marks. We're not living our true self, our true identity. There are so many things we are shielding inside. Because if we are allowed to express our total feeling, some of us will choose to be women. But yes, but then again, it's good to be who you are. I love being a man till tomorrow, till next tomorrow. Because when you understand the balance, then you are good to go. So what are we talking about again now? So you think that there is challenges of female, you want to meet up. I will come to your hand in marriage. First of all, ask me, what do you do? I don't know what you do. Apparently, I saw you on the road. I was attracted by your beauty. I don't know you from Adam. I just saw your countenance, your personality, your characteristics. I appreciate that. I just, how are you? How do you do? My name is so. The next you be like, you be looking out for my car.
Yeah.
The second you ask me, what do you do?
Yeah.
It's a pressure. Then if I'm not financially buoyant, I'll start meditating or start stammering. Will she agree? Some of us end up lying just to get that attention. It's a pressure, Then you yourself, within you look at your folks. This person doing this person doing this person doing it, and you start thinking, what will I do? There are so many Yahoo today, all because of to meet up. There are least female Yahoos than male Yahoos, if you can tell, because men want to meet up. If men does not immediately to eat that money, but men is out to get it. Your friends, pressure from your friends. You have called this person, I'm in Canada, you have called this person, I'm in UK, you have called this person, I'm a medical doctor. Then who are you?
But isn't this a case of lack of contentment?
It's not really contentment because assuming you have, there is contentment in it, but when it grows into what you are expecting to be normal, because your parents are expecting that I've trained you, now you're time for you to take care of me. You understand? Then when you are not meeting up that, you start having unrest. You start thinking of you start being toxic. You start being angry. Then you now want to get it whichever way, ocha bote, ocharacha bote,
Yeah,
you know.
that's true.
So there is a lot to
That's
being a
true.
man.
But now the problem now, okay, aside women,
Okay.
like you've mentioned,
Okay.
we also find that even men too also like inflict these things on their fellow men by saying things like, maybe if you are sad about something, or you find your guy, your friend that's
Yes.
supposed to console you, is also
Yes.
laughing at you. So
Are you
is
not
that-
a man?
You
Man.
understand? Is either laughing at you, or and there's something I've noticed among men, male friendships as opposed to female friendships. They don't take things seriously. Like you can tell, like as a guy now, you can call your guy and tell him, maybe you tell him your problem, and maybe you just say something very unnecessary.
And, yeah.
You know, instead of maybe getting you to open up more, listen to you. So why is that even among men, even among the guys, that vulnerability, that space to be free is still not there?
Because they started training us from you are a man up. Most times in a family, you see the man dying first before the woman. Women are vulnerable. They are vocal. They speak their mind. They gossip. They shout. Hey, I'm dying, no. When they have a misunderstanding between families, it's the female that will call first of all. Call, Mommy, I don't know what is happening in this family. The man will shield it. We don't want to speak up. Sometimes they might come to a settle a dispute between a man and a woman. You see the woman shouting. You feel like the man is not. It's a nonsense man. But by the time he started stating his problems one after the other, then you know that he's really passing through a lot. It's not just the female. So now, because to open up is a problem, and because we don't know how to open up, we also don't know how to listen. Because listening is different from hearing. You could be talking to your fellow guy, you just be hearing. The next thing is in his mind is Arsenal match, how to go to that. Hey guy, come make you go drink. But drinking does not solve the problem. Because after drinking, he goes home and still face the challenge. Yes, so men do not really have actual means of ironing out their problem. They compound it. Over time, they blow up anxiety, high blood pressure, suicide.
Yes.
Because if you check the amount of suicide in society today, it's more
It's greater
in men.
Yeah.
You understand? If you check the mortality rate, it's high in men. Do you understand? So these are, if you check the madness rates, insanity, mental health,
depression,
it's more in
anxiety,
men.
yeah.
Do you understand? So if you go to psychiatric now, if you check the analysis of men, you see that men are a lot there. Why? Because of pressure from friends. When you are making it as a person, as a male child, encourage your friend. Don't surprise them. Don't be the one that will come and say, "Guy, have an idea is still there. Nah, wow, this life, now wow." You know, you're not being fair. You're not helping the society. You should be the one that say, "Oh, how are you? Hope you're doing great. Don't worry, everything's gonna be all right. I was once here. I trust one day you'll come up." Then that's what male should be encouraging among themselves. Then you as a male, you should be able to have that listening ear to understand that there is always time for everything. There is a time when someone is in one phase, two phase, three phase. And this phase teaches you a lot. It's bringing you up. So when you see someone at his weakest phase, understand that he's growing. Age is just a number. Because some people can blow at 40, some people can blow at 50, some people can even blow at 60. So that you see a male that's not doing well at 40, doesn't mean that he's a fool. He's still waiting. There is a time when he will blow up. Those things you did in 10 years, he could do it in 1 year. There's always a time. I encourage people that life has a formula of it on. So when you have this intrinsic understanding that this person would have tried a lot and still not working, but one day it will work. Instead of you venturing into something that is, detrimental to yourself and to the society at large. So I encourage me, please have a listening ability. Everything does not end in a beer parlor, or in jokes, or in drinking, or in hanging out, or even going out and say, "Take this girl, just use it and calm yourself."
You look like you want to say something.
Yeah, actually, everything doesn't end in violence, because the way some men express themselves, even in violence, they just want to push. They want to flame up. They want everyone to understand. They don't want to take their time, and relate their issues, their burdens. so that they can still hear out. Like you rightly said, they should learn how to hear out. Sometimes women even want to advise them, but they don't want to hear. They want to push it violently. That's too bad. Oh, that's very bad.
But something prompted the violent act.
Is this thing we are talking about?
That's the society.
Yeah.
Because when they don't give me a fair hearing, you know,
they
when
keep
you
bottling this thing.
bottling it.
One day
So
to
when it
burst.
comes out very. So now let's now go into toxic masculinity. Now I want to understand what's the difference between toxic masculinity and being a normal human male.
Okay, well, I would say a male. A male is still the same as female, still the same God that created us, gave us the same emotions when we were born. Okay, so a man's supposed to be someone that has responsibility, that has feeling, that has the ability to, relate, love deeply, and then express himself. This is what a real man's supposed to be. Somebody that is sympathetic, empathetic, responsible. So, but looking at the toxic masculinity, we've actually discussed the factors that bring about these things. This is the reason why it seems as if some men are not really expressing that real man they're supposed to express, that integrity, that love they're supposed to share, because they've already been taught the other way around. So the major difference here now is the pressure associated with whom a man is. Let's just see men as normal human beings that God just created with normal emotions. Let them express themselves. Let them feel free to, say what they feel. Here in the family, like he give an instance with twins, a boy and a girl. These are two lovely children giving birth to a family, giving birth by a couple. And you see, when they are not training the girl child, they are comforting her when she cries. They say, no, baby, don't cry, this, that. But when it's a guy, they say, why are you crying like a girl? Are you a girl? Man up, tough. No, we should allow them to express their emotions. If they really want to go into arts, let the boy go into arts or singing. Anything he feel like this is what he wants to do as a human being, let him do it. Let us allow them to express themselves. I'm not just putting unnecessary pressure. Please, this pressure should just come to an end. Let us bring revolution. Let us bring revolution on this. We can stop it. These things are learned. They were not from birth. It can still be stopped. So let me just hold it for now.
There is quite, toxicity is in many categories.
Yes.
Some men are toxic in the house. They are not outside.
Outside, exactly.
Some are toxic outside. They are not in the house. Some are toxic both in the house, outside, in the office, in the market. They are fighting everywhere. So this toxicity is really a big problem, because that's one of the major issues now when you talk about dysfunctional families. Because I believe that toxicity starts from family. Because family is the foundation of all of us.
Yes.
When we didn't get it right, as a father I am, to my children watch me fight with my wife. What am I teaching them? Is it not toxicity? Because they get traumatized. And when this thing keep on, because children are tabula rasa, nothing in their brain. Whatever you are feeding them with, they are
That's
getting
what they take. Yeah.
Now, toxicity starts in a very simplistic form. I watch my child, the older one, crying for the younger one. And sometimes I'm like, no, you don't have to cry. Let's resolve.
Signature TV.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, reps drop own state police bill to consider President Tinubu's proposal. Nigeria and Hong Kong signed agreement to eliminate double taxation and boost investor confidence. Iran hacks Middle East mobile networks to track U.S. personnel. And death toll from Bangkok bar fire rises to 30 as police probe possible negligence. Details in a moment.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
The House of Representatives has stepped back from its own constitutional amendment proposal on state policing and will instead proceed with a similar bill submitted by the presidency. The shift became evident during Tuesday's plenary when lawmakers formally introduced executive-sponsored constitution alteration bill on state police and swiftly advanced it through first and second readings. Following debate on the proposal, the House referred the bill to its Committee on Constitutional Review for detailed consideration, effectively sidelining its own earlier state police initiative. These recommendations will subsequently be presented to the full House for further debate and legislative action before any final decision is taken on a proposed constitutional amendment. In a letter addressed to the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, the President said the proposed legislation is designed to amend the 1999 Constitution and create the legal framework necessary for the operation of state police as part of broader efforts to strengthen Nigeria's security architecture. The President described the legislation as a key element of his administration's plan to reform and modernize Nigeria's security system, expressing confidence that lawmakers would give the proposal prompt consideration. The Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps says its mining marshals have arrested more than 671 illegal mining suspects across the country, with 397 already charged to court. Speaking at a stakeholders workshop on extractive industry governance organized by the House of Representatives had a committee on mineral exploitation, security and anti-money laundering held in Abuja, the commander of the mining marshals, Ata Onoja, said the Corps has dismantled several illegal mining sites in the country. Onoja identified inadequate logistics, limited manpower, judicial delays and interference by criminal syndicates as major challenges, calling for increased funding, better surveillance and designated courts for mining-related offences.
Fuel insecurity in Nigeria, and that it is no longer news that illegal mining operations fuel insecurity in Nigeria, and that drastic measures are needed to ensure that the enterprise is seriously discouraged by deterrence, which could only be effectively achieved by diligent and swift prosecution of offenders, regardless of their status. However, the prosecution of arrested offenders is challenged by delays associated with judicial bottlenecks in Nigeria. This goes to underscore the need to create a special court for prosecution of.
President of the Nigerian Union of Mine Workers, Hamza Mohammed, urged the federal government to ensure local processing of minerals before export to create jobs, industrialization, and maximize the value of the country's mineral resources.
That now it is our duty to come up with modalities how we are going to build up the mining sector. And the mining sector is very important. When we look today, Nigeria, God has blessed us with a lot of minerals. But what is happening with our mineral? It is just to, after exploration, and then take it outside the country. And I will appreciate the minister by making it compulsory that anybody that comes to Nigeria to mine, so there must be a processing and beneficiating of the mineral, not just to excavate the mirror and take it outside. So that one is another breakthrough to Nigeria.
Of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, represented by House Majority Leader Julius Ihomberry, said a workshop was convened to develop practical solutions to illegal mining, insecurity, and illicit financial flows.
Has been subjected to exploitation by unpatriotic elements, insecurity in our mining corridors, and illicit financial flows that rob our treasury and undermine our sovereignty. The importance of this gathering to the collective benefit of our nation cannot be overstated. Nigeria cannot achieve economic diversification, fiscal stability, or job creation if the sector that should be a second revenue pillar is bleeding from illegality and opacity.
Sani Abdurrahim called for stronger collaboration among security agencies, regulators, mining operators, and host communities, assuring that the committee's recommendations would focus on legislative and policy reforms to strengthen governance and protect Nigeria's mineral resources. The African Democratic Congress is heading to the Supreme Court to challenge Monday's Court of Appeal judgment that restrained the Independent National Electoral Commission from recognizing state congresses organized by the David Mark-led leadership. The party maintained that the appellate court judgment relates only to its ward, local government and state congresses and has no bearing on the direct primaries that produced its candidates for the forthcoming general elections. A statement issued by its National Publicity Secretary, Bolaji Abdullahi, assured members and supporters that the verdict had no effect on the direct primaries through which its candidates emerged. Abdullahi noted that the dissenting judgment delivered by the presiding justice more accurately reflected the settled position of the law and the party's position on the matter, urging its members and supporters nationwide to remain calm and focused. Also reacting to the judgment, the Nigeria Democratic Congress, through its National Publicity Secretary, OSA Director, alleged that the All Progressives Congress-led federal government is working to weaken opposition political parties and appealed to the judiciary not to allow itself to be used to undermine Nigeria's democracy. The presidential candidate of the Nigerian Democratic Congress, Peter Obi, has applauded the federal government's decision to halt the planned increase in registration fees for the 2027 West African Senior School Certificate Examination and the National Examinations Council Senior School Certificate Examination, describing the move as a triumph for ordinary Nigerians. Reacting to the development in a statement posted on his X handle, Obi said the reversal was a welcome relief for many families facing economic difficulties across the country. Suspension, he said, reflects the power of public engagement and demonstrates that government policies can be reconsidered when citizens raise legitimate concerns. However, stated that a proposed increase should not have been contemplated in the first place, given the prevailing economic realities, insisting that access to education should be broadened rather than limited, especially at a time when many households are struggling to meet basic needs. The former Anambra governor stressed that education should be treated as a social investment rather than a revenue-generating venture, and warned that imposing additional financial obligations on students and their families could discourage enrollment and undermine efforts to tackle Nigeria's out-of-school children crisis. The former governor also used the opportunity to urge authorities to review other policies that have increased the burden on citizens, saying leadership involves not only making decisions, but also being willing to reverse them when necessary. Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde has received the rescued teachers and pupils abducted from Ahoro Esinle and Yawota schools in Orire local government area of the state. In The Nigerian army formally handed them over to the Oyo State government on Monday after the rescue from captivity at a ceremony held at the Executive Chamber of the Governor's Office in Ibadan. Speaking during the ceremony, Makinde described the rescue as an extraordinary feat made possible through the collaboration of the federal government, the Nigerian army, and other security agencies, while assuring the victims that the state government would stand by them throughout their recovery. The governor expressed gratitude to President Bola Tinubu for his support throughout the rescue operation, as well as the leadership of the nation's security agencies. He noted that although similar incidents had occurred in different parts of the country, the response to the Riri abduction was unprecedented, even as he acknowledged the psychological trauma they endured during their 56-day captivity. The General Officer commanding 2 Division Nigerian Army, Major General Chinedu Nebife, said the successful rescue was outcome of painstaking intelligence-led operations and close collaboration among security agencies. The GOC revealed that preliminary findings indicated the existence of local collaborators who allegedly aided the terrorists, including some members of local vigilante groups and hunters who worked with the kidnappers. In an emotional address, the school principal, speaking publicly for the first time since regaining freedom, recounted the horrifying ordeal suffered by the victims during their captivity, describing the experience as torturous and horrendous. The Director General of the controversial Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Council, Adeni Adeyemi, has urged President Bola Tinubu to set up an independent panel to investigate the circumstances surrounding the organization. In an open letter to Tinubu, Adeyemi said the panel must be independent and multi-stakeholder to guarantee complete neutrality. Said that the panel's membership should be drawn from civil society organizations and independent media representatives, international financial observers, and human rights observers such as Amnesty International to monitor compliance with international safety and legal standards. Tinubu had asked the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission to investigate the matter, but Adeyemi said since the agency is part of the government, it will be unfair to have it probe the matter. He said that working freely into custody under the current arrangement poses an immediate existential threat to his life, alleging that he received verified, highly reliable intelligence indicating that he is targeted for elimination the moment he surfaces in an unmonitored environment. The federal government says the last evacuation flight from South Africa with 315 Nigerians is expected to arrive in the country on Wednesday, 15th July 2026. This was disclosed by a spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Kimebi Ebienfa, in a statement on Tuesday. Ebienfa said a flight to be operated by Air Peace will depart South Africa at 1:30 a.m. with an estimated time of arrival at the Murtala Mohammed International Airport, Lagos, set at 6:30 a.m. The federal government's evacuation consists of Nigerians who indicated interest in returning home following the recent xenophobic attacks and security concerns in parts of South Africa. The government had earlier conducted 4 evacuation flights, bringing home hundreds of Nigerians as part of efforts to ensure the safety and welfare of its citizens abroad. The ministry reaffirmed the federal government's commitment to protecting Nigerians wherever they may be and expressing appreciation to all stakeholders involved in the evacuation exercise. A Senate committee on the Niger Delta Commission has re-invited ITO Exploration and Production Company Limited to appear before it over allegations that the company failed to remit statutory contributions amounting to about $71 million and over 30 billion naira to the Niger Delta Development Commission. The decision followed the company's absence at an investigative hearing convened by the committee to consider a petition alleging that ITO breached its obligations under Section the Niger Delta Development Commission Act 2017. Chairman of the Senate Committee on NDDC, Asuku Akbayong, described the allegations as serious and warned that the Senate would ensure compliance with statutory remittance obligations across the oil and gas sector.
This case that has been brought to us, this petition that has been brought to us concerning ITO is one that is very concerning. If after years of discussion, negotiation, cajoling, reporting, or getting the EFCC involved, they have been stubborn in the remittance, I think is one that we need to take on and clearly try and get towards a resolution that sends a message to the entire industry. And so we'll be starting with this. The MD has also alluded to the fact that other companies haven't been making these payments as at when due. We would like to get a full list of those that have complied and those that have failed to comply in terms of remittances. But like I said, we have this petition before us. It is important that a message is sent. Yeah. We believe that, and we would like to believe that, the notice may have been short, and so the company was not readily available to be here. So without holding brief for them, I think it's best that we give a notice of an invitation.
He agreed to issue a fresh invitation, giving the company 2 weeks to honor the summons. Committee chairman, in his opening remarks, explained that a hearing was convened following the receipt of a petition submitted by Escovista attorney Matthew Echo. Nigeria and a Hong Kong Special Administrative Region of the People's Republic of China have signed an agreement to eliminate double taxation and prevent tax evasion in a move aimed at strengthening trade and boosting investor confidence. The agreement was signed virtually by Taiwo Yedele, Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, on behalf of Nigeria, and Christopher Huey, Secretary for Financial Services and the Treasury, on behalf of Hong Kong. The agreement will eliminate the double taxation of income earned across both jurisdictions, prevent tax evasion and avoidance, and provide greater certainty for businesses and investors operating between Nigeria and Hong Kong. Speaking during the ceremony, Oyedele described the agreement as a major milestone in a growing economic and commercial relationship between Nigeria and Hong Kong. The minister said although the signing ceremony was held virtually, it underscored the shared commitment of both jurisdictions to strengthen economic cooperation and creating a more conducive environment for cross-border trade and investment. Oyedele expressed appreciation to the government of Hong Kong's Special Administrative Region and all stakeholders who contributed to the successful conclusion of the agreement. Still to come, UAE says Iranian missiles struck oil tankers in Straits of Hormuz, killing one sailor. Lebanon and Israel hold US-brokered talks in Rome to implement framework deal. Stay with us.
Jacinda, are you ready to take the next big step towards your dream career?
Definitely. I really want to study software engineering or maybe cybersecurity. But we are paying.
Is that what you're worried? Then listen up. At Queensland University, they are now accepting application. In fact, admission is ongoing now. So you have to hurry now before it's too late.
Queensland? For you?
Yes. Whether you want to become a software engineer, cybersecurity expert, nurse like me, lawyer, then your journey starts here.
Finny, if I may ask, what is so special about this school?
Their modern facilities are top-notch. She will talk about their environment, the very serene environment, and their lecturers are experienced lecturers. And let me shock you, in here, you don't just own a degree, you own a skill and confidence to stand out.
Your worry rate, our teacher is calling.
Oh yes, now you can call the number on your screen, 080 68 52 81 66 or
80 53 57 90 26.
Queensland University, ENUGU, your future is here.
President Donald Trump says the United States will be paid for guarding the Straits of Hormuz after declaring that it would be taking over the strategic waterway. Trump said the United States will now become the guardian of the Straits, that the country has been guarding it for nothing, but would be reimbursed by wealthy nations. The U.S. President's comments came after U.S. and Iranian attacks on a scale unseen since an April ceasefire in the conflict in the Middle East, adding to doubts about efforts to bring a permanent end to the war that has halted shipping through the Strait. The past week's hostility have centered on the critical energy trade route, the control of which is a key point of dispute between Washington and Tehran. Trump had complained about the tactics of Iranian negotiators seeking changes in what was agreed during hours of talks at the weekend. Iran's foreign ministry spokesman said the government was talking with mediators from Qatar, Pakistan and Oman in a bid to prevent an escalation in the war. One Indian crew member was killed and 8 others were wounded when 2 Emirati oil tankers were struck by Iranian cruise missiles in the Straits of Hormuz. United Arab Emirates Ministry of Defense disclosed this on Tuesday, and latest escalation in a strategic waterway, which was later confirmed by UAE state oil giant Abu Dhabi National Oil Company's shipping arm, ADNOC. ADNOC has been among the most active participants in a U.S. military-led operation to move Gulf crude out to international buyers through ship-to-ship transfers beyond the Straits of Hormuz. The UAE Defense Ministry said the tankers were targeted in the southern lane of the Straits while in Omani territorial waters, and that a dead crew member was aboard the Mombasa. The ministry further disclosed that of the 8 wounded, 4 were seriously injured, 6 of them Indian nationals and 2 were Ukrainian nationals. Attacks caused material damage to both tankers after fires broke out on board. Iran has hacked mobile networks throughout the Middle East to track the locations of U.S. personnel and contractors throughout the war. Financial Times of London newspaper, which carried the report, cited telecommunications data from a mobile surveillance monitor research project, quoting people familiar with the matter. Newspaper said U.S. lawmakers were alarmed by the information and warned that roaming systems and smartphone advertising technology have left the military vulnerable to attack. Officials in the Gulf suspected Iran or its allies of exploiting roaming agreements with local phone providers to try to locate U.S. personnel. U.S. officials speaking on the condition of anonymity told the newspaper that actors linked to Iran had abused commercially available advertising databases to track phones in northern Iraq's semi-autonomous Kurdish region. Lebanon and Israel resumed talks on Tuesday in the Italian capital with Beirut, hoping for progress towards securing an Israeli withdrawal from South Lebanon after a U.S. brokered deal. A meeting in Washington on June 26 produced an agreement that called for an end to the Lebanon conflict, the disarmament of militant groups, an apparent reference to Hezbollah, as well as the deployment of Lebanese troops to the south and a progressive withdrawal of Israeli forces. Daily strikes, however, continued, and Hezbollah has rejected the agreement, as well as efforts to disarm it, while Israel insists that its troops will remain in southern Lebanon as long as Hezbollah remained armed. Lebanese officials disclosed that the talks set to last 2 days at a U.S. embassy in Rome would aim to set out how to implement a framework deal. One of the officials said that moving the talks to Italy would make it easier for both countries' delegations to consult their governments for guidance as they negotiate. Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Saar told reporters in Tel Aviv on Tuesday that implementing the framework agreement was the only way forward, and said Israel would demonstrate goodwill in Rome. The death toll from a fire that tore through a music bar in Thailand's capital Bangkok has risen to 30. Thai officials said on Tuesday that the 24 people remained in critical condition in hospital, and dozens of others who were treated had been discharged. Firefighters took half an hour to bring the blaze at Rong Bear Nang Lapron Bar in the cities of Chatuchak area under control late Sunday. Police investigated the cause of the fire, approving whether the bar management followed safety regulations. Bangkok Governor Chatchat Chitupong told a news conference on Tuesday that a committee has been set up to investigate the truth what should be improved and what rules should be changed. Authorities say an electrical short circuit and a ceiling air conditioner could have triggered the fire in the facility, which underwent a safety inspection in April. Royal Thai Police Chief Nuturati Pumpek said a single-story bar had 4 exits. The police were examining whether the 2 rear exits were blocked or unusable. Sports now. Super Eagles striker Victor Osimhen has revealed his desire to return to school and earn a university degree after his football career, saying education remains important despite the demands of professional football. Nigeria International made a disclosure in a video currently circulating on social media, where reflected on the lessons he has learned since leaving school and explained why he hopes to continue his education in the future. Osimhen said life has taught him valuable lessons beyond the classroom, but believes acquiring a degree will be a personal achievement and an opportunity to inspire younger people facing similar challenges. Galatasaray forward noted that a football career is relatively short, making it important for players to prepare for life after retirement. Although the 27-year-old did not disclose when he intends to enroll or the course he plans to study, his comments have attracted praise from fans, with many describing his message as a reminder that education remains valuable regardless of career success. Nigeria's Afrobeat sensation Burna Boy has become first African artist to reach the top of a Billboard Global 200 Songs chart. The Grammy Award-winning musician achieved a milestone with Die Die, his collaborative FIFA World Cup song featuring Colombian singer Shakira, which climbed to #1 on this week's Billboard Global 200 rankings. In addition to leading the Billboard Global 200, Die Die also secured the top spot on the Billboard Global 200 exclusive U.S. chart and continued its strong performance in the United States, jumping 12 places to a new peak of number 55 on the Billboard Hot 100. Another Nigerian artist, Thames, What You Need, moved up 5 places to reach a new peak of 39 on the Billboard Hot 100 after 15 weeks on the chart. What You Need recently reached #1 in both the Billboard Mainstream R&B and Hip Hop Airplay chart and the media-based Urban Radio Airplay chart. Thames is the first solo African artist to hit the milestone. Reality TV star and entertainer Hazel Ono, popularly known as White Money, has decried the rising financial expectations in dating in Nigeria, humorously asking fans for a referral code to help him find a compatible partner. The 34-year-old Big Brother Niger Season 6 winner shared his frustration in a video posted on his Instagram page at White Money. White Money, who said it was getting old, noted that the dating culture in Nigeria is becoming something else and said that even saying a simple hello to a woman results to belling. The light-hearted remark sparked reactions online, with some fans agreeing that dating has become more difficult, while others suggested the singer was simply looking in the wrong places. A fan at Paul Waynes wrote, "This is me a few minutes ago, man. Not just in Nigeria. Dating culture in the world messed up, man." White Money will turn 34 on June 6, rose to fame after winning the 6th season of Big Brother Niger in 2021 and has remained active in entertainment and music. That's a wrap on the global news. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thank you very much for watching.
Get plugged into the heartbeat of entertainment on The Hub, your ultimate show on eVibes. From trending stories and social media drama to top charting music, must-watch movies and exciting moments from the world of arts, we've got it all. Join us for unmissable conversations with your favorite entertainment personalities, plus fun segments every week.
So I should try harder, so...
Okay, I don't know that one.
outfit of the day.
Oh, I don't do that. That's some Gen Z stuff.
Oh, now you say it's a Gen Z stuff. It's everything you love about entertainment, served fresh every week at 1 p.m. with weekend repeats just in case you missed it. The Hubs on E-Vibes, where the vibes never stop. Only on Signature TV.
Bright and early as the day breaks, as the newspaper headlines trail the stories that shape the day. We at Signature TV trail the headlines that trail the day. We interrogate the headlines. We analyze the stories that make the headlines.
Why is overrated, and they even overrated themselves, and when people see it, they are insensitive of some Nigerian children who have never had what they call CBT.
With passion and emotion, we drive the conversation to change a narrative.
Let nobody be deceived by Nigerian high level of performing in agriculture export. We are still where we are.
Newspaper review on Signature TV every morning on Signature Morning, weekdays, and Signature New Day, weekends. Newspaper review on Signature TV. We do not just review the headlines, we make the headlines relevant to our daily lives.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Shay is back. People say that, but when you watch this interview, you will realize she is truly back.
Where have you been all my life?
She decides to give me an exclusive. She says, this is the only show where she will speak these truths.
I'm just going to be real with you because I have grown so much, bigger fish to fry. I've washed my brain, washed my mind, washed my spirits, washed my soul, washed my head.
Last time she was here, this is her last big interview, she was already pregnant, but she didn't tell me. She says that was a time of major turmoil. And so there was drama, there was toxicity. So she took her baby to the UK to give birth to her, to stay away from all of that.
And it was the best choice I could have ever made.
She tells me shockingly that all that time she was a star. She was insecure, she had low self-esteem, in a way she was unconscious.
I've been living my whole life, I promise you, unconscious.
And these 3 years in the UK included reconnecting with her dad, forgiving him, forgiving her mom, healing herself, and becoming conscious. And so from that place of consciousness, I tell her to go back. Why did she, as she say, hate men? Why does she actually say love men now?
I actually feel very comfortable with men now.
Don't come to me. I think you can say hi.
She shares with me exclusively what she discovered that might be the truth of why Tiwa Savage went at her so heavily in that viral video.
Hey, what's up, guys? My name is Shay. I am a judge on Nigerian Idol. Yay.
She talks about the Nigerian Idol brouhaha and how she sees it now from this place of healing and consciousness. We talk about the nude that went viral.
I know how the pictures were made, and I know who I sent them to.
Then I talked to her about her daughter. The daughter that she says changed her life, transformed her spirit, and made her look at life differently.
If God loves me the way I love this girl, I'm loved.
This was an explosive interview with multiple exclusives, and the Shay that is wiser, brighter, and even more beautiful in and out with today.
Come for me.
You're looking fantastic as
Really?
always. Yes.
Thank you.
Amazing.
You look amazing.
Thank
You have
you.
not changed.
Thank you. Yes.
One bit.
I love it.
It's been like 4 years now.
Many years ago, I had dinner with someone, and the person said, very self-consciously, said, oh, I literally stopped aging when I turned 25. And I think that happened to me when I turned 35.
Oh, well,
yes.
Listen, I think it's happening to me now that I'm like 40.
I
So,
love it.
yeah.
Love it. Good to see you.
You too, my love.
What has, so it's about 4 years since we last saw.
I think it's 4 years.
Yes, it's 4 years.
Is it? Are you
It's 4
sure?
It's 4 years.
Yeah, it is.
Now, 4 years. Two people ask this question in two ways. Somebody will say, where have you been?
Where have you been all my life? Well, you know, I don't know if it's like, took a break, took a sabbatical. I'm not sure what the right expression is really, because there's just so many reasons why I actually sort of took a back seat. Or went on maternity leave, maybe. That might be the most appropriate, I think.
Makes sense.
But yeah, I have been, I moved back to the UK.
Oh, you did?
To have my daughter.
Okay.
When I came on your show, I was pregnant.
Right.
Yeah, I was pregnant.
You hit that one from me.
I did. It should have been like an exclusive, you know.
Right.
But,
Yes.
But obviously it was still quite early,
Yeah,
so I didn't really want to, you know, say anything too soon. But yeah, so I went back to the UK to have my daughter, and I didn't really have a plan to come back anytime soon, and I didn't have a plan really to like reintegrate there. It was more like I just need to have my daughter. I need to have her away from toxicity, away from the drama that seemed to have been following me actually the few years preceding. So yeah, and it was the best choice I could have ever made. So where have I been? I've been raising my daughter. I've been raising myself. I've been the past year and a half been making new music, and yeah. Right.
You were not sure what was going to happen, where this was going to lead. You just knew that you wanted to focus on your daughter.
That's it.
Yeah. So were you in London all this time before you started working on your album? So have you been in London all the time?
I have actually, but I've come back to Lagos because I have my house is still here, and so I still have ties here. But I would come and go, and the album was predominantly made between Los Angeles and London. So I traveled around a bit. I mean, I did the European tour and I did a UK tour. And so God just made it so that, you know, I was still working so that I could actually, you know, and, but yeah, my base was the UK these past 3 years.
Right. Okay, so I'm going to ask you a question in lieu of the audience that is curious.
Okay.
What about the dad? I have to do it.
It's the way you said, what about the dad? What about him?
Yes, like, are you married to him? Was it a surrogacy? You don't want to get like gist now. Did you move to the UK because his dad was in the UK?
No, actually, her dad is Nigerian, from Nigeria.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we are really brilliant friends now. We co-parent really well.
So you're not married?
No. So, I mean, you know, that's kind of, it's a technical issue.
Right.
But I don't want to like, you know I said I trust you. You know, but I feel like because he's not here, I don't want to speak too much because I've not discussed with him first about how he might feel about, and he's someone that is very special to me, and he's my daughter's father. So this footage is going to be here forever, isn't it? So let me not go and
say the one that you explained.
You understand?
Right.
So, but he's great. He's cool. He's around. He's Nigerian. He's in the UK at the moment. He's also in the music industry as a on the corporate side of things, though. And we just work well together, raising our child, and we're great friends. Right,
so you're great friends, and he's obviously in the life of your daughter.
Very much so. Yeah.
Fantastic. Okay, I think that's enough.
It's like incredible for me. I didn't have my dad in my life. At all, ever.
Yes.
So I think the most important thing for me was that at least, okay, he's going to show up for his kid and do what he has to do. And he is, I mean, you know, to the level that he can. He's like a guy and he's young, so it's not, we don't really know what we're doing. It's our first child. Nobody knows, but he's doing what he can do, Sha.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you, I mean, obviously you can see that you love your daughter and all of that. Did you get to a stage in your life where you decided, okay, I'm going to have a baby?
Yes.
Yes, you did.
That's exactly what it was, you know. She was planned.
Yeah.
And I was so tired of just living for myself.
Right.
And I was really tired of feeling alone. I know it sounds really selfish. All these reasons sound super selfish.
But those are the reasons why we have kids.
You know, I think so. I mean, all those ones, I have 4 or 5 children.
Yes,
it's insane to me. Like, no,
Yeah.
sorry.
Are you going to have more?
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe.
But not
right,
5.
Not 5. My sister has 5. I saw exactly what she went through.
Right.
Like, you know, big ups to all the women that have up to 5 and even more, because motherhood is not a joke. Like, the after effects of being pregnant and having a child are just, I don't even know if it's curable. Like, I had really bad hormone imbalance. I had terrible skin for the first, you know, 3 years now. I'm only just recovering. I still have my pregnancy mask.
Right.
I even read a few weeks ago about a woman that lost her sight as a result of pregnancy, you know. And I just thought to myself, man, that's not like that. Let me just take these off so I can hear you better. But like, I just felt, you know, man, this is a real life changer.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think I asked you then, but it just occurred to me now because you mentioned it. Your dad, when did he stop being a part of your life?
From birth.
Right.
Really.
Right.
I remember seeing him at age 2.
Right.
I have elephant memory. Weird. But my mother and I also discussed this, so I kind of like refreshed my memory, And he was like, oh, he's not ready for a child and stuff like this and whatever. And then and I was crying, and I remember kind of putting my hands up for him to carry me, and he wouldn't. He just was like, you know, like this. And then the next image I have is of him standing outside the door of the front door, because our front door was made of glass, but it was frosted glass, so I could just see his silhouette. And I was crying, screaming in the corridor, just really crying. And then I never saw him again. And my mom confirmed that memory was actually accurate.
Right, so it was imprinted in your memory.
Imprinted in my memory.
And he never came back?
He didn't. But obviously
You've reconnected.
We connected. My mom passed away some time ago, and she kind of left me all the information and details that I needed to be able to reconnect with him again. And I did. And, you know, he's cool, but I think he's so old now. And I think that, and he has enough problems in his life with all his other kids. So, like, but he's met my daughter.
Beautiful.
And, you know, we have great pictures of all of us together, and I'm just happy that you know happened. That reconnection and him meeting my daughter, having a relationship with her, and everything's great.
Why did you reconnect with him though?
Because I needed to forgive him.
Why?
Because I hated men.
Right. So this is right.
Yeah, and that is a direct result.
That's a serious statement though. I hated men.
Yeah. Deep down inside, that's actually what it was. It was trauma that led me to not see men as really like anything. But, you know, in a very weird, like, plot twist, I was always looking for validation from men. And I was always, you know, trying to do more than the man was even, like, expecting or offering or showing me. Do you get? And like, as a result, I hope the relationships always ended. Like, and I think that subconsciously, I always expected them to leave me. You see how the pattern goes? Deep down inside, look, put it this way today, right? I have done so much inner work these past, let me say 4 years, because the transformation of my mind started before I had my child.
Yes, because we talked about
that.
You said you were starting
a journey, and I really just committed to that journey. You know, and I isolated, but the isolation was, you know, something that's really good about isolation. I mean, I know some people say it's not good, but one thing for me is that I was blessed with hindsight, and I could just reflect, you know, and And I was also blessed with insight, which in turn gave me foresight.
Love that, yeah.
And I think that is the biggest, besides my daughter, gift that God has given me in these few years that I've been away. And so, of course, my spirituality has completely, transformed, and I'm vibrating on such a different level now that I actually feel very comfortable with men now. I'm like, I love you all. I love all the men. It's a man's world. Like, I just love all the men.
You can handle it.
I love all the men, every man.
Right, so obviously, so you figured that you had this, our gaps, our vulnerabilities, they don't go in a logical fashion. So you hate men, but then you want their approval because there was this gap from your childhood. And so how did was it upon reflection, or was it therapy or something that made you realize, look, the origin is my dad, go plug that leak?
Yeah.
What was it? Was it reflection? Was it therapy?
It was reflection. And it was, like I said, a series of events that took place, which
events with men?
Events with guys, yeah. And every now and again, I would hear a guy say, like, something around the lines of, like, what trauma do you have? Like, why are you so this, or why are you so that? Why are you angry? Why are you toxic? Like, why are you this? And even one guy was like, you need to go and make up with your dad. Like, this was years and years and years ago, like maybe 7 years ago, probably 8 years ago. And I was like, But then actually that stuck in the back of my mind. And, but I had actually been speaking to my dad before this. It's been about 10 years now, though, that I've been speaking to him. But him actually, like, us having a relationship now, and then him meeting my child, it's only been in the last 3 years that we've actually seen each other, and So, but anyway, that had a really big effect. That was the biggest trauma of my life, which led me to become so insecure, always seeking validation, approval, not really knowing who I was, even as Shay. I was running around going, on stage I'm like completely different person. Like, did I think I was Beyonce or what? Like, and then in real life I'm just like this person. No, that's all wrong. And that's what I mean by the gift of hindsight and insight. And I think that now, obviously, it's not just my dad, but having my daughter healed me as well. And changed me. And then the person I had my daughter with is a really good guy. So to the point where of course, everybody has their issues and their problems, which is, why we're in the position that we are now, unfortunately. But like, ultimately...
What's the position that you are, that you and him?
Yeah, right. But
ultimately,
he didn't leave. And he is showing up for his daughter, and I guess he's going to be that way for the whole rest of his life and her life, And so that was something I did right. You understand? Really pick the right person to have a child with, because the person you have a child with can make or break you if you're not careful. You can get married to anyone. You can divorce them now if you don't like them anymore. If it doesn't work.
Once you have a child,
with that person, you're stuck with them for eternity. Like, it's deep. And if they leave you with the burden of looking after the children on your own, then you're definitely screwed. Like, that's just the end. Because I can't imagine, not having her dad or my family around to help when I need that help.
Amazing. So a lot of healing happened. You're not just using the words when we saw. You were deliberate about going on this journey.
And I did a lot of that.
What do you say? And it sounds to me like even having your daughter, and then the relationship that you have evolved, even out of the imperfections you've hinted at, was itself a manifestation of the inner work you've done.
Yes. Well,
maybe not having the daughter, but
maybe
just
not having my daughter, because
when
I got pregnant, I was still in the height of the madness, and I think I was just like, I just want a child. I want a baby. I think the baby's going to save me and heal me and change me. No, she didn't. She kind of just made me get more serious, and but the work that I did inside myself brought me clarity and I became more conscious now. Like I've been living my life, my whole life, I promise you, unconscious. Unconscious. Even when I was in the interview with you, I was reflecting, I was thinking to myself, I don't even remember what I said to him.
Right,
I just was in the, I was in an emotional state. I was in the heat of certain things that were going on, and I just wanted to just talk and just be, you know, today, I'm going to go and do my, and even then I didn't tell my truth. I was just like, just talking because I wanted to, it was, my whole life has been that way. Every single event, every single thing has been an unconscious, you know, action, like guys that I've been with, things that I've done, jobs that I've worked in, friends that I've kept. And that whole thing is so damaging. Because the more you go on like that, of course, the more your identity gets dismantled. You don't know who you are. But also, the more people have access to your vulnerability, and they just use it against you because you're just so open, you're so unconscious. You don't even know, you don't care. You just want to be accepted. You just want to be loved. You just want to be. You don't know what's going on. But when you start to seek. When you start to seek God, you find yourself, actually. And that's what happened to me.
That's so powerful. When you find God.
When you seek God.
When you seek God, you find yourself.
You find yourself, yeah.
It is remarkable because, so what you're describing is that because the Shay we know, the brand is spunky, it's ferocious, it's etc. But you're saying that was not even the real, that was the unconscious you.
That wasn't the unconscious me, yeah.
But people love that.
Yeah, no, I loved it. I'm not saying it wasn't me.
But it wasn't the...
But it wasn't, I was just doing it every action, every show, every interview, every friend, every party, everything, every man, every guy. Everything was just operating from a subconscious, from a place of, I don't want to feel anything.
Yeah, I don't want to feel anything. Yes. Yeah. Is that a stunning thing when you realize it? Is it stunning?
Yeah, but you know, when so it's kind of like, it's all encompassing. So when I had Issa, I started to feel this overwhelming love for her and for myself. I even started to think to myself, wow, I need to forgive my mom also, actually, you know, because this is not a joke, like being a mother, raising a kid. Imagine if I was alone. I started talking to myself a lot. I started talking to God a lot. Do you get? And I was like, imagine if I was alone doing this thing, which my mom was. Like, can you imagine what she sacrificed for me and all this stuff? And it was hard. And oh my God, my mom. Oh, and then I'll cry for weeks. And then I'd be like, and then that was healing too, you know. And then I wrote a letter to my mom. And then it was, you know, kind of freeing. And then I was like, oh my God. And I thought to myself, I'm so in love with this girl, this daughter, this child. She smiles at me. She talks to me now. She says, good job, Mom, when I make nice food. Or, you know, like, and she's so happy. She went on tour with me in Europe. And my cousin, bless her, came with us so she could look after the baby in the hotel room and stuff. But, you know, I've been very blessed. And what I realized is that actually, you know what? If God loves me the way I love this girl, I'm loved.
That's powerful.
I'm loved, man. You're like, ugh, it's just so overwhelming. It's the best decision I could have ever made. So it started off being a selfish thing. And it has now ended up being a selfless thing. 100%. You know, she's there. She's been so good.
She's been actually so good. I didn't believe her promise.
As in, I didn't believe. She said, Mommy, I promise. Hi, Issa. Say hello to Uncle.
Say hello to me. Do you want to sit? Yes. How are you?
You were quiet throughout the whole interview. I'm so proud of you.
Do you know your mom is a superstar? Do you know your mom is a superstar? No, he like, just this my mom. Can we go to her? She's beautiful.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Say hi.
Final question.
Yeah.
You know, people talk about motherhood and all of these things. But, you know, sometimes we have to say what we have to say. But, I mean, you've talked about how your daughter has changed your life. You've given to somebody else. And I've seen, just watching you guys when you got into the studio, what is the biggest thing that having this daughter has done to you?
changed the way I see the world.
Mm. Mm.
It has changed the way I see the world.
Mm.
Encompassing everything we spoke about from the beginning.
Yes. And that's a beautiful thing, isn't it?
Of course.
Because you feel like you thought life was one way, and then somebody comes out
and
of
people were
you.
just one way,
Yes,
and
you
you know,
realize.
I was one way, and now I not see that I'm not just one way, and nobody's just one way. We have different, you know, dynamics, abilities, superpowers. You know.
Yeah. There's something you say that's powerful. I'm going to take it in there. If God loves you the way you love this young woman,
then I'm loved.
Then you're truly loved.
Honestly.
Oh, powerful
boy. Like, I can't even tell you.
And that is the end of this conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
I'm so
darling.
excited that you are by your back.
Yeah.
Because you just bring an energy. You know, even at your unconscious, you brought an energy that was important and beautiful. And so to now be conscious, I can't wait.
Imagine,
I can't wait to see.
Oh,
I've seen a glimpse
the
of it.
ideas now are like boom,
popping.
boom, 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 boom. Like, yes.
Thank you so much for
Thank
joining
you,
me.
my darling. Can I give you a hug?
Yes, please. Thank you. This was beautiful.
Nobody else I could talk to
Thank
like
you, I
that, you know,
appreciate
because I
it.
watch you. So I'm like, you know what, he is someone that he will not twist my words. He's too smart. Like, you're on another level.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank God it's Friday. I think I'm looking off Friday-ish, right? All right, yes, thank God it's Friday, and of course, happy Salah to every Muslim out there. They have like 3 days holiday. Okay, 2 days holiday actually. This is Eva, the entertainment show on Signature TV, where we tend to give you art, pop, culture, drama, gist, comment section, you know, things that's actually making round in the entertainment industry, and of course on social media. Today is Friday. I've not given you movie train for over a month now. My bad. I've got it all covered for you today, but first we'll have to delve into the stories of the day. 2-time Grammy-nominated superstar Asake has announced a new album titled Money. He made this revelation in a post on his X account on Thursday, June 5th, 2025. The album titled Money is likely derived from one of his nicknames, as he's famously known as Mr. Money with a Vibe right now among his fans. His debut LP is also titled Mr. Money with the Vibes, which featured underlines the title for his upcoming 4th LP. The album will be his 4th LP in 4 years and his 5th project since 2022, where he announced himself as the mainstream with his hit-filled EP, Ololade Asake. The album comes off the back of the release of his 3rd album in 2024 titled Lungu Boy. The album enjoyed huge commercial success and was also named the best-selling album of 2024 by Turntable Charts. The album debuted at #1 and spent a record-breaking 15 weeks at the top of the charts. It became Asake's 3rd consecutive project to achieve this feat after his sophomore album, Work of Art, dominated 2023, and his debut album, Mr. Money with the Vibe, also finished 2022 as the #1 album. Asake was also named the best-selling artist in Nigeria in 2024 as he retained his crown, thus becoming the first artist to receive his award for 3 consecutive years. Since breaking into the mainstream, Asake has become one of the Afrobeat's greatest hitmaker. his run of hit songs since January 2022 has been widely regarded by fans and critics as one of the greatest runs in Nigerian mainstream pop music this century. Now, fast forward to 2025, has been an eventful year for the superstar, who has been carried out aesthetical changes with his full body tattoo, a new hairstyle, and a new military mindset, which he announced in a freestyle after his outing at the 67th Grammy. So Asake has changed a whole, it's more like a New Year resolution for him this year. So it's not just from the, in fact, that was what even broke New Year. You know, Asake has changed his look, he has barbed his hair, he now has tattoos all over his face. I love the new look, but what I didn't understand initially was the tattoos all over his face. It wasn't really giving, but I think we are